1995. That summer. The Sand Palace 4. Nick Volkoff, 22. Ariel Spencer, 22. Wyatt Smith, 22. Sheila Murphy, 22. 2020. This summer. Nick, Francine, and Jade Marie Volkoff. Ariel, Wyatt, and Jason Smith. Sheila Murphy O'Connell and Penny O'Connell. 1. That summer. Nantucket Island was 30 miles out at sea, with no bridge or tunnel connecting it to the mainland. Often gale-force winds cut it off from boats or planes, and even on mild summer days, fog could drift around the island, enclosing the small world in a shimmer that made Nantucket seem almost unreal, a fantasy made of salt, air, mist, and dreams. Most summer days were clear, bright, and beautiful. For a century, people had come to the island to enjoy the warm beaches, the sparkling ocean, and easy evenings under the stars, dining at restaurants with top-notch chefs. The natives and the washed ashores resided on the island year-round. Others came for the summer, filling Nantucket's guest houses and hotels. The small town of Nantucket had a movie theater, library, amateur theater, classical concerts, and bookstores, all within walking distance from the hotels. A person could step off a ferry onto the cobblestones and walk to his hotel or house. In the 1990s, the super-rich summered on Nantucket, but no one knew who they were because they didn't want to stand out, considering it vulgar. When first built in the 70s, a hotel named the Nantucket Palace towered in fake aristocratic grandeur at the corner of South Beach Street and Easton Street. Every islander knew that the Nantucket Palace was a ridiculous name for a hotel on an island settled by Quakers who believed in simplicity. But summer people flocked there because it was close to the shops, the yacht club, and the beaches. In the 90s, the palace was sold to an entrepreneur who wanted to make the hotel contemporary and cool. He hired Sharon Waters to deal with the paperwork. Sharon was a prim woman in her 30s who loved nothing more than adding figures on her desktop calculator. She had no problem working at a hotel that was in the middle of a renovation. Sharon had worked for the former owner. Now she was smoothly and happily dealing with the mounds of tedious paperwork for the new owners, who had demolished much of the hotel before being ordered to cease work, until every form was signed, submitted, and approved. This fall and winter, the owners would build the new hotel and planned to name it Rockers. Sharon's office was just above the basement, with its industrial-sized laundry, 4 single bedrooms for staff, and 1 bathroom. Sharon was appointed to find tenants to rent the bedrooms in the basement of the one wing of the hotel that remained. The word was out that there was summer money on Nantucket, and in the late spring, college graduates from near and far swarmed the island, looking for jobs and temporary living quarters. Of the many applicants, Sharon had awarded them to the 4 people she thought least likely to hold wild parties or destroy the rooms. First, Ariel Spencer, who came from a good family, had just graduated from a good college, and lived in a pleasant Massachusetts suburb. Ariel had the quiet, sweet manner of a person who knows she's fortunate and wants you to be fortunate too. Second, Sheila Murphy, a good Catholic girl with bright red hair. She came from Ohio and had just graduated from Cleveland State University. Pretty but plump, Sheila was so shy Sharon Waters wanted to yell boo at her for the pleasure of seeing her jump. But Sheila had worked as a maid at the Cleveland Renaissance and came with sterling recommendations. Third, Wyatt Smith. Sharon took one look at him and thought, good guy. He looked reliable, trustworthy, sensible. A graduate of the University of Missouri in Columbia, he majored in geology, but he looked more like a runner than a geek. Lanky and tall, with tidy brown hair and nice blue eyes, he'd grown up in a small Missouri town. This summer, he had a job at Cabot's Marine, repairing boats, selling parts. He was a quiet young man, respectful of Sharon, and she liked that. Fourth, and a bit of a gamble, was Nicholas Volkov. With his curly black hair and sleepy amber eyes, he was more handsome than any guy should be, and obviously the kind who would flirt with anyone, probably to keep his skills sharp, or maybe he just couldn't help himself. At his interview, he gave Sharon a sexy, sleepy-eye look, even though Sharon was clearly in her 30s and not interested. He'd gone to Harvard, of course, and had a job at Fanshaw's, a new, posh men's clothing store run by a snobbish Brit. Nick was a descendant of an ancient aristocratic Russian family, he told Sharon, but they had fallen on hard times. His parents had had to sell their Fabergé Easter egg and some of their jewelry to afford his college tuition, which was why he was working this summer. Sharon gave him the final bedroom. Ariel got to choose her room first, simply because she arrived first. The 4 basement bedrooms were all dreary, with linoleum floors and small rectangular windows set high in knotty pine-covered walls. But each had a closet, dresser, desk, chair, bedside table, and a bed that had an unstained mattress and clean sheets. She'd brought her own sheets, actually, as well as her own pillow and quilt. Ariel chose the bedroom farthest from the bathroom. Living in a dorm had presented her with more sounds of people vomiting than she'd ever expected to hear. She placed the small, fuzzy teddy bear holding out a yellow silk flower on the bed in the room next to hers, hoping that a woman would take that room, hoping that that woman would become a new friend. It was the last day of May when Ariel entered her dull little bedroom, set her suitcases on the bed, and began to unpack. Her dresses and blouses were on quilted hangers brought from home. She wanted to look presentable at her job as receptionist at the real estate agency. She placed a large 3-ring binder in the very center of her desk. Already it was filled with the beginning of a short story. She planned to write on weekends. She had been accepted into an MFA program at the University of Iowa. She would start this fall. Someone knocked on her door, and Ariel turned to see a tall, slender, good-looking man standing on the threshold.
"You're here early."
Oh. For a moment, she could only stare. He was so unexpectedly, quietly attractive. She pulled herself together. "You're here early, too." Crossing the room, she held out her hand. "I'm Ariel Spencer."
"Wyatt Smith."
Taking her hand in a brief, firm shake, he gave her a lopsided grin.
"Looks like you'll have a female neighbor next door. She's marked her territory with a teddy bear."
Ariel blushed, caught out. "I put that there. It's not that I don't like men, I do, but they are messier." She wanted to stand very close to Wyatt Smith. He had a double magnetism. Something about him made her feel safe and sexy.
"Not me,"
Wyatt said.
"I'm kind of tidy. Scientists have to be."
He squinted his eyes, thinking.
"Although I'm going to be working at Cabot's Marine fixing boats this summer, so I'll probably come back covered in oil."
"You're a scientist, but you'll be working in a boatyard?" If she kept asking him questions, maybe time would freeze them like this, so she could gaze at him forever. The more she looked at him, the more she liked him. She had to keep herself from drifting right up next to him. Another lopsided smile.
"My father is Benjamin Smith,"
Wyatt told her, unable to keep the pride from his voice. "Okay," Ariel smiled encouragingly.
"He's a scientist. He discovered smithonium. It's the 104th element on the periodic table. It's named after him. It's used in building missiles. NASA uses it."
"Wow, impressive," Ariel said.
"The University of Missouri has named a building after him,"
Wyatt added. Ariel blinked. Wow, she said again.
Sorry,
Wyatt said.
it's just I'm going to work for my father's department and get my PhD.
But you're here for the summer?
My mother pushed me to do this. She thought I needed to experience a completely different life for a while.
Nantucket is certainly different. Ariel had decided that Wyatt was a sort of awkward American Hugh Grant, with his floppy brown hair and intensity.
What about you?
Wyatt asked. I'll be a receptionist in a real estate office, Ariel told him. Should she invite him into her room? Where would he sit? On the bed? She felt slightly hysterical, in a good way.
I've got to unpack,
Wyatt said.
Let's get together tonight.
Before he could finish, Ariel said, Great!
With the other basement dwellers,
Wyatt continued.
We'll exchange all the necessary information.
Well, Ariel thought, that was a little dry. Exchange all the necessary information?
I mean,
Wyatt continued.
Get to know each other.
He shook his head.
I have all the social graces of a rock, but I certainly would like to get to know you.
Me too. I could love this man, she thought, and blushed and replied, I mean, I'd like to get to know you too. They stood in the corridor, smiling at each other.
Well,
Wyatt said. Well, Ariel said, I'd better unpack.
Me too.
After Wyatt walked off down the hallway, Ariel quickly returned to her suitcase in case Wyatt came back. She didn't want him to see her standing there like Cinderella with bluebirds on her wrists, even though that was what she felt like. For the first time in her life. Stop this, Ariel told herself. You're going to be wanton for once in your life. You're going to have thousands of lovers. You can't be serious about the first man you see. She pulled out a drawer, filled it with ironed tees and a few light sweatshirts. She set a small pile of books on her bedside table. When she was thoroughly unpacked, she zipped her suitcase shut and put it on the shelf in her closet. There, she thought, that's done. Now what? Would she have time to write? She heard a series of clunks and peered around her door. Oh dear, a girl whimpered. I'm sorry, this suitcase is heavy. A very pretty, plump, and rather amazingly buxom young woman in a sundress covered with butterflies stood at the entrance door with one suitcase next to her and another on the floor just inside the hallway. It had popped open, displaying a variety of ruffled pastel undies, including lacy bras large enough to hold kittens. Wyatt stepped out of his room.
Let me help.
He went down the corridor and bent over to gather the clothing spilled from the bag. Oh, that's awfully nice of you, thank you, the girl cooed. She had red hair tumbling down around her shoulders and skin as pale as cream. Her eyes were large and green, and they widened when she saw Ariel. Oh, thank heavens, another woman! She hurried down the hallway and held her hand out to Ariel. I'm Sheila Murphy. Ariel smiled. Hi, Sheila. I'm Ariel Spencer. I left you a little present in your room. Really? Sheila hurried into her room. She squealed and came out holding the teddy bear with the flower. This is adorable, thank you. I'm sorry I didn't bring you anything. The light shifted and the three looked toward the open door at the entrance. A tall, broad-shouldered man with pale skin and thick, wavy black hair came toward them. A heavy duffel bag hung from one shoulder. He carried an impressive leather suitcase. His eyes were an unusual and intriguing amber. His teeth were very white when he smiled.
Hello, everyone. I'm Nick Volkov, another winner in the basement room lottery.
Ariel and Sheila drifted down the hall toward him. Wyatt followed. The four shook hands, exchanged names, and sorted whose room was whose. I have to report to work tomorrow, Sheila told them. I'm a chambermaid at the Rose Hotel. She shrugged. I guess I should get unpacked. Nick snorted.
Are you kidding? We're not working today. The sun is out. We ought to hit the beach.
He spoke with the confidence of a natural leader, the strongest, handsomest, boldest guy in any room.
Good idea,
Wyatt said. Sheila glanced nervously at Ariel.
It's a brilliant idea,
Ariel said.
The perfect way to start the summer.
Nick clapped his hands once.
Okay, I'll change and be waiting outside.
Ariel went into her room, surprised that Sheila followed. Sheila seemed worried.
Are you really going to put on your bathing suit? Now? Of course, I can't wait to get into the water.
Ariel took a moment to give Sheila her full attention, which was hard because all she could think about was Wyatt.
Is something wrong, Sheila?
Sheila clasped her hands nervously.
You're nice. It's just, I've never swum in the ocean before. And, well, the ocean is a few streets away. Are we going to walk there in our bathing suits? Everyone does,
Ariel assured her.
Or mostly they bike. Sharon Waters said we can pick up some old bikes from Young's bicycle shop to rent for the summer if we want. You want to ride a bike in your swimming suit?
Sheila's eyebrows rose.
Sweetie, Ariel said, Nantucket isn't like anywhere else. Let's go day by day, okay? Do you have a cover-up? A sarong? No? Okay. I've brought 2 or 3. I'll loan you one. Thank you. I apologize for being so lame. Go put on your suit. I'll be in with something for you in a minute.
Sheila went into her room, shut the door, and undressed while leaning against the door. Just in case the odd little button for the cheap metal doorknob didn't really keep it locked. She hadn't unpacked yet. She had to scurry to her suitcase to paw through it and find her bathing suit. It was one piece, with wire supports sewn into the bodice, and it was old but looked new, because she hadn't gone swimming often. Swimming was what you did when you didn't have to work. As she struggled into the unforgiving material, she held back tears. She had known it. She had known that she'd have to share space with perfect people, as relaxed and secure about their perfection as Nick, Wyatt, and Ariel. Ariel, for God's sake! What kind of name was that? It sounded like something out of Shakespeare. It probably was out of Shakespeare. And Ariel was absolutely lovely. She had bought a stuffed teddy bear and put it on a pillow for someone she didn't even know. Was she on the island to work for money when she could afford to buy a teddy bear she wouldn't even keep? It was a small teddy bear, but still. Ariel did seem nice. Sheila was well aware that she had a tendency to be envious and insecure, and that she often, as her mother said, cut off her nose to spite her face. Whatever she thought of Ariel, Sheila knew she needed to be friendly. After all, they were sharing quarters in this dismal basement for the summer. Maybe they would all be friends. She tucked a small camera into her beach bag, along with her wallet and sunblock, even though it was late afternoon. A light tap on the door made Sheila jump. She opened the door.
I'm sorry, she said to Ariel. I didn't realize I had locked it. Oh, what a pretty sarong. Thank you for loaning it to me. I'm kind of nervous about the ocean thing. I grew up in the Midwest and I only swam in swimming pools.
Ariel put her hands on her hips.
Sheila, look at you. You're like the Venus de Milo with red hair. Honestly, I am jealous. You're going to drive men crazy.
Sheila blushed.
I'm kind of engaged. To my college boyfriend, Hank.
She wrapped the sarong around her, tying it in a knot at her breastbone.
Thank heavens,
Ariel said, laughing. Before Sheila could reply, one of the men yelled from the hall,
Come on, girls, let's go before the sun sets.
Ariel took Sheila by the wrist and pulled her out of the room. Wyatt and Nick were at the end of the hall by the door leading to the outside.
Shouldn't I lock my door?
Sheila asked. Nick snorted.
Yeah, because someone will break into a room in the basement of a half-demolished hotel.
The bike shop was nearby. They rented ancient, dented bikes with baskets and headed down South Beach Street, single file. Nick led, steering with his knees, doing the kind of show-off tricks a teenager would do. Every now and then glancing over his shoulder and flashing his movie star smile at the others. Wyatt's old bike creaked along under his comfortingly steady movements. Ariel went next, and behind her, Sheila rode with her hands tense on the handlebars, terrified she'd wreck the bike and herself at any moment. A long, wide parking lot fronted the beach and the radiant expanse of water, spinning from indigo into pale turquoise as it lapped onto the sand. An empty bike rack was waiting there, as if meant for them.
Wow,
Nick said as he slid his bike into the rack.
We've got the beach almost completely to ourselves.
Most people are getting ready for dinner, Wyatt said sensibly. They propped their bikes in the rack, kicked off their shoes, and set their pale, bare feet in the sand. It was toasty warm. Ah, Ariel sighed. Summer.
Yeah, summer,
Nick agreed. Sheila couldn't speak. She was overwhelmed by the luxurious golden sand and the sparkling blue water.
Beautiful, isn't it?
Wyatt said.
Let's get wet,
Nick said, and he began to run over the sand. The other three joined him. They ran into the water at the same time. Near the shore it was shallow and warm, but they kept on moving as the waves splashed up to their knees, then their waists. Sheila screamed at the cold, then their shoulders. Sunlight trembled over the water. It was as if they'd entered another universe, a new reality where all they had to do was surrender to the embrace of the liquid blue. Nick and Wyatt ducked under and came up far out, swimming freestyle away into the seemingly endless water. Ariel and Sheila were only a few yards apart. Relax, Ariel told Sheila, and fell backward into the water, letting it support her, floating face up to the sun. Carefully, Sheila did the same, sighing in pleasure at the coolness of the water on her back and the warmth of the sun on her face. She drifted. It felt like a blessing. After a while, Ariel flipped over and began to swim a few yards. She returned to shore, shook her hair free of water, and sat down on the sand, her arms around her knees. Sheila joined her. We should have brought towels, Ariel said. Next time, Sheila answered, still in a kind of trance. They sat together, looking out at the men, who were now headed back. It was the time of day and the time of year when the sun remains high in the sky, shining down on the water, making it feel as if this was the whole world. The day would never end. They would always be young, and life would always be full of joy. The men hit the shallows and stood shaking water from their hair. Nick's black as a pirate's, Wyatt's as brown as a seal's. Ariel said, How lucky are we to have two good-looking men for the summer. I'll take Wyatt. You can have Nick. As if, Sheila thought. I told you I'm engaged to my college boyfriend. Ariel laughed. Then this is your last free summer. Make the most of it. Come on, flirt a little. Maybe kiss a few guys when you feel like it. A few guys? Sheila studied the woman sitting next to her. So slim and cool, the epitome of a Barbie princess doll. Ariel laughed and stretched out her arms. Oh yes, lots of men. Sheila will never have this summer again. The two men came toward them, tall and handsome, water glistening on their chests.
It doesn't get better than that,
Wyatt said, sitting down next to Ariel.
Wait a minute,
Nick said.
I'll get us some snacks.
He dashed off toward the parking lot. The three watched as Nick chatted to two women in a red convertible. Then he climbed into the back and the car drove off. What's he doing? Sheila asked.
I wouldn't worry. He'll be back.
Wyatt stretched out on the sand, hands behind his head, eyes closed.
This is the life.
Ariel studied Wyatt. taking in his messy brown hair, his handsome face, his tanned torso, his furry chest, his long legs, his funny, bony feet. She wanted to touch him so much it hurt. She glanced down the beach. Only a few steps away were a couple of plastic buckets left behind by children. Ariel put her fingers to her lips in a shh motion to Sheila. She rose, scooped sand into both buckets, and dumped the sand on Wyatt's legs. Wyatt opened his eyes.
"What are you doing?"
Ariel laughed, refilled her bucket, and motioned to Sheila to do the same. Sheila hesitated, but she wanted Ariel to like her. She jumped up and joined in. In no time at all, they had covered Wyatt up to his chest in sand.
"You're acting like children,"
Wyatt chided, but he didn't move. As they were dumping sand on his shoulders, he said,
"Actually, this is relaxing. It feels like a sand shower."
He laughed.
"Just don't dump any on my face."
Oh,
Sheila cried.
we would never do that.
Ariel's eyes met Wyatt's, and they both smiled.
"Hey, look what I've got."
The red convertible was back in the parking lot, and Nick was in the process of climbing out while holding a 6-pack of beer and a bag of chips. A striped beach towel hung over his shoulder. He kissed the girl driving right on the mouth. She grinned and drove away. Nick came down the beach, waving his loot like a conquering hero.
"Beer and chips, baby."
Wyatt rose from his sand blanket and ran back into the water, dunking his head and rinsing the sand from his hands. Ariel took the towel from Nick's shoulder, beckoned to Sheila, and together they spread it out on the sand.
"Who's your daddy now?"
Nick dropped to the towel and set the beer and chips in front of him.
How did you do that?
Sheila asked.
"I asked the girls for a ride into town and back. I told them I was with my country mouse cousins who are here swooning at the sight of the ocean, which they've never seen before, and I wanted to supply us all with treats. Sweet girls, I'm taking Paula out for ice cream tomorrow night."
What a wheeler-dealer you are,
Ariel said.
"Be nice, children, and drink your beer,"
Nick replied. Wyatt popped the tab on his beer and drank deeply.
"You're a king, Nick. This is exactly what I need right now."
He drank again.
"Come on, ladies, catch up,"
Nick said, swigging his own beer. Ariel winked at Sheila.
Oh, don't worry, we'll catch up.
Sheila wasn't fond of beer, but she was thirsty, so she took a long drink, feeling the cool liquid slide down her throat.
Nick,
Ariel said,
you bought 1 6-pack, and there are 4 of us. What are you going to do with the extra 2?
Nick made an obvious sweep of his eyes over Ariel's body.
"Why, darling, we'll all have to share."
Pleasure fluttered over Ariel. Nick was such an obvious flirt, and he was, the perfect word came to her mind, dashingly handsome. He was playful, he was fun. Ariel touched her hand to her breast in an imitation of shock.
What? You mean our lips will have to touch the same can you big brawny males will drink from?
Nick held Ariel's eyes. He was silent for 1 beat, 2, 3.
"Tell you what, Wyatt and I will share 1 beer, and you and Sheila can share the other. Will that satisfy you?"
It will, Ariel said. Nick, you are a gentleman and a scholar. When the 4 had swallowed the last drop of beer, Sheila jumped up from the sand, excitement all over her face.
Look what I brought!
She held up a small throwaway camera.
I'm going to take photos of us. Someday we'll look at them and remember our first day on the island.
A woman with a child walking past overheard them. Why don't you join your friends and let me take a photo of the 4 of you?
That would be great, thanks.
Sheila handed her the camera and sat down next to Ariel. Lean together, for heaven's sakes, the woman said. Look happy, smile! The 4 obeyed, each of them thinking that they'd only just met. They weren't a group yet, and might never be. The woman snapped several shots, tossed the camera to Sheila, and raced off to catch her child at the water's edge.
I'll get these developed when the roll is full,
Sheila said.
Cool,
Ariel said, just to be nice. The long, low moan of a horn alerted them to the sight of a ferry coming out of the harbor. The group went quiet, watching the large boat cutting smoothly through the water. Several sailboats were farther out, their sails white triangles on the blue. A family raced down the beach past them, the children screaming at the top of their lungs, the parents laughing. The family jumped into the water, dunking one another, splashing one another's faces, and the drops of water in the light of the low summer sun sparkled like sequins.
I'm hungry,
Wyatt said.
I need more than chips. Pizza,
Nick said.
We can get it on Broad Street and eat it on Easy Street, looking at the harbor.
Sounds like you've been here before,
Ariel said.
I've been everywhere before,
Nick bragged.
Don't we need to change clothes?
Sheila asked. Ariel said,
Sweetie, for pizza on a bench, you're overdressed.
They biked from the Jetties Beach over to South Beach and stopped at Broad Street, the long strip of pavement leading from the Steamship Authority's docks past the fast food shops, and on up into the expensive end of the street, lined with classy restaurants and stores. Nick and Wyatt ordered a pizza each. Ariel and Sheila ordered one to split. They all bought Cokes from a machine and wandered down to the benches on Easy Street.
I don't think I've ever been this hungry,
Sheila said. She didn't want to be unladylike, but she tore into the pizza, savoring the thick cheese, the spicy sauce, the perfect crust. They sat together, happily munching, watching a small red rowboat bobbing in the water, and the duck couple paddling around, muttering to each other.
All right,
Nick announced after he'd eaten his last bite.
Time to deal the cards. We're going to share close quarters for 3 months. Let's get to know each other. I'll start. Remember the kid in elementary school who couldn't sit still and started all the pranks that got us in trouble? That's me. I'm a social animal. When I attended Harvard, I worked nights at the Ritz, and I'm telling you, that is my world. I'm all about making people happy. I'll run 6 blocks to get someone just the right bagel. I enjoy meeting celebrities and sports stars, but just as much I get a kick from making a grumpy old dowager smile. I'm going to work at Fanshaw's, an upscale men's clothing store, where I hope I make a lot of business contacts.
You sound like fun,
Sheila said. Nick flashed his movie star smile at her.
Honey, I'll give you all the fun you want.
Sheila blushed. Wyatt intoned slowly.
I'm a scientist. My father is Benjamin Smith, the discoverer of the 104th element, Smithonium. I'm going to study for my PhD and work for my father at the University of Missouri. My mother insisted I get my head out of a beaker for a while. She had a friend who told me Nantucket is totally different, so I came here to work at Cabot's Marine. Cool,
Nick said. Like a television host, he directed,
Sheila, take it away.
Sheila was pulling a long strand of cheese off her teeth. Could she be any more gauche?
I'm from Cleveland, Ohio. I just graduated from Cleveland State University. I have a job as a chambermaid at a guest house here, the Rose Hotel. I'm going to marry my boyfriend Hank when I get back, but I wanted to make some money and have a little adventure before I settled down.
She sighed with relief and looked at Ariel.
Okay, let me think,
Ariel said, perfectly comfortable with people who were relative strangers.
I have a job as a receptionist at the Amos Longnecker Real Estate Agency. I'm from Boston, graduated from Emerson, and I'm not sure about my career path. I want to be a novelist, but I know that doesn't happen without years of work, so I'm determined to enjoy this summer and not think of the future.
I get you,
Nick said. In the distance, the church clock chimed 8 times.
"We have to go home,"
Wyatt moaned.
"I've got to be at my job at 8 sharp tomorrow."
"We all need to shower,"
Sheila said, brushing sand off her arms.
"You mean together?"
Nick asked, quirking an eyebrow.
"That would certainly be efficient,"
Wyatt said with a grin.
"Or not."
Nick snickered, glancing at Wyatt. Sheila was horrified.
"Not together? Stop it,"
Ariel said to the men.
"Just for that, Sheila and I get the first showers, separately."
They dumped their paper napkins in a convenient bin and headed toward the site of the demolished hotel and its one standing wing. From a distance, in the fading light, the building looked almost romantic, like the ruin of a British cathedral.
"Are we going to be treated to the music of power saws and drills?"
Ariel asked.
"Not for a while,"
Nick told her.
"I spoke with Sharon Waters. The construction is all tied up in paperwork. Historic District Commission, the sewer and water companies, stuff like that."
The 4 gazed at the lawn and the neglected flower garden around the hotel.
"Hard to believe this place was once called the Palace,"
Ariel said. Nick put his hands on the waistband of his suit and shook it. Sand rained down his legs.
"I think we should call it the Sand Palace,"
he said.
"Absolutely,"
Ariel agreed, clapping her hands and laughing.
"It's the only time in my life when I'll live in a palace,"
Sheila said mournfully.
"Oh, Sheila, hush,"
Ariel told her. Taking her hand, she pulled Sheila toward the doorway.
"You're not allowed to be maudlin this summer."
She looked over her shoulder at Nick and Wyatt.
"You guys can shower after we have ours,"
Ariel said.
"Fine,"
Nick answered.
"We'll be in our rooms, digging spy holes into the walls."
Sheila looked alarmed.
But Sheila, hush,"
Ariel said again, laughing as they hurried toward their rooms. 2. This summer. The Lighthouse, previously Rockers and before that the Nantucket Palace, had officially opened at the end of April. On June 10th, Jade Marie Volkov stood at the reception desk, eager for the day to begin. Like all the staff uniforms, hers was a light gray, with her name embroidered in red on the left breast pocket with a small lighthouse beneath it. Jade Marie's long, dark hair was swept back in a messy bun. She wore high-heeled peep-toe pumps, and the elegant Chopard watch her father had given her when she turned 21. Her father, Nick Volkov, owned this hotel, among other properties. He had lived here once, years ago, when he was only 22. Back then, the hotel had been undergoing renovation. Nick and 3 others had rented 4 basement rooms while they worked on the island. That summer, they had become close, a kind of gang of 4. Over the past 25 years, they had casually kept in touch with one another, mostly through the medium of what his wife Francine called Christmas brag and gag letters. But Nick was aware that some summers, Sheila and her family went to visit Wyatt and his family, or vice versa. Midwestern heat, backyard barbecues, hometown baseball games, the kids sleeping on air mattresses on the floor. They had never once invited Nick and his family. Probably the others thought Nick and Francine were snobs. Probably they were right. Now Nick had bought and renovated the hotel where the 4 had met all those years ago, and Nick wanted a reunion with them at his place. He called it a reunion. His wife called it showing off. In spite of that, Nick had invited the other 3, their spouses and children, to be his guests at the hotel for a week in June. Jade Marie's mother, Francine, wasn't thrilled about this. That long ago summer, Francine had met them, had even given a small dinner party for them, but they had never liked her, never welcomed her into their little group, and they considered her snobbish. Still, she agreed to be here for the week, the wife of the owner, a pleasant presence backlighting Nick. Francine was beautiful, maybe even more so than when she was in her 20s. Slight, elegant, with her blonde hair bobbed to chin level. Jade Marie thought her mother was bored, probably. She was such a private person. Jade Marie was thrilled about meeting the returning members of the gang. Her father had spoken of them often, his face lighting with pleasure as he talked. As an eternal optimist, her father was unable to sit down and rest, always rushing toward new ideas, new places. He had become wealthy that way. He had unerringly excellent instincts about which place or building was on the verge of huge success. But it wasn't about the money for Nicholas Volkov. It was about making the magic. Jade Marie thought she was the perfect mix between her mother's and father's characteristics. She had her father's thick, black, curly hair, her mother's sleek build, her father's confidence, her mother's caution. She had her father's fondness for all human beings, and more than she'd like of her mother's snobbishness. Her Aunt Celeste had often and loudly pitied Jade Marie because her mother was so aloof. Once, she'd heard Aunt Celeste saying, in French, to Francine that she was setting Jade Marie up for a lonely life. No siblings, practically raised by nannies and babysitters. "She will not know how to love," Aunt Celeste had cried. Francine had answered scornfully that that was better than not knowing how to do anything but love. "My daughter is smart, quick-witted, elegant, and strong. She will have other interests in her life than waiting for a man to marry her and tie her down to one small life." Jade Marie had held her breath, pressing her back against the wall outside her mother's room. She'd never heard such positive and slightly weird opinions of herself from her mother before. Then she heard her mother continue. "Unfortunately, Jade Marie is too much like her father. She is a dreamer. She thinks she can control her own life. She doesn't understand that life controls her." Stung, Jade Marie thought, "Well, then I will be more like my father. I will make my own dreams come true." At 22, Jade Marie's dreams were vague, complicated, and sometimes contradictory. She wanted to help the poor. She wanted to establish her own chain of environmentally ethical spas. She wanted to be considered beautiful so that men would fall in love with her. She wanted to be a brilliant businesswoman. She wanted to have thousands of lovers until she met the right man. When she really fell in love, she would marry and have several children. She would never put her work before her children, and she would never put her children before her work. She wouldn't be exactly like her father. He liked the razzle-dazzle of deal-making. The next big thing was always just out of reach. Jade Marie liked the more domestic side of running a hotel, making people feel comfortable and safe. She knew this summer would prove to her and her father that she was good enough to run the hotel full-time. Jade Marie knew she could do it. At the same time, she wondered whether she'd make any good friends or boyfriends on the island. Jade Marie had had crushes on boys when she was an adolescent. She had chosen to lose her virginity in college to a boy she liked, and for a while they'd been a sort of couple. He was 2 years older. When he graduated, he went back to Nebraska to take an office job with Allstate. He tried to keep his relationship with Jade Marie alive, but her father wanted her to see the world and be aware of all the possibilities now while she was young. Last summer, Nick had brought her with him to Nantucket, when he bought the fading hotel and started plans for the restoration. Jade Marie had unexpectedly fallen head over heels in love with Nantucket. She couldn't believe how wonderful the island was. The light, the ocean, the fabulous restaurants and shops. She didn't want to leave Nantucket even to finish college, but her parents insisted. Her father had led her through the faded glories of the old hotel. He'd shown her the architectural plans for the renovations. He'd asked for her suggestions about chandeliers in the ballroom. Most of the hotel's public rooms had modern flush-mounted ceiling lights, with 3 rows of glass prisms, a clean, almost mathematical look. Jade Marie had pressed for the Empress chandelier with tiers of Swarovski crystals for the ballroom. There would be weddings there, not only conferences, she reminded him. There would be graduation parties, reunions, celebrations. The ballroom needed a touch of romance, of history, even if the rest of the hotel was sleek and minimal. Her father went with her choice. Jade Marie had hugged him with tears in her eyes. When she graduated from college this spring, she skipped the ceremony in order to be on the island for the opening of the hotel. She'd had weeks to familiarize herself with it all. The bistro with its large screen TVs set into the wall, the offices behind the reception counter, the IT room hiding a humming supercomputer, the sleek, pale-hued guest bedrooms, the velvet lawn set out with tables and chairs and brightened with flowers. "I'm going to run this hotel someday," she promised. "Such dreams you have," her mother said, rolling her eyes. In March, the lighthouse was completed, with its 400-count fret linens, luxurious terry cloth bathrobes, and gorgeous photos of the island's lighthouses on the walls. In April, the hotel opened for Daffodil Weekend. Nick Volkov ordered masses of daffodils from Flowers on Chestnut. The lobby's urns were crowded with fresh daffodils, and each guest room had its welcoming vase. Jade Marie stayed by her father's side as they went through the day solving problems. The Hudsons had booked a room for 2 and arrived with their 3 children. The supply of Prosecco for the bistro had not turned up. One of the maids was caught on camera pocketing a batch of custom-made shampoo bottles. By June, the workings of the hotel were in order. Jade Marie was head receptionist, friendly and knowledgeable and professional. Beneath the counter, she kept her own laptop open. When she had time, she typed notes to herself about their guests. Which ones complained, which ones held noisy, drunken parties in their rooms, which ones leaned on the counter to try to flirt with her. It was Sunday. Today, her father's friends would arrive. Jade Marie was ready. She knew their names, knew which rooms she was to give them. She was eager to meet them, and she hoped her mother would return from her shopping stroll on Main Street in time to have dinner with them. Since her father told her he had an important meeting with the Chamber of Commerce, he asked Jade Marie to tell his friends he'd join them at dinner that night. Jade Marie knew he didn't want to hang around the reception counter waiting for them to show up. He wanted them waiting for him. It was not an insignificant favor her father was asking her. There was a slight sense of discomfort lingering around this reunion, and Jade Marie had been chosen as the buffer person. Now, across from her desk, the glass entrance doors slid smoothly open and a family entered. A father, a mother, and another man, her age, a tall, dark-haired, stormy-faced, wide-shouldered Heathcliff of a man. He had to be Jason. Jade Marie's breath caught in her throat. She flushed. She couldn't take her eyes off him. Jason seemed to sense her fascination. He looked up, saw Jade Marie staring at him, and smiled. For a long moment, they were the only 2 people in the room. Then his parents surged toward Jade Marie and the hotel counter. Mr. Smith and Mrs. Smith, the famous Ariel, the woman Jade Marie's parents had admired all those years ago. Jade Marie quickly did a mental snapshot so she could review the woman's appearance in her mind later. She was not that tall, only about 5'5", with blonde hair, professionally lightened, Jade Marie thought, curling to her shoulders. Bangs over her forehead, always good for hiding wrinkles. Jade Marie's mother had given her thousands of style suggestions. That was Francine's standard form of conversation with her. Ariel's blonde hair was short enough to show off her small turquoise earrings. She wore a sleeveless lavender linen dress and several gold arm bangles. She was seriously beautiful, and much too glamorous to go by the name Smith. Wyatt Smith had dark hair beginning to thin. Well, he was 47. Still, Jade Marie's competitive father would be glad to see that while he still had a full head of hair, the other male from the Sand Palace 4 had a bare spot at the crown of his head.
"You have to be Jade Marie," the woman said. "You look exactly like your father."
Before she could answer, her husband spoke. "Hi, Jade Marie. I'm Wyatt Smith, and this is my wife, Ariel. We spent one crazy summer here with your father." Jade Marie turned on the professional charm.
"Oh yes, of course. Dad said you were arriving today. I'm so glad to meet you at last,"
Ariel said.
"And this is our son, Jason."
Jason stepped forward and held out his hand. "Hello?" His grasp was warm and firm.
"Hello."
She could stare at him forever. His eyes were a magical gypsy blue with thick black eyelashes. Wyatt cleared his throat loudly. Reluctantly, Jade Marie pulled her hand away. Jason's mouth quirked up in a sideways smile, like a secret message between them. Flustered, she clicked some keys on the desktop. Any keys at all, while she got herself calmed down. Deep breath, she told herself. Focus.
"You and Mrs. Smith have a suite on the 3rd floor, and Jason?"
She glanced at him with a professional smile.
"You have your own room, also on the 3rd floor, just down the hall. Mr. Volkov has comped your rooms and any food you might have at the hotel. We don't have a full-service restaurant, but we do have a bistro and a light breakfast buffet."
She handed the envelope containing the key cards to each man. Her fingers accidentally touched Jason's. For a moment, they let the touch linger. Sudden laughter broke their connection. 2 women walked in the front door, pulling their rolling suitcases along behind them. Obviously, they were mother and daughter. Both had red hair, creamy skin, and green eyes. Both were beautiful. Well, the mother was attractive, but her daughter was truly ravishing, in a Rita Hayworth way.
"Sheila!"
Ariel Smith flew across the lobby to embrace her old friend.
"It's been too long,"
Sheila said, hugging her friend. She stepped back.
"Let me look at you. It's been at least 5 years since you all came to visit. You look exactly the same. Wonderful."
Ariel Smith laughed.
"You look wonderful too."
Sheila's daughter stood nearby, waiting.
"Good Lord, Penny, look at you, all grown up."
Ariel Smith kissed Penny's cheek and held Penny away so she could study her.
"My goodness, you've become the most gorgeous woman I've ever seen."
Mrs. O'Connell glowed with pride.
"I'm sorry Hank couldn't make it. He has some high school track competition. I didn't want the boys to come. Can you imagine the chaos? But I knew Penny would love visiting the island."
Mrs. Smith gently touched Penny's face.
"When we last saw you 5 years ago, you and Jason were such teenagers. Now you're both so adult."
Jason rolled his eyes and kissed Penny's cheek.
Hey.
"Hey," Penny said back.
What's going on over here?
Wyatt Smith joined the group.
How's Hank?
He asked Penny. As the others talked, Jade Marie fussed around at her computer, getting their room cards ready, pretending it didn't hurt that she wasn't included in their group. Finally, the exuberant Mrs. O'Connell swooped up to the desk.
"Jade Marie, I'm so happy to see you at last. I confess I've checked out your Instagram and the hotel's website. You're much lovelier in person than on the screen."
She tried to reach over to hug Jade Marie, but when that didn't work, she actually walked around the counter to pull her into a warm embrace. Jade Marie was slightly embarrassed, but this was one of the fabulous four, so she made nice. Mrs. O'Connell's daughter, Penny, came up to the counter.
"Mom, you're intruding into her professional space. Stop it."
Penny rolled her eyes.
"Hi, Jade Marie. Forgive my mother. She can be just a tad overbearing."
Jade Marie instantly liked Penny. She seemed fun and unpretentious.
"My mother can be that way too,"
she fake whispered. Mrs. O'Connell went back around to stand by her daughter, Jade Marie held out a key card.
Your suite is on the 3rd floor with 2 double beds.
Oh, no, Mrs. O'Connell objected.
No, we have to have separate bedrooms, please.
For a moment, Jade Marie was surprised enough to hesitate.
My father chose the rooms himself. He wanted to give you all the best rooms, the best views. That's so thoughtful of Nick, and I appreciate it, Mrs. O'Connell said. But really, we need separate rooms. I have enough trouble sleeping as it is.
When Jade Marie still hesitated, she said,
I'll pay for the extra room.
No, Jade Marie hurried to respond.
I'm just checking to see what rooms are available on the 3rd floor. Would you like a connecting door? No,
Mrs. O'Connell said. Penny grinned at Jade Marie.
Mom snores like a hibernating bear. I don't,
Mrs. O'Connell protested.
It's just what I prefer.
Looking forward, she spoke in a low voice as if she didn't want the others to hear.
You see, we have 4 children, my husband and I, and the younger 3 are boys. They are absolutely Neolithic. You don't want details. I'm anticipating a week of utter luxury in a room of my own.
Of course. Jade Marie searched on the computer and found a room for Penny at the other end of the corridor. It wasn't as large as her mother's room, but it was nice. She gave them each their key cards tucked into the envelope with special welcome notes from her father.
My father will be serving drinks in his suite, room 304, at 6 o'clock. He has reservations for dinner for everyone at 8 o'clock at the yacht club across the street.
Mr. Smith said to Jason,
You see, I told you to bring a tie.
The Smiths and Mrs. O'Connell headed toward the elevator, chatting as they went. Penny lingered behind, and when the elevator door closed on the 4, she came to the front desk and slumped across it.
Help me,
she groaned, her tone ironic. In a joking, overdone professional way, Jade Marie asked,
And what exactly may I do for you, Miss O'Connell? For starters, at dinner tonight, don't make me sit near my mother.
Jade Marie grinned. She knew exactly how Penny felt.
I won't make you sit near my mother either. How about next to Jason?
Penny snorted.
He's gorgeous, isn't he? He was a sweet little boy when I last saw him. Our families got together several times, but the last time, Jason was off looking at colleges. Now he seems maybe a little, smug?
Yeah, he does seem arrogant. He's probably pissed off that his parents made him come here with a lot of old people.
Really? Gosh, I'm excited to be here. I've heard so much about the hotel and Nantucket. Let's get together after this reunion dinner, Jade Marie suggested. We can walk down to the harbor. I'd love that. And listen, I want to get a summer job. I need to make some money, and I want to get away from my family. Does the hotel need anyone? It would be fun to be a receptionist. I don't know. Let me check with Sharon Waters. She's our manager. Great.
Penny enclosed Jade Marie's hand in both of hers.
Thank you.
3. That summer. By early June, the 4 inhabitants of the Sand Palace developed a routine. They arranged to take the same day off so they could go to the beach together. They rode their rented bikes to the grocery store, returning with milk and food in the baskets. They set up a makeshift kitchen in a large empty storage closet. Sharon Waters had to give permission for the 2-ring hot plate they bought, and with unusual generosity, Sharon sent in a small used hotel room refrigerator that hummed constantly and shuddered as if offended when the door was opened. Ariel found several ragged bath mats with the Nantucket Palace embossed in gold on the white fleece. She taped them together to form a thick mat at the front door, so they could scrape the sand off their feet instead of tracking it down the hall and into the bathroom. Still, if they'd all been to the beach, sand rained down from their bathing suits as they trekked to their rooms. Gradually, the 4 renters got used to the rhythm and demands of their new summer jobs. Wyatt worked late at the boatyard most days. He was glad to do it. He liked his boss, Don Cabot. Don was a good guy, an island native with no desire to ever leave Nantucket. Wyatt admired how Don took his time checking out an engine and chatting with his customers, who all seemed to be good friends. Wyatt enjoyed tinkering with machinery, working on one engine for an hour, letting what he called his shallow mind do the work while his deep mind played with similarities or innovative slants on geological research. So many possibilities. Wyatt liked all his basement friends. Nick was honest, open, upfront about being ambitious, wanting to make lots of money, and Wyatt respected that. Nick wasn't being hypocritical and pretending he wanted to save the world. He was funny, too, and imaginative, in a way Wyatt had never learned to be. As for the women, Wyatt wasn't a teenager anymore. He'd never been a romantic. But when he looked at Ariel, even the first time he met her, he experienced an immediate physical reaction, like a volcano inside him, rumbling, threatening to spill over, as if when he saw her, who he was changed. He'd never felt this before. It was both alarming and comforting, as if all the cells in his body had said, "Here she is, at last." He wanted to kiss her. He wanted to be with her forever, for God's sake. Impatience was a flaw in a scientist. He knew that. But his body and mind had gone behind his back, so to speak, to combine into a serious crush on a woman way out of his league. Being a sales clerk at Fanshaw's was a perfect fit for Nick. The clientele was friendly and jovial, often complaining because their wives insisted on a new blazer or a pair of golf pants. Nick understood how clothes should hang on the body, and he wore them well himself. People trusted him. Privately, he was amused to see a distinguished, silver-haired man, head of a city bank, purchase a pair of pink trousers embroidered with spouting blue whales. And the women! They entered the store intending to buy a tie or a scalloper's cap for a birthday present, for their husbands or fiancés. Nick didn't have to do much more than smile to make them interested in a sweater or button-down shirt, and also a needle-pointed belt and some lizard-skin loafers. He liked talking to the other guys behind the counter, too, and often after work he went out for a drink with them. Nick liked his roomies as well, but he tended to like pretty much anyone. The girls were gorgeous, but he wasn't here for that. He'd had his share of summer lovin', and he wasn't an adolescent anymore. He was here to work. His heart was filled with ambition, and his whip-smart mind kept him aimed at the best opportunities. He was here to learn how the upper 5% dressed, talked, joked, and treated women. His father was a high school teacher, and he certainly didn't make the kind of money Nick was determined to have in his life. Nick wanted to travel, meet people, make people happy. Also, he wanted to make money, own property, lots of it. Part of the family lore was about Nick at 5 building rows of skyscrapers instead of sandcastles on the beaches, where the family vacationed, and using small slipper shells as people. And at 7, he'd stolen all the houses, hotels, and money from the Monopoly game and set up his own bizarre real estate fantasy in his room. He'd never lost that fantasy, but he needed money and experience, and he knew that summertime Nantucket was the place to find it. The Amos Longenecker Real Estate Agency was located on Main Street in a prime location, with a bright blue door in the center of 2 wide glass-paned walls. Much of the glass was covered with listings of houses for sale, but some was left open so that passers-by could see the people in the office typing, phoning, busy as bees. Ariel was given a desk at the very front, which made sense because she was the receptionist, but also because she was so elegantly beautiful she caught the eye. Ariel was happy with the buzz and rush of the office and with the realtors, who sat on her desk to chat. This was almost paradise, so much sunshine, salt air, and laughter. Ariel hadn't spent much time with her fellow basement dwellers, but she liked them. She felt comfortable with them. Well, except for Wyatt. Just the thought of him made her pulse race in a way it never had with any other guy. Nick was handsome, clever, funny, and wickedly charming, but no current of attraction ran between them. He was ambitious, he had made that clear. Ariel respected that. Sheila, oh dear Sheila. She was so naive. If you told Sheila a marble was a pearl, she'd put it in a necklace and wear it. Ariel felt protective of her. Sheila didn't exactly hate her job. The Rose Hotel was an older building with slanting floors and chipped bathroom tiles. She changed linens, dusted, vacuumed, scrubbed bathrooms, all tasks she'd done before at a large cosmopolitan hotel in Cleveland. There she'd at least had a chance of meeting a guy her age. Only married couples seemed to stay at the Rose, but the tips were good. The owner, Mrs. Reardon, was nice, but frazzled. It was hard not to envy Ariel, who got to float off to work in some nice dress with her nails painted pale pink. Sheila didn't bother painting her nails. They'd only get ruined in scrubbing bathtubs and sinks. Really, Ariel was nice, in spite of her annoying perfection. As for the guys, the truth was she'd be thrilled to have either of them notice her. Nick was drop-dead gorgeous, and clearly he was a player, but that would be fun, not to get her emotions involved. Wyatt was maybe a little boring? That didn't matter. He was obviously infatuated with Ariel. Too bad Ariel didn't have pigtails, Sheila thought. Wyatt could dunk them into the ink bottle. As soon as she had that thought, she mentally slapped herself in the head. Who did she think she was, Anne of Green Gables? Why was she so old-fashioned? People didn't have ink bottles anymore, or pigtails. Sheila understood that she sometimes preferred reading historical romances because they made her feel more comfortable than this rarefied world of Nantucket. She knew she was, in a way, being unfaithful to her fiancé, Hank. But it was only in her thoughts. And why shouldn't she have a little fun before marriage? She'd never been a brave person. She'd never really gone wild. This summer was her chance. Sunday morning, they woke to a cloudy sky and a gusty wind. This was the weather the shopkeepers loved, when the summer visitors couldn't enjoy the beach. The Sand Palace Four all had the day off. The guys slept late. Ariel and Sheila did their laundry, tidied their rooms, shampooed their hair, and tried each other's lipsticks. The four had become, if not friends, then comrades of a sort. After the guys rose and showered, they all went to the Downy Flake for lunch. Nick and Wyatt ordered eggs, bacon, sausage, hash browns, and pancakes. Ariel ordered blueberry pancakes and bacon. Sheila ordered the same. The food was delicious. For a while they ate, groaning with pleasure, too focused to talk about anything. Finally, they sat back in their chairs, asked for another cup of coffee, and relaxed.
I needed that, Wyatt said. I got a beer last night at the Mews with Don Cabot. He introduced me to some of his friends. Good guys, but when I got home, I realized all I'd had for dinner was 2 brews and a handful of peanuts.
Want my bacon? Ariel offered, holding out her plate.
Sure, thanks.
Wyatt's hand touched Ariel's when she passed him the plate. Nick, not one to be outdone, said,
I met Tinsley for drinks at the club car. Tinsley?
Wyatt asked.
You know someone named Tinsley?
Tinsley Carnegie, Nick said, arching an eyebrow.
She's rich. I think I'll marry her.
God, Ariel said. You are so shallow. Nick snorted.
You won't be so critical when I buy one of the houses you're selling.
Oh, please, Ariel retorted. These houses are beyond your wildest dreams. Tell me about them, Sheila pleaded. Squash courts, Ariel said. Indoor swimming pools with mosaic murals, game rooms with pool tables. Oh, and one house? I've only seen it on the folders. One house has a master bathroom with the sink bowl made of glass etched with flowers. The floor and walls are marble. The bathtub is like a small swimming pool in the middle of the room with whirlpool jets and gold-plated fixtures. I'd love to see that, Sheila said longingly.
I would too, Nick said. Take us there.
What?
Ariel shook her head.
I can't do that.
If these places are so fabulous, why are the owners selling?
Wyatt asked. Ariel shrugged.
People get bored. They have other houses in Saint-Tropez and Aspen. They have a private jet with a personal pilot. They probably want to try someplace new.
Are they here this summer?
Nick asked.
No, the house is for sale. Transactions will be by their lawyers.
Wyatt asked.
So the tub is standalone? They must have run the pipes and wiring under the floor. I'd like to see it. Dude,
Nick said.
You are so weird.
I'd love to see the house myself, Ariel said. But I'm only a receptionist. They're not going to give me the keys.
I'll bet there's some real estate agent you could persuade,
Nick said, waggling his eyebrows. Ariel groaned.
You're disgusting. Plus, you're wrong. Long & Necker Real Estate deals with some of the wealthiest people on Earth. I live in the basement of the Sand Palace. No way am I getting the keys to the place. Please, Ariel, Sheila said sweetly. We only want to look at it. It's probably my only chance to learn how the 1% live.
You are all asking way too much, Ariel said.
But I'll see what I can do.
By her third week, the realtors had learned to trust her. Ariel was cool, blonde, classy. She never showed off her cleavage or wore too much perfume. She did her job perfectly. One Wednesday, when the realtors were racing off to attend soirees or show houses, Ariel coolly pocketed the keys for the Monet Lane house, shut down her computer, stepped out into the warm summer afternoon, and locked the office door. She strolled along Main Street, gazing in the windows, admiring the flowers in the window boxes, and the clothes displayed in the small, elegant shops. A dark gray Jeep waited in front of the pharmacy. She and the other three had pooled their money in order to rent the oldest, rustiest, most broken-down Jeep for the summer. The Monet Lane house was far out of town, overlooking Dionys Beach and Nantucket Sound, reachable by a long washboard dirt road. No way could the four of them bike out and back without being noticed. On the island, Jeeps were everywhere. Perfect camouflage. Nick was driving, Wyatt was sitting shotgun. Ariel eased herself into the back seat next to Sheila. Nick drove them out of the small, perfect town, into the wilds of the outer island. The top was down, so their hair blew back and the sun was high enough to burn their faces. When they hit the dirt road with its roller coaster ride over the ridges and dips, Sheila shrieked at each bounce. By then, no one had to shush her because the landscape all around them was empty of people. Just acres of sand, scraggly bushes, small wildflowers, and more sand. Who would want to live out here? Ariel wondered. When Nick brought the Jeep to a stop facing an enormous house with a stupendous view, she understood. The house looked out over Nantucket Sound, the water expanding forever, sparkling beneath the sun.
Monet House,
Nick said.
I think they mean Money House.
Sheila laughed appreciatively. Ariel forced herself to stop gawking. She went to the front door and opened it with the realtor's keys. Come on, no more than 5 minutes. The others hurried in behind her. The house was built of wood, glass, and metal. Everything in it was oversized. The freezer, the sofas, the beds. Wyatt and Nick checked out the media room. Ariel and Sheila inspected the walk-in closets of the main bedroom. One large room held everything a man needed. Suits, shoes, jackets, shirts, golf slacks, bathing attire. The wife's clothes and accessories required 3 separate rooms. Clothes, shoes, jewelry. 3-way mirrors hung in each room. Feel how soft this is, Ariel said to Sheila, holding out a pashmina.
What do you think it's made out of?
Nun's hair? Sheila joked. She turned red and put her hand to her mouth.
I can't believe I said that. Don't worry, you're funny,
Ariel assured the other girl. She sat down in a mirrored vanity and opened a silk-covered box.
Wow, look.
A pirate's treasure of loot lay in a scrambled mess. Pearls twined around gold bracelets, diamond rings caught on the post of a diamond earring. Silver, turquoise, emerald, ruby, topaz, rings, necklaces, bracelets, earrings.
What a hoard, Sheila said. Think how much jewelry she has if she can just leave this here.
It's probably all costume jewelry, Ariel told her.
I've heard that when the rich travel, they have costume jewelry made to look like their real jewelry in case it gets stolen.
Sheila held up a necklace with emerald-cut diamonds sparkling from the heavy gold.
Don't you ever feel envious?
Sure, I guess, Ariel replied, walking back to Sheila.
Everyone does. But take a look at yourself in the mirror.
Ariel took Sheila by the shoulders and turned her to face the full-length mirror.
How many women would sell their teeth to look like you?
Sheila forced a smile.
If they sold their teeth, I don't think this bosom would help them.
Ariel laughed too.
Come on, let's join the guys.
What did you think?
Nick asked as they bumped over the gravel drive and onto the dirt road. Sheila admitted,
I'm in a state of shock. I've worked in some pricey hotels, but I've never seen such luxury as in that empty house in the middle of nowhere. It seems wrong, un-American.
Nick laughed.
Honey, that house is as American as you can get.
Ariel patted Sheila's arm.
You don't know anything about their personal lives. Having all that stuff doesn't necessarily mean they're happy. I suppose.
Sheila could never tell them that it had taken all the courage she possessed to come to this island for the summer, to see a different part of the world, to see another kind of life, before she married her college love, Hank. She had known she would meet wealthy people, but she was seeing homes and places and people whose lives she couldn't imagine. She would never have a mansion as a summer home. She would never have a mansion. But she was determined to have a summer to remember.
Look,
Wyatt said after Ariel dropped off the keys at the agency.
Let's stop feeling sorry for ourselves. Who needs all that crap? We're young, the sun's shining, we've got a Jeep for the summer. Let's go out to Great Point. I've heard it's amazing out there.
It was a long, rolling ride to the stretch of sand dividing Nantucket Sound from the Atlantic Ocean. Both sides of water were roiling dramatically, surging forward, crashing, and plunging back. Along the shore, men cast their fishing lines. Families lay on blankets, and dogs wandered around, occasionally chasing a seagull. The afternoon light glared steadily.
We need a frisbee,
Wyatt said.
Next time,
Nick told him. He stripped off his polo shirt and dove into the waves. Wyatt did the same.
Come on,
Ariel told Sheila. She'd already taken off her shoes. Now she removed her watch and earrings and piled them on the back seat.
It looks cold, Sheila said, and I'm not wearing a bathing suit. We'll go in with our clothes on, Ariel told her. The sun will dry us out in minutes.
Without waiting, Ariel raced barefoot down the sand and threw herself into the waves. The cold burned and the water was turbulent, smashing up against her with turquoise slaps. She swam underwater until she had to come up for air. Her eyes stung from the salt water, but she dove back down, kicking her legs and spinning as the careless, powerful ocean lifted her up, pulled her down. A kind of ecstasy swept through her. This sweet abandon of herself as a person, as a woman, as a dutiful daughter and ambitious spirit, all that simply vanished, and she was a creature of the sea, a creature captured by the sea. She laughed, taking in water and choking and arrowing up to the surface to cough. Getting her breath back, she floated for a moment, settling down, pulling in deep drafts of air. What had just happened? For a moment, she'd been transformed, body and soul. She had been terrified and euphoric.
Ariel!
From far away, someone was calling her name. She twisted into a dog paddle and spun around, searching for the shoreline. She was very far out. She hadn't realized she was so far away from the beach. She waved and began swimming hard back to the shore. After a moment, she realized the tide was ebbing, the currents fighting her every move to go forward. She plunged ahead and gained several yards. Something black and round reared up in front of her, its dark eyes meeting hers.
"You're a harbor seal!"
She yelled with joy and reached out to touch the creature, but it disappeared instantly, and she saw Wyatt swimming toward her.
"I'm fine,"
she called to Wyatt.
"I'm fine, I just met a seal."
Wyatt continued swimming until he reached her.
"Hold on to my neck,"
he ordered, turning his back to her. Ariel grabbed his neck and then his shoulders and allowed Wyatt to tow her through the water to the beach. For a few moments it seemed they were lovers, as his legs kicked up between her legs, and she felt his body moving and saw his head, his brown hair as slick and gleaming as the seal's. He had rescued her. He had noticed where she was and swum out to her. Ariel wanted to wrap her legs around him, clutching him to her. But when they reached the shallow water, Wyatt stood up. Ariel slipped off his back and stood next to him.
"Thank you, Wyatt,"
she said. They were both breathless.
"You're welcome."
His look was intense when he said,
"Wouldn't want to lose you."
Ariel met his eyes. Wouldn't want to be lost. She wanted to hold him, kiss him, crush herself into him, but she couldn't, not here on the beach with people around. "I should give you a reward," she said teasingly.
"Like buying me a beer?"
Wyatt suggested. "Oh, I think you deserve much more than a beer." Ariel saw his chest heave as his breath caught. She couldn't take her eyes away from him.
"Hey, shark bait!"
Nick called.
"Let's go see the lighthouse."
Wyatt broke the spell, shouting,
"On our way!"
"Hour," Ariel thought. Wyatt had said hour. Ariel caught her long hair and sluiced the water out, bending sideways. Her wet sundress clung to her. Sheila saw Nick and Wyatt surveying Ariel's body, her long legs, slim hips, small breasts with nipples hardened from the cold water. Sheila wished she'd gone in, at least for a few minutes. The four trudged up the sandy path to the small open cabin holding the entrance to the towering lighthouse with its Fresnel lenses. The door to the winding stairs was locked.
"Come around to this side,"
Sheila called.
"I've got my camera. I can get a shot of you all in front of the lighthouse."
"Sheila and her camera," Wyatt said with a sigh. But he joined the others, and then he took a photo of Sheila with Nick and Ariel. They headed back to the beach, Sheila snapping shots as they went. Two women, part of a nearby group, waved and invited the four of them to join them on their beach blankets, beneath beach umbrellas. They'd anchored the ends of blankets with coolers holding beer, sandwiches, soft drinks. The women, Heidi and Jane, were with two guys, Roger and Bob, and they were working on the island for the summer too. It was all spontaneous and friendly, everyone laughing, Heidi insisting Sheila use her sunblock and sit under the shade of the beach umbrella. Later, an older man and woman came over to offer them some of the striped bass they'd caught. Nick and the others regretfully passed. They had no way to cook the fish, but Heidi and Jane accepted. They wrapped the fish in sandwich wrapping and stuck them in the ice-filled cooler. This is how it is for them, Sheila thought, the wealthy ones. The effortless sharing and acceptance, easy smiles and laughter. The more they included her, the more Sheila knew in her heart she didn't belong. A few nights after they'd gone to Great Point, a storm blew up from the northeast. It was sudden, like a cat pouncing. Only a slight breeze shivering the trees, and then torrents of rain swept sideways by a furious wind. Clouds layered the sky, making it blacker than it had been for weeks. The four had all worked hard that day, and were happily tucked into their beds when a high keening sang through the air. It wasn't in the basement, but it was nearby, as if someone on what remained of the first floor was chanting or singing. It stopped suddenly, then moments later began again. There was no rhythm to it, no sense. Sheila crept out of bed, wrapping her robe around herself. She stuck her head out into the hall, which was dark. Sharon Waters had commanded them to turn off the one light at the end of the hall whenever possible.
Sheila?
Ariel was just outside her bedroom. She'd shoved her feet into sandals and wrapped a blanket around her shoulders for comfort.
Can you hear that?
Wyatt stepped out into the hall wearing a Mizzou tee and boxer shorts. He held a flashlight in his hand. Someone's crying. The high, whining call rode through the air again.
It's a ghost,
Sheila whispered. Nick entered the hall, clad in a blue and white striped cotton robe.
What the hell is that?
We don't know,
Ariel told him.
I'm scared,
Sheila confessed.
For God's sake,
Wyatt swore.
Let's go find out what it is.
He headed toward the door that led to the back stairs up to the first floor, what little remained of it. His flashlight wavered here and there.
This is spooky,
Ariel said.
Maybe this hotel does have ghosts.
Wyatt shoved the door open. A dim orange glow from a few ceiling lights illuminated the space. They were in a hallway with a door that had once led to stairs to the higher floors of the hotel. Those higher floors didn't exist any longer. Plywood was nailed over the doorway and yellow tape crossed the door warning no exit. They turned left toward the stairs to the shell of the office area of the building. They climbed single file to the first floor, where a couple of officers were untouched by the wrecker's ball. Here was Sharon Waters' domain, and where the sound was coming from.
Ariel, Sheila, stand back,
Wyatt said.
We'll go in first.
Wyatt thrust the door open, exposing a faintly lit room filled with computers, copiers, desks, and desk chairs. The other three crowded inside. Nick flicked a switch, and an overhead light came on. They could see how the room fronted what had once been the lobby, empty now of furniture or baggage carts. The keening was louder and less steady.
Maybe someone died here,
Sheila said.
Look!
Wyatt strode to the other side of the room and pointed to a cracked window overlooking the lawn. Wind would shudder through it, scraping one edge of glass against another.
This is all it is, nothing more.
He held his hand over the crack and the noise stopped.
You're brilliant, Wyatt!
Ariel ran to him, threw her arms around his neck, and kissed him.
I thought we were about to be captured by aliens.
Find some tape,
Nick said,
to cover the crack.
Sheila yanked open the drawer of a desk. A small roll of Scotch tape lay next to pens and paper clips.
I don't think,
she said helplessly.
Here.
Nick opened a cabinet filled with supplies, took out a thick roll of silver duct tape and a pair of scissors. Together, Nick and Wyatt taped over the crack, applying it from every possible angle until the keening had completely stopped.
We'll explain to Sharon in the morning,
Wyatt said. Nick was searching through the desk drawers and cabinets.
You'd think someone would keep a bottle of whiskey here. I could use a drink. Nick, are you carrying a golf club?
Wyatt asked.
It was all I could find,
Nick answered.
I wanted to have some protection.
Ariel started laughing. Wyatt and Sheila joined her. Nick folded his arms in exasperation, still holding the golf club in his hand, trying to seem dignified in his striped seersucker robe.
I'm so glad I provided amusement, Nick huffed. I'm going back to bed.
Sheila followed, flicking off the overhead light as she went. Ariel and Wyatt stood in the room, still as statues. Wyatt's flashlight hung loosely in his hand, pointed at the floor, and the room was dim. "You were brave," Ariel said. Wyatt laughed.
Not really.
They walked together to the top of the stairs. The flashlight made a golden tunnel down to the basement. Ariel shivered a little and leaned against his body. They stood quietly, side by side in the darkness, breathing, sensing the rise and fall of the other's chests. It was intimate and sensual. "I want to know more about you," Ariel said. Wyatt said, "I want to kiss you." Ariel turned her face toward him. His lips met hers carefully, gently. And then they twisted toward each other, and Wyatt cupped the back of her head in his hand, and their kiss became stronger, its sweetness deepening, and Ariel moaned. When Wyatt spoke, his voice was husky. I want to spend time alone with you. I want to kiss you again, and not while standing at the top of the stairs. I want to know you, Ariel." He smoothed her hair away from her cheek. He said as if praying, "Ariel." "I want that too." Ariel was trembling again, and maybe it was from fear, but also it was from desire and joy and a kind of hope she'd never realized existed. "We have the whole summer," Wyatt said. "Yes, I want more than the summer," Ariel thought.
"What are you two doing up there?"
Nick called.
"Admiring the view?"
Wyatt answered, laughing. Wyatt took Ariel's hand and pointed the flashlight down the stairs. They descended carefully, not wanting this moment to end. Wyatt held Ariel's hand until she opened her bedroom door and disappeared, but only for the night. 4. This summer. Sunday evening, their first night on the island, the five gathered at 6 o'clock in Nick's suite, room 304. It was Nick's wife Francine who welcomed them through the door, and Jade Marie knew her mother was presenting the message her father wanted to convey. Nick was not only wealthy, he was married to the most glamorous woman in the world. Francine wore wide-legged black silk trousers topped with a sleeveless black silk turtleneck, 4-inch high heels, blonde hair pulled back into a chignon, Lancome retro rouge lipstick, emerald-cut diamond ear studs, a gold Cartier watch. Sheila wore a multicolored Johnny Was full-length dress that was too young for her but still worked, and dangling multicolored earrings. Between the day she'd ordered the dress from a catalog and tonight, Sheila had gained a few pounds. The dress was tight. When she moved, she bulged like a butterfly struggling to emerge from its cocoon. Penny wore a green sundress that set off her coloring, and an odd gold necklace with a small crown dangling from the chains. It looked silly, and Penny knew that, but she didn't care. Last Christmas, her 3 brothers had pooled their money to buy this necklace for her, because she was the princess to them. Over the years, her brothers had used the term angrily. The princess always gets her way. But now they were teenagers, impressed with their college graduate sister, and they remembered all the times she had covered up for something idiotic they'd done, and all the times she'd stuck up for them in a fight with their parents, and now they all completely and faithfully adored her. Penny considered it her most valuable possession. Ariel, the always beautiful Ariel, was sleek in a little cream dress and pearls. Wyatt wore a suit and tie and looked uncomfortable in them, always tugging at the shirt collar. Still, Jade Marie thought, he was a handsome man. Jason wore khakis, a polo shirt, and a blue blazer. His thick black hair fell over his forehead, and his black eyelashes made his blue eyes flash. He was tall, and Jade Marie was glad. She was tall too. Francine assured everyone her husband would be there soon. He was on an important business call. Jade Marie didn't miss the looks that shot between Mr. Smith and his wife. She glared at the Smiths. Jason grinned at Jade Marie and rolled his eyes. A waiter appeared with a tray of drinks, white wine, water, and vodka martinis. The group began to mingle, and Jade Marie let out an anxious breath. She wanted to like these people who had been her father's companions so very long ago, and she wanted them to like her. She really wanted Jason to like her.
Francine, we're so tremendously happy to see you again,
Sheila gushed, enclosing Francine's hand in both of hers.
And finally our daughters can meet.
Sheila beckoned to Penny to come stand next to her. Francine murmured something in French to Jade Marie, who came to stand next to Penny.
Don't they look beautiful together?
Sheila pressed her hands to her breast.
Oh, Ariel, we were this lovely when we were their age, weren't we?
I suppose, Ariel answered. It certainly caused a lot of trouble.
Really?
Penny's face lit up.
Tell!
Sheila frowned at Ariel.
We don't need to discuss this now. Or ever.
Jason and his father joined the group.
Are we talking about that summer?
Before anyone could answer, a door opened and Nick entered the room. He was still movie star handsome. The silver glinting in his dark hair only made him more striking. His presence stopped the conversations. Everyone turned to look at him. He held out his hands in welcome.
Nick!
Ariel called. Nick entered the room.
My friends!
He went from person to person, hugging the men as hard as he hugged the women.
I'm so happy to see you all. How are your rooms? Are they big enough? Do you have everything you need?
It's fine, Wyatt answered.
Fine?
Ariel laughed. Our rooms are paradise, Nick. Thank you. Wyatt caught the look Ariel shot him. He had promised not to be sour. It would look as if he thought he was somehow less successful than Nick.
I want to congratulate you, Nick. The lighthouse really is first class.
Wyatt held out his hand. Nick grabbed Wyatt's hand and pulled him into another tight hug.
It's a dream come true to see you here, Wyatt. God, you haven't aged a day.
Wyatt thought Nick was a phony, but the compliment pleased him.
Happy to see you too. And this is not the only hotel you own, right? Right,
Nick said.
Even better, my daughter, Jade Marie, the young light of my life, is going into the biz too. She's the head receptionist this summer.
But not for this week, Jade Marie said. This is a once-in-a-lifetime reunion. I don't want to miss a thing. Nick!
Sheila thrust herself forward between Ariel and Wyatt, tugging her daughter by the wrist.
Nick, I want you to meet my daughter, Penny.
Nick responded by hugging Sheila and kissing her cheek. With a smile for Penny, he said,
Look at you two beauties. Penny, you look just like your mother.
Over the years, Penny had learned to take the remark gracefully. If she demurred, she knew her mother would go into some kind of, "Oh no, I've gotten fat," nattering, which would mean everyone else had to tell Sheila she wasn't fat. And she wasn't, really. To Penny's surprise, Sheila said, "Darling Nick, you're sweet, but I've changed. That's what a daughter and 3 sons will do to a person." Francine dutifully remarked, "Sheila, you're gorgeous. Now come, everyone, let's have a drink before we go to dinner." Nick stepped forward and lifted a glass of champagne from the waiter's tray.
The rooms are different from our rooms in the Sand Palace, aren't they?
Nick prompted.
Jason, Penny, I assume your parents have told you about that summer?
Maybe not everything,
Sheila whispered to Ariel. Penny spoke up.
Yes, Mom told me you all went to beach parties and danced on the sand by the light of the moon.
Ariel nodded. That's right. It was so romantic. Sheila said. That was the summer I ate snails.
Mom, ugh,
Penny said. Jade Marie hastened to add,
in France, they're called escargots. They're served in the shell, simmered in a delicious wine broth, and they're a delicacy.
Nick said,
Our demolished hotel had been called the Nantucket Palace, so we called it the Sand Palace.
Right, Ariel agreed.
We called ourselves the Sand Palace 4.
Francine broke into the conversation.
And I eventually became part of the group, even though I never had occasion to stay at the Sand Palace.
You were too good for the Sand Palace, Sheila said with a touch of resentment in her voice.
We biked all over the island,
Wyatt said,
seeing the moors, the ponds, the bluffs, and so on. Quite enlightening.
Ariel rolled her eyes at her stuffy husband. What you mean to say is we had so much fun.
I have pictures,
Sheila announced, her eyes bright with excitement. She opened her purse.
I've arranged them chronologically. I'll pass them around. Look, our first day and our first time together at the beach.
The group crowded around, leaning over one another's shoulders, searching for a glimpse of the 4 of them at the jetty's beach.
Mom,
Jason said,
you look so young.
We were so young, Ariel told her son. Wyatt fastened his eyes on his son's face.
We were your age.
We all had such dreams, Ariel said.
I remember.
Nick turned to Wyatt.
Hey man, do you have a new element named after you yet?
Wyatt's smile was more of a grimace.
No, and I don't expect to. My father's in his 70s and officially retired, but he's still head of our lab, comes in every day, assigns projects. Our work involves geology, more specifically the minerals in caves, and the research takes years. Jason will be the next Smith to name a new element.
But only if he decides to remain in that field, Ariel was quick to add. Jason said nothing. Sheila quickly changed the subject.
Ariel, how is your writing going?
Sheila, how sweet of you to remember. Ariel's smile was genuine. I've written some short stories that have been printed in university quarterlies, and actually one was just bought by an online magazine.
Cool,
Sheila said. So no novel yet, but I still have my hopes. When I first married, I had no time for writing, really. Jason came along, we bought a house.
Faculty wives have certain responsibilities,
Wyatt added. True, Ariel agreed, smiling at her husband. I attended and even hosted many university occasions. Still, once Jason was in college, I managed to go to some writers' conferences. I write an occasional column for a local newspaper, and I do intend to begin a novel, but it's a huge time commitment. A shadow passed over her face. Ariel lifted her chin. And Sheila, what about you?
Oh, you know me, Sheila said. I've got my gorgeous Penny and my 3 athletic boys, not to mention Hank. I basically cook and do laundry. The truth is, I love it this way.
You're a lucky woman.
Nick held out his arms.
This is my dream come true, having all of you here tonight, Penny, Jason, and Jade Marie. I know you might be somewhat bored this week while the rest of us reminisce. On the other hand, you might be jealous, and you might learn something. Seldom have 4 people had so much fun.
Wyatt said,
Hear, hear. After dinner, the Sand Palace 4 will share dessert and our best memories in the privacy of this room. You young ones will be free to go off and enjoy the rest of the evening however you want.
Jade Marie, who wore her long, lustrous dark hair down, shook her head. Don't worry, Dad. We'll be out making memories of our own. She stared directly at Jason with a "come on, I dare you" smile that sent dopamine racing through his body.
We're all having dinner in the governor's room at the yacht club. I believe,
he glanced at his Rolex,
we should be going there now. So freshen up, and my beautiful wife Francine and my gorgeous daughter Jade Marie and I will lead the way. We'll see you in the lobby in 5.
With that, he left the room.
Oh,
Sheila said.
That was abrupt.
That was Nick, Ariel reminded her. He always liked to keep everyone off balance. The party filed out of the room and gradually regrouped in the lobby, where the three Volkovs, father, mother, and daughter, greeted them and escorted them to the yacht club. In the private dining room, a long table extended with a snow-white tablecloth, glittering crystal, and place cards. Nick Volkov, real estate tycoon and owner of the hotel, was at the head of the table with Ariel on his right and Sheila's daughter Penny on his left. Sheila was in the middle, with Wyatt across from her. Jason sat next to Sheila, facing Jade Marie. Francine was on his other side at the foot of the table. When the party had settled in, Nick summoned a waiter who carried a silver tray with 8 glasses. Another waiter brought a standing ice bucket with a bottle of Veuve Clicquot. The waiters filled the champagne glasses at each place, and Nick rose to speak.
Just a brief history of what brings us together. In 1995, Jeff Morton put his creaky old excuse for a hotel on the market. It was called, ironically, although I'm not sure Jeff had the brains to be ironic, the Palace.
Wyatt and Ariel groaned.
Maybe call the hotel in Miami a palace, Nick continued, but not on Nantucket. Big surprise, it tanked. Spencer Warren bought it and transformed it into Rockers, an equally inappropriate name. Nantucket is basically sand. Herman Melville called it a mere hillock, an elbow of sand, all beach without a background.
Woo-hoo! Sheila cried. Scholar, Nick continued.
But reality never bothered Spencer Warren. That summer, he had lawyers and architects working to get permits to transform the building into a 90s rock oasis. The basement of the building was left untouched, and the 4 of us rented what had once been the staff quarters. We all had just graduated from college. We were beginning our real lives.
He was aware that waitstaff had entered the room.
Now here we are, to celebrate.
The waiters set out the starters of bluefish pâté and delicately salted bread. The diners became polite and formal. They chatted about favorite specialties at favorite restaurants, celebrity gossip, nothing serious or political. For a while it was all very pleasant. By the time the entrees had been served, the glasses had been refilled for the 2nd or 3rd time, and the group was relaxing, loosening up. The room became warmer. The artificial light in the room was low. Candles lit the long table, flickering as words floated past on breath, and people's faces were flushed and beautiful, almost otherworldly. Jason thought it was like seeing the parents as they had been when they were young. Nick, at the head of the table, was being gallant to Penny, who was lovely and fresh and sweet. Ariel and Sheila chatted amiably, laughing now and then like the old friends they were. Jason's father engaged Jade Marie in conversation. Francine leaned close to talk with Jason. She was from France, so for a while they spoke French, but Jason made so many hilarious mistakes they had to revert to English. Francine told Jason that this summer she was flying to Paris and driving down to Saint-Tropez with one of her friends. They would stay for 2 months, while Nick was involved with his little hotel project. "He always has to have a project, this one," Francine disclosed. "He does not know how to relax, to simply be. He's always trying to surpass a goal, conquer a challenge, win a prize." Jason took a sip of wine. He glanced across the table. Jade Marie was talking with Sheila, not looking Jason's way.
"Tell me more about Jade Marie,"
he said. "What can I say?" Francine shrugged elegantly. "Look at her. She's beautiful, she's intelligent. I do not think she is a spontaneous, careless girl. She adores her papa. She'll be working at this hotel all summer, and who knows? Maybe this will be her vocation. Certainly the island is full of natural beauty, and much of the population is cultured and cosmopolitan." Jason asked.
"Is she engaged? Or with someone?"
Oh, my darling, no. She is only 22. She's only finished college. She needs to explore the world. Francine lowered her voice. But do not be fooled. Jade Marie is a very smart girl. Very smart. If she wishes, she will one day run this hotel and then own it. Jade Marie overheard her mother and turned away from Sheila. Are you talking about me, Maman? Francine smiled. But of course, I have no other topic of conversation. Wyatt joined in with Francine and Jade Marie, which allowed Jason to study Jade Marie while she wasn't aware. The waiters had quietly brought more wine, and Jason could tell he'd had enough to destabilize his common sense. Jade Marie's cheeks were flaming, and Jason guessed she too was well into a happy hour. Sheila interrupted his thoughts.
Tell me about your mother and father, she burbled. The flawless Ariel and the brilliant Wyatt, are they happy?
Before Jason could answer, Sheila continued.
Oh, Sheila.
She slapped one hand with the other, playfully reprimanding herself.
Don't ask such a silly question. Of course his parents are happy. They are Ariel and Wyatt. And my, you are such a beautiful son for them. Yes, they are fortunate.
Jason noticed that from across the table, Penny was watching her mother carefully. I think you're even more fortunate, Jason said. You have a gorgeous daughter. He caught Jade Marie's sharp glance. She was listening to him. His heart caught as their eyes met. He wrenched his attention away. Sheila was talking.
She is lovely, isn't she? You're right. Also, I have 3 sons.
Sheila brightened, as if she had just realized the fact. Tell me about them, Jason said. It was the perfect question. Sheila almost floated off her chair with pleasure. As she described each son, Jason glanced across the table. Penny was smiling gratefully at him. Jade Marie's eyes were fastened on him now, captivating him. Jason could almost touch the current of attraction Jade Marie was sending his way. For a moment, he ached with desire. Sheila gripped Jason's arm, forcing his attention back to her.
But Sean, he's my baby, and already he's becoming a man. Sean means God is gracious, you know, and God was gracious, giving him to me 10 years after my first child.
Jason frowned at the intensity of Sheila's unexpected grip. Penny leaned across the table. Mom, drink some water. Laughter broke out at the top of the table. Everyone looked at Nick, who explained. Ariel and I were remembering the party out at Cisco Beach where we did shots of tequila and danced in the light of the full moon.
Ah, Penny said. What a wonderful image.
Ariel cut in. Yes, but we finally left. Nick got into the old Jeep and said, I can't find the ignition. And Wyatt said, that's because you're in the back seat. The parents howled with laughter. Yeah, and remember the night? With fluid grace, Jade Marie rose. I think it's time for dessert. That means we young ones are set free to roam the island. If it's all right, I'll lead the way. Her announcement set off a flurry of people pushing chairs back, parents hugging children as if they were sending off on an adventure, and at last, Jade Marie going through the door of the private dining room and down the stairs. Jason gestured for Penny to follow Jade Marie, and he went behind. Alone at last, Nick quipped, rubbing his hands together. Now we can talk. Ariel spoke first. Francine, what I want to know is what you've been doing all these years. Francine looked very pleased to be included. Ariel, thank you. I know my husband is the bright red cardinal and I am the small wren in the background. But my father owns several hotels, mostly in Europe now. I sit on many of the boards, I attend many meetings. Nick broke in. Yes, and to be clear, all the family meetings are held someplace like Monaco or Martinique. True, Francine said with a smug smile at her husband. My husband knows this because he joins me at these meetings. My personal interest is in art. I help my family obtain art for the walls of their most prized hotels. Here at the Lighthouse, for example, and hotels in Bermuda, Saint-Tropez, and Jackson Hole. Possessing an art collection adds to their reputation and appeal.
Sheila cut in. Will Jade Marie be a hotelier like Nick, or will she work with your family?
Ah, Francine responded with glowing pleasure. That is the thing, Sheila. Jade Marie will have both. She knows about hotels, and she knows about art, and she knows about money. What about Penny? Sheila sat back in her chair as if she'd been pushed. She'd never liked Francine, and she knew very well that was because she was jealous of the French woman, who had remained pencil-thin over the years while Sheila had, if only slightly, ballooned. Sheila felt that Francine's question was some kind of attack on her, because Penny hadn't yet discovered her calling. But Sheila admitted to herself that she was the one who had asked about Jade Marie, so this was only fair.
I don't think Penny knows what she wants to do. It's possible she'll want to be like me, marry someone she loves, have lots of children, and enjoy family life.
I agree with Francine, Wyatt said. When you do important work, your child should follow in your footsteps.
I didn't actually say that, Wyatt, Francine said sweetly. Ariel spoke up. And here we are, everyone staying at a hotel Nick owns, with our beloved children 25 years after our meeting at the Sand Palace. I propose a toast. She had transformed the mood of the room. Everyone toasted, and Sheila, her cheeks rosy with champagne, said giddily,
Let's talk about our weddings. Francine, were you married in Paris?
While the parents discussed their pasts, their children discussed what to do with the warm summer evening. Let's go to the Brant Point Lighthouse, Jade Marie suggested. It's a short walk from here. Jason shrugged.
Sure.
What a good idea,
Penny said, smiling up at Jason as if it had been his idea. As they went out the door of the club, a man their age was coming in.
Hey, Jade Marie.
He was very tall, with black hair and dark eyes. He wore Nantucket red shorts with an untucked striped shirt.
Nice to see you again,
Jade Marie said. Hey, Liam, are you here for the summer?
Off and on. I'm going to sail every hour I can find.
Jade Marie smiled. Liam Miller, sailing addict. Meet my friends, Penny O'Connell and Jason Smith. Liam offered his hand to Jason. Liam's hand was hard and calloused. Jason watched Liam take Penny's hand and almost laughed out loud at Penny's expression. She seemed innocent, naive. If she ever met a rock star, she'd explode. Liam said,
I'm off for a sail now. Why don't you all come with me?
At night?
Penny almost squeaked.
Yes, at night. Look at that moon. It will light the way.
Liam waved a hand at the sky, which was only now at 10 o'clock, losing the last of the sunlight. I'd love to, Jade Marie said. Penny shrank back just a little.
I don't know,
Jason said.
Come on, Penny. You'll be fine.
You will, I promise, Jade Marie said, putting a warm hand on Penny's arm.
Do you know how to sail?
Penny asked. I do, Jade Marie said. Liam stepped close to Penny.
Penny, if we capsize, I promise I'll save you.
Okay,
she agreed, looking starstruck.
If you say so.
I say so,
Liam said.
In fact, I promise.
He took her hand and kissed it. Jade Marie shot a glance at Jason. They smiled, knowing they were having the same thought.
This way, then.
Liam kept hold of Penny's hand and headed down the side of the yacht club and onto the brick sidewalk to the boardwalk to the harbor. The club launch waited by the ramp, and the club driver reached out a hand to help them on.
Oh, I'm wearing heels,
Penny said, drawing back. Take them off, Penny, Jade Marie suggested sweetly. She glanced over at Jason with another smile, as if she felt she and Jason were some kind of team. I'd like that a lot, Jason thought.
Here, Penny, lean on me. You'll be fine,
Liam said. Once they were all on board and seated, everyone wearing a life jacket, the launch driver steered them between yachts tied to moorings to Liam's sailboat. It was a trim boat decked out with teak, and when Liam raised the mainsail, it skipped sweetly over the water, blown by the easy night breeze. Liam deftly steered his boat between the others in the harbor, where the lights from the boat's cabins cast blurry reflections in the water. Bits of music flashed through the air. When they reached Nantucket Sound, fewer boats were in sight.
The water looks black now,
Penny noticed. She leaned over the side, gripping the hull tightly. Well, the sky is dark, so the water is reflecting the sky, Jade Marie said sensibly. Jason didn't mention it. But out here on the Sound, the wind swept the waves along more swiftly. The waves made a slapping noise as they hit the hull. The boat rocked, not dangerously, but slanting back and forth enough to make it feel like a funhouse ride in the dark.
There are probably all sorts of creatures swimming beneath us,
Penny whispered, as if to keep the creatures from hearing her.
There certainly are, Liam agreed. Seals, sea bass, and even bluefish. And sharks, too,
Jason said. Don't be mean, Jade Marie told him. Oh, I can handle it, Penny told Jade Marie. I have 3 brothers at home.
Where are you from?
Liam asked.
Cleveland, Ohio. We're on the shore of Lake Erie, so I have been sailing, but not at night. And my brothers have jet skis, and Dad has a motorboat so they can water ski.
Do you water ski, Penny? Jade Marie asked.
I can. It's not my favorite thing.
What's your favorite thing?
Liam asked her. Penny smiled up at the tall sailor.
I don't know. I don't think I've discovered it quite yet.
She stared up at Liam, as if Liam might be it. Penny may not be naive after all, Jason thought. For a while, no one spoke. They settled into the rhythm and music of the waves. Jason broke the silence.
I live in Columbia, Missouri. My parents have a place on the Lake of the Ozarks. We've got a couple of boats. One of them is my mom's pontoon boat that we take out on hot summer days so we can dive in the water, cool off, and then eat a steak hot from our grill. Do you sail?
Liam asked. Jason shrugged.
Not really. I have friends with sailboats, but we don't have one. Your boat is awesome.
Liam nodded.
Thanks.
Look at the moon, Jade Marie said. The silver moon, not quite full, tilted drunkenly on its side. Stars speckled the sky. In the distance, a large car ferry was making its way toward the island, like a castle moving on the sea. For a while they went along in silence, each person, finally even Penny, relaxing into the softness of the air, the rhythmic rocking of the boat. The Great Point lighthouse glared at them every few seconds, and when they were only 100 yards or so from the coast, Liam dropped the sail and the anchor. It was warm, very dark, like a dream. Liam broke the silence.
Missouri, you said. Why there?
Jason spoke without enthusiasm.
My dad's an important scientist and professor at the University of Missouri in Columbia. His father, my grandfather, discovered an unknown mineral in a cave and had an element named after him.
And what about you? Jade Marie asked.
I like the area fine, Jason said, but I'd like to live somewhere different for a while.
After a moment, he looked at Jade Marie.
I like this, now.
I know how you feel, Penny exclaimed. I love my family and my friends, but I want to go places, see new things, have some adventures.
What was your major in college?
Liam asked. Penny answered with enthusiasm.
Technology. I seem to have a knack for it. It's like my brother's got all the athletic genes and I got all the tech genes. Probably that's because to be a techie, you have to sit still and focus. My brothers really can't do that. They like to play sports, throw balls, knock things over.
Wow, Penny, Jade Marie said. If you're good in information technology, you can live anywhere.
I suppose that's true, although my parents are really hoping I'll stay in Cleveland.
Penny sighed. You ought to travel now while you're young, Jade Marie said. Or you could live someplace like Boston. You'd have an IT job in a snap. Then you could take weekend trips to nearby cities like New York or Montreal or even to Nantucket.
Or, Liam said, you could meet a new friend with a sailboat who could take you down the entire East Coast. Spend warm summer nights on the boat, sleeping under the stars.
He looked right at Penny as he spoke. Penny's heart did a backflip. She was glad it was dark so no one could see her blush. She looked right back at Liam and said, You make it sound so easy. I mean, leaving my home? My family would be hurt. Jade Marie chimed in. Hey, they'll have to get over it. You're an adult. You have your own interests and talents. Your parents have 3 other children, right?
Jade Marie's right. You're lucky, Jason said. Your parents have other kids. I'm an only child, and my dad is so passionate about his research, he thinks it's the single most important thing in the world. He almost hit me when I said I wanted to think about doing something different. We're headed for a major argument after this week,
Jade Marie said eagerly. Because you want to stay on Nantucket for a while, right?
I'm not sure,
Jason said, meeting her eyes.
This is the first day I've been here.
I saw some of the island last year when I came with Dad, Jade Marie said. That's when I met you at the party at the yacht club, Liam. I didn't have a chance to learn about your work.
I work for my family's company, Zephron. Our family is based in Florida, but we've got a house here,
Liam said.
I guess over the years I've seen a lot of the island.
Will you show us around tomorrow? Jade Marie asked.
I'd like that,
Liam said, looking at Penny.
But now we should be heading back.
The group was quiet as they sailed into the harbor. Jade Marie and Jason lay on the deck, gazing up at the stars. Penny sat with her elbows back on the rail, looking at the stars and at Liam. When they were just inside the harbor, Penny said, What is Zephron, Liam?
It's a company that makes wind turbines. My job's involved with, no surprise, turbines in the ocean. That sounds awesome, Jason said. Good for you. Boring for me, actually. The paperwork is ridiculous. Our company has to have approval from the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management, which is part of the Department of the Interior. Right now, we're trying to get approval to put up a wind farm 12 miles off Nantucket and 12 miles off of Vineyard.
Jade Marie said, Wow.
We've got lots of resistance, lots of hate. Fishermen say we'll keep the fish away, birders say we'll kill birds, and yet it's a source of green energy, and we need wind farms.
Does that mean sometimes you're in a suit and tie? Penny asked, almost licking her lips.
It does, but I get away as often as possible. I sail by myself for a week or 2. I go down to the Caribbean and crew on racing boats.
He paused and stared at Penny.
Now and then I take a friend with me.
Penny said, That must be so fun.
It can be,
Liam told her. The boat slipped into the harbor. Liam found his mooring and dropped his painter over it, then took his phone from his pocket and signaled the launch. When it came, Jason helped the women step off Liam's boat and onto the launch, and he followed. Where are you sleeping? Penny asked Liam.
On my boat, of course. I'll be rocked like a baby in a cradle.
He gave Penny a daring look.
Want to join me?
Oh, I couldn't. I mean, my mother would be upset if she knew.
Penny took a deep breath and squared her shoulders.
But maybe another night.
I'll count on it,
Liam said. They said their goodbyes and walked back to the hotel. Jason had a woman on each side. Penny was babbling about the warm night, the zillions of stars, the salty air, and she knew she was really talking so the other 2 wouldn't tease her for liking Liam so quickly and completely. Jason and Jade Marie weren't thinking about Penny. They weren't really thinking at all. They were touching. They were holding hands. 5. That summer. Sheila was well aware that her job as chambermaid at the Rose Hotel was less cool than Ariel's as a receptionist at the real estate agency. After all, Sheila was scrubbing toilets, changing stained sheets, emptying overflowing wastebaskets, and gathering up empty bottles, cans, and candy wrappers. But she was also smoothing fresh, sweetly scented sheets over beds with beveled walnut headboards, carved with lovebirds and flowers. She was putting out fresh, rose-shaped soaps and shampoos, and clever small kits of sewing necessities. She was peeking, accidentally of course, at what young women carried in their vanity bags: Joy or Chanel No. 5 perfume, face cream, hand cream, body cream, eyelash curlers, mascara, eyeliner, and expensive lipsticks in sunset colors that begged to be tried on. So she did try them on. They did wonders for her pale skin and felt like silk on her mouth. She blotted her lips, carefully tucking the tissue into her apron pocket before she left the room. Mrs. Reardon, the owner of the small hotel, could be fierce if Sheila did something wrong, but in general she was sweet and occasionally daffy. The overabundance of roses in the curtains, carpets, vases, linens, and dishes was eye-popping and almost disturbing.
"You do have a lot of roses around,"
Sheila said during her second week, when she felt more comfortable with her older, plumper boss.
"Ah, well, you see, I'm not as daft as I am clever," Mrs. Reardon said. "No one ever forgets this place. You'll hear newlyweds squealing with laughter over the rose shower curtains, and isn't that lovely? I've given them something to make them smile and talk about in years to come. I don't need a brochure."
It was happy people who came to stay at the Rose, and they were well off and generous too. They tipped lavishly, especially the newlyweds. So much so that after 3 weeks, Sheila took the ferry to Hyannis and bought herself a new dress and lipsticks at the mall. On Sundays and some especially alluring late afternoons, Sheila went out with her 3 friends to beach parties. The guys carried 6-packs of beer in their bike panniers. Sheila and Ariel took crackers and cheese. Somewhere among the crowd was a table set up in the sand, with a keg weighing down one end and styrofoam buckets of ice holding beer and cokes and a variety of snacks on paper plates. It was kind of what Sheila imagined heaven would be like, with all newcomers welcome, easily joining the group, swimming, flirting, laughing, and drinking. Often a guy with a guitar found a perch on a bit of driftwood and sang lusty sea shanties. People, girls mostly, danced to his music, swaying their hips, the sun turning their high-held beer bottles into glowing lanterns. Women wore short shorts and t-shirts, or a man's unbuttoned shirt over a bikini, and lots of bangles jingling on tanned arms, long hair flying as they danced in the sea breeze. At the top of the dune, where the sand became a dirt road, piles of sneakers and flip-flops were abandoned. Everyone went barefoot in the sand, still warm from the summer day. During that magic season, there was sunlight until after 9 o'clock, and soon the moon and stars flashed their reflections onto the sea, and someone set up a portable radio or CD player, and they milled around with one another, laughing and whooping like school children at recess. Some went off to sit on the beach and have long confessional conversations. The dancing got personal. People paired up and kissed while they slow danced. Often a woman would go home with a guy, and just as often a couple didn't bother to leave the beach, but walked down to the privacy of a convenient dune. Sheila had offers, but she refused. She had promised Hank she would stay true to him, and she had meant that when she said it. But Nantucket was so seductive, as if desire were carried in the air. Tall, handsome Nick was always surrounded by swarms of girls. His pale skin was charmingly sunburned, and he had one of those Hollywood smiles that made your heart stop just to see it. He never brought a woman back to the Sand Palace, but he often didn't return home until morning, when he'd shower and dress for work. Sheila admitted to herself that she was slightly in awe of Nick, but that wasn't the same as being in love. Sometimes he'd wrap an arm around her shoulders, pull her against him, kiss the top of her head, but they were only chums. Someone like him would never love someone like her. One sultry evening, when the sticky heat of summer made Sheila's shorts and tea cling to her, someone set up a boombox playing a soft rock station. A big football player kind of guy lumbered over to where Sheila stood chatting with some girls from the Midwest. "Hey," he said. Sheila looked up at him. Cute, maybe even sweet. His right eyebrow was sliced in the middle by a scar. "Hi," Sheila said.
"Are you Irish?"
he asked.
I mean, red hair?"
Sheila's friends made cooing, chuckling noises like pigeons and watched amused. "I'm not," Sheila told him. "But my mother's parents were from Ireland."
"I want to go there,"
he said. "I'd like to do that too." Sheila held out her hand. "I'm Sheila." He took her hand in his catcher's mitt of a hand.
"Robin."
Sheila grinned. "Robin?"
"I know, right? Parents. I usually say Rob, but something about you."
He didn't seem to like long sentences. "Where are you from, Rob?" It hurt Sheila's neck to look up at him.
"Pittsburgh. Let's dance."
He pulled her against him as Sheila glanced around, looking for somewhere to set her beer. "I've got it," one of the Midwestern girls said, slipping the bottle from Sheila's grasp. Rob wasn't much of a dancer, and it was difficult on sand. Her head came to his chest. He pulled her closer. Sheila moved back, wanting to put some space between them, but his hand on her waist was as strong as an iron bar. She was locked against him as they swayed.
"You're pretty,"
Rob said. "Thanks." Sheila leaned her head back as far as she could, trying to see his face. "Rob, you're kind of crushing me."
"Sorry,"
Rob said, but he pressed himself tighter against her. He slid his hand down, forcing his pelvis against hers, and his erection strained between their soft cotton clothing. Sheila panicked enough to forget the languorousness of the summer evening as she began to try to figure out how to get away from him. On nights like this, the music never stopped, and Rob's version of dancing was rubbing himself against her. "Rob, I'm not comfortable." She tried to pull away. He kept her clasped to him. "Rob, let go or I'll yell," she said loudly enough for others around them to notice, if they could hear anything above the music and the chatter. He held her tighter. "I'll knee him in the groin," Sheila thought. She'd never done that before, but the only other thing she could think of was to scratch his face with her car keys. She'd learned that sometime in high school, but she didn't have her car keys with her. She didn't want to make a scene. They were in a crowd, so he couldn't actually rape her. But the way he was rocking his pelvis against her was disgusting, and when she looked at his face and saw how glazed his eyes were, it was creepy, almost frightening. "Please, Rob, let me go," Sheila said more loudly. And then Nick was there, shoving Rob away from Sheila so hard all three of them stumbled in the sand.
"She asked you to let her go,"
Nick said.
"Who the hell are you?"
Rob yelled.
"I don't know you."
He tried to shove Nick aside. Sheila was aware a crowd had gathered around them to watch. She was secretly thrilled that two men were fighting because of her.
"Get lost,"
Nick said.
I'll get you lost,
Rob said and swung his hand. All Nick had to do was to step back. Rob fell over, face down in the sand. People laughed. Nick took Sheila's hand.
Come on.
He pulled her away from Rob, who was struggling to rise.
Thank you, Nick,
Sheila said, both pleased and embarrassed.
No problem,
Nick replied.
The guy's an asshole. Stay away from him.
He stopped at the edge of the crowd and looked down at Sheila.
You okay?
I'm fine.
Girls surrounded Sheila, asking if she was okay, and Sheila knew what they really wanted to know was who Nick was. Nick wandered away toward the beer table.
Is that your brother?
One girl asked hopefully.
Yeah, kind of,
Sheila said. She never could understand why Nick rescued her. He hardly noticed her when they were at the Sand Palace. He never tried to kiss her or even joke with her about being alone together. She knew he wasn't romantically interested in her, but at least they were becoming friends, and she'd never really had a man friend before. Sometimes Ariel or Nick would be invited by someone they worked with at the real estate agency or Fanshaw's to a party at a summer person's house, and all four of them would go. Maybe they'd have to listen to a brief fundraising speech, but the food and wine were always what Nick called top-notch. If they were lucky, it rained, and then the party was in the house. Sheila got to gaze at fine oil paintings, weird sculptures, furniture covered in silk, tables covered in silver-framed pictures of laughing families on the beach or on their yacht or the tennis court. Almost always, the guests at these parties were older and gave Sheila and the others a fake, dismissive smile as they sauntered past. Sheila didn't mind. She felt as if she were in an extremely exclusive museum at a one-time-only showing. Once Wyatt approached her when they were in someone's game room. Ping-pong table, pool table, a table set with marble chess pieces, a sofa in front of a screen with video games. Sheila was leaning against the pool table, sipping her cocktail.
What do you think?
Wyatt asked.
I have no words,
Sheila said.
And they're here only 2 weeks of the year.
I can't imagine living in a place like this.
You never know,
Wyatt said.
You're pretty. You could snag a rich guy.
Snag a rich guy? Because I'm pretty? Wow, thanks for such a charming thought.
Sheila's face flamed. She started to walk off, but Wyatt caught her arm.
I didn't mean to insult you.
Sheila yanked her arm away and walked down a hallway until she found a bathroom. She went inside, locked the door, and sat on the edge of the bathtub. Pulling a pristine white washcloth off the rack, she held it against her face, ashamed. Maybe Wyatt didn't mean to insult her, but he did. Someone knocked on the door. Sheila held her breath.
Sheila, it's Ariel, let me in.
Oh no. Ariel had seen Sheila walk away, biting her lips to keep from crying. Sheila knew that if she didn't let Ariel in, the whole insulting scene would seem even worse than it was. When she rose and opened the door, Ariel quickly entered, shutting it immediately. They sat side by side on the edge of the tub.
Wyatt told me he was a jerk.
Wyatt told you? Sheila's heart plummeted. How humiliating that he and Ariel had talked about her.
Sheila, get over yourself. Guys are idiots. I'm surprised he didn't say you'd catch a guy because you have big boobs. It's so easy for you, isn't it?
Sheila said scornfully. Ariel took a moment.
It's easier because I don't have big boobs, I guess. I wish I did.
Sheila was shocked. She didn't think Ariel was teasing her.
I can't believe you'd wish to be anything but to be yourself. You'd be surprised,
Ariel replied softly.
Truthfully, I'd like to be a writer. But there are so many good writers out there, it's nearly impossible to get published.
She looked down at her hands.
Anyway, that's me. What do you want to be?
Just something normal, Sheila said.
A wife, a mother. I'll marry Hank. We'll have a nice house and several kids. Really?
Ariel slid down to the floor, facing Sheila.
That's all you want for your entire life? Don't you want some excitement? Some crazy fling? Something special? Just this summer?
Sheila couldn't meet Ariel's eyes when she admitted softly,
I don't want to lose Hank. He's all I have. Sheila, don't be such a coward. You don't have to tell Hank or anyone what you do this summer. This is your life. Probably the only time you have left to be wild, to make some delicious memories for the rest of your life.
I suppose. Sheila bit the end of a fingernail. Someone like Ariel couldn't understand. At that moment, a guy pounded on the door.
What are you doing in there, making out?
Ariel rolled her eyes.
Hang on!
She stood, held out her hand, and pulled Sheila up.
You know, Sheila, you have gorgeous eyes. You need to use mascara and eyeliner. And your lipstick is the wrong color for you. We'll experiment the next rainy day. That's so nice of you,
Sheila said. Ariel kept hold of Sheila's hand.
Listen, I need you to know. I was jealous when I saw Wyatt talking to you at the pool table.
Sheila was astonished.
Jealous of me? I really like Wyatt. I mean, I really like him. We've been here about 3 weeks, and you're already in love with Wyatt?
Sheila asked.
I was in love with him the moment I saw him,
Ariel said.
Okay, yeah, it is starting to look like you two are a couple. Let's keep it that way, okay?
Ariel asked, smiling, but her eyes were serious.
Of course,
Sheila agreed. She wanted to laugh and tell someone that the goddess Ariel thought Sheila was any kind of threat. The two girls walked out of the bathroom together. The game room was crowded and noisy. Wyatt came up to them.
Sheila, if I offended you, I apologize.
Sheila forced a smile.
I overreacted. No problem.
Nick emerged from the mob.
I think we should leave. It's getting kind of out of control.
He led the way, cutting a path through couples kissing, guys hooting with laughter, past a bar crowded with empty glasses, and at the far end, several people rolling up dollar bills and snorting white powder. Outside, the air was warm and humid and quiet. They hurried to the old rented Jeep and drove away. Boys in the front seat, girls in the back. Quickly, the lights of the party house disappeared behind them. Wyatt yawned.
What time is it? I'm beat, and I've got to work tomorrow. It's only 1:30,
Nick told him. He steered off the Belgium block lane onto the main road leading to town.
Hey, did you see that blonde I was talking to?
I did,
Ariel yelled from the back seat.
She's out of your league, Nick. Too old, too rich.
She's smart,
Nick yelled back.
She's got an MBA from the Wharton School. I could be the vision man, she could be the money, and someone like Sharon Waters could be the tent peg. You'd be the tent peg,
Wyatt joked.
Seriously, I like business. I want to do something big. Own a chain of hotels, malls, whatever. And Carrie speaks my language.
Ariel laughed.
Ugh, Nick, you're going to date her?
Nick snapped.
Ariel, it is possible to be friends with a woman.
Oh, excuse me,
Ariel said, still laughing. They arrived at the Sand Palace and spilled out of the Jeep. Security lights were on at the 3 exits and in Sharon Waters' office. All 4 had a key to the basement door, and Nick, at the head of the group, unlocked the door and, with an Edwardian flourish, bowed the other three inside before entering and locking the door behind them. By now, it was routine for the guys to wait until the girls had used the bathroom. As Sheila and Ariel padded in their flip-flops back down the hall to their rooms, Ariel said to Sheila,
"Tomorrow, we'll have a makeup session in my room. I think we should work on your eyebrows, too."
2 days later, Sheila knocked on the door of the Grandiflora room. All the Rose Hotel's rooms were named after specific roses. No one answered, so she unlocked the door and stepped inside, carrying the fresh pile of sheets and towels in her arms. The queen-size bed had been slept in. The covers were mussed. Other than that, the room was surprisingly tidy. Most guests dropped clothes, books, maps, and lotions on the chairs and desk and bedside tables. Sheila pulled back the heavy dark green duvet. "Hello," a man said, steam clouding around him as he walked out from the bathroom. He had only a towel wrapped around his hips. His chest glistened with drops of water. Sheila bit back a shriek of surprise.
"Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't realize you were in the bathroom. I did knock."
She was pleased with her composure and silently grateful that after living in a dorm, she'd gotten used to seeing men in various states of undress. Although this felt different, here in the private room. The man smiled. He was broad-shouldered, in his late 30s, with ebony black hair and eyes and a 4 o'clock beard that accentuated his strong jawline. He looked a little bit like Satan, if Satan were a Calvin Klein model. "Don't be sorry, it's great to have such a beautiful sight to start the day." Sheila knew she was blushing.
I'll just come back."
She retrieved the new pile of linens and went toward the door. "Could I invite you for coffee?" he asked. Sheila was speechless. He shook his head. "Forgive me. Of course you can't stop working to join me for coffee. Maybe I could buy you a drink tonight?" When she hesitated, he added, "My name is Frank Johnson. I work for a New York ad agency. I'll give you the phone number. You can call them and check me out."
"I'm not sure."
She thought of Hank. Steady, reliable Hank. "I know it's odd that I'm at this little B&B. It was the only reservation I could get at the last minute. I'll be here off and on during the summer." Sheila's heart thumped with delight and terror.
"I don't finish here until 5 o'clock.
"Well then, could you meet me at the Brant Point Grill at 5:30? That would give her time to hurry home, shower, and change.
Yes, I could. That would be lovely."
"I'll see you then."
6. This summer. Monday morning, Jade Marie woke early. She threw back her covers, sat up, put her feet over the side of the bed, and suddenly remembered that because of her father's week-long reunion, she had today off. She fell back into bed, pulled up the sheet, and snuggled into her pillow. Her father had asked her to entertain Penny and Jason, as if he thought she could take them for ice cream at Children's Beach. She hadn't expected to feel so twitterpated over Jason, and she was irritated by the power of her feelings. She'd fallen in love at first sight, but she couldn't get a clear read on Jason. He'd held her hand as they walked back from Liam's boat last night, but when they'd entered the lobby, he'd released her hand and said goodnight to her and Penny. Then he'd walked off to the elevator alone. Still, Jade Marie's father wanted her to be hospitable, and she would be. Jade Marie rose from bed, crossed the room, and drew back the curtain. She didn't have a water view, but the charming, eccentric mansions along Hulbert Avenue seemed to glow beneath a clear blue sky. It would be hot today. She'd take Penny and Jason to the beach. For now, she showered, slipped on a pretty sundress and lip balm, and headed downstairs. In the morning, until 11, the bar was turned into a serve-yourself continental breakfast room
with a long buffet table holding urns of hot coffee, hot tea, hot water, and all the accessories. Bagels and muffins were piled on plates, and bananas and apples were in a bowl. They'd had a toast-it-yourself area, but guests had complained that it was hard to use, or they had burned their fingers, so that part was eliminated. Jade Marie found 2 four-tops pushed together. Penny and her mother sat there, along with Jade Marie's father and the Smiths. "Good morning," she said with a great big smile, and a chorus of greetings answered her. Jade Marie made herself a cup of coffee and sat down at the table. Her mother wasn't there, preferring breakfast in her room before preparing herself to meet the day. Francine was so unlike Jade Marie's father that Jade Marie couldn't imagine why they got married. Although there was that saying, opposites attract. Nick was sociable, energetic, realistic. Francine was laid back, dreamy, and not shy, but private. Jade Marie's mother was as gorgeous as Jade Marie's father, but Francine wasn't as bold. Nick wanted to be charming, Francine didn't care. She preferred listening to opera while doing needlepoint and going to the ballet. She did have close friends in New York, and she participated in several charities. Francine had not been happy about the week with Nick's old buddies. The family had been home in their apartment in the city when Jade Marie overheard them arguing. "You expect me to spend a week of my life with people who never liked me," Francine had said, her voice murderously low. "Be fair, Francine, you weren't exactly friendly. For 25 years, your only contact has been their brag and gag Christmas letters, which are addressed to me and you. They visited each other's homes during the summer. Never once did they invite us. First of all, you wouldn't have wanted to go. True?" Sullenly, Francine admitted, "True." "Second, oh, the hell with the numbers. You're right, Francine, I want to show off. It would mean a lot to me to have the people who knew me when I was living in the basement of a destroyed building see me now, the owner of a first-class hotel." Jade Marie hadn't heard how they resolved the issue, but last night at drinks and dinner, her mother had been elegantly beautiful and pleasant to everyone. She hoped her mother wasn't hiding away this morning. Across the table, spreading cream cheese on her bagel, sat Sheila. She was sparkling in the light of day, her auburn hair contrasting with her pale, creamy skin, her green eyes bright, and all of her so voluptuous. She wore white clam diggers and a loose, pale green tunic, which dipped in a V at her chest, so that some of her large, cushiony bosom was revealed. Penny was sipping coffee, and she gave Jade Marie a brilliant smile. "This island is so beautiful," Penny said. "It is. You haven't been here before, have you, Penny?" Jade Marie asked. "No, my mother raves about it. I've always wanted to see it." "I have the day off, and it's gorgeous weather. I thought I'd take you and Jason out for a day at Surfside Beach." "Is it far away?" Penny asked. "I mean, do they have cell service out there? I mean, in case I get a phone call." "Oh, are you expecting a phone call?" Jade Marie asked, widening her eyes in pretend innocence. Penny blushed. "Maybe." "Good morning, everyone." Francine appeared, wearing a classic Lily Pulitzer dress, short and sleeveless. Her blonde hair was held back by a headband. Small diamond ear studs, effortlessly elegant. She slid gracefully onto the empty chair next to Ariel. "Mom, want me to bring you some breakfast?" Jade Marie asked. "Just coffee, darling. Lovely, thank you." Francine smiled at Ariel. "Do you swim?" Ariel smiled. "I do. I was like a mermaid the summer we all lived together." She glanced around the table. "We were all part fish, tanned as horses. Well, except for you, Sheila. You were our little palomino, so pale." "More like a little Appaloosa," Sheila said, "covered in freckles and spots." Francine asked, "What did you do if it rained on your day off?" Ariel shrugged her shoulders. We all slept in. That was a real luxury. Often I wrote small scenes, ideas for a short story. A sadness swept over her face. Haven't got far with that yet, Sheila added. And we'd get all our weekly chores done. Laundry, the minimum of cleaning, men and bathrooms. I have 3 sons, and I don't think men are capable of something as challenging as aiming.
Mom,
Penny said reprovingly. Wyatt cut in.
Come on, Sheila. You know what our living conditions were like that summer. A pit in the basement, 4 bedrooms, 1 grungy bath, a corridor filled with mold and mildew.
Nick nodded.
Right. It's a wonder we didn't all get some obscure lung disease.
What's the basement like now? Sheila asked.
Completely different, Nick said. If you want, we can take a tour after breakfast.
Or not, Francine said bluntly. It is, after all, a basement. That's right. You came to our hovel for dinner one night, Sheila said, cocking her head to the side like a little bird. But then you disappeared? Francine said, I had to go to Paris for a wedding. Jade Marie tuned out. She fixed her gaze on Jason. She lowered her eyelids slightly, holding her gaze, willing him to meet her eyes. And Jason looked at Jade Marie. For a few moments, they couldn't tear their eyes away from each other. Jade Marie couldn't breathe. He felt it too, she knew. The sensation was electric, overpowering. She gave him the slightest smile. Penny sat quietly at the table, watching the others talk, picking at her croissant, thinking her own private thoughts. Penny had gone through her life knowing she was pretty. Not beautiful, and not to everyone's taste, but sweet and soft. She hadn't chosen to have the bosom she carried around, and she couldn't imagine why women would purposefully have breast implants, because large breasts were, frankly, such a bother. She couldn't wear a dress because if it fit over her breasts it was too large in the hips. She couldn't walk anywhere without men and boys and women too gawking at her chest. She wasn't a freak, she was just well endowed, and she did everything she could to camouflage her round bosom. As she grew older, she understood that her breasts weren't necessarily a curse, that she could use them to her advantage. Penny and Sheila both looked like the romanticized Victorian Irish washerwoman, with ruffles on her low-cut blouse and rosy cheeks and lips. Penny's mother's hair had faded from red to auburn, but they still had the same green eyes and hourglass body. When the invitation to stay at the hotel in Nantucket arrived, Sheila was thrilled. She took them both shopping for summer dresses and had their hair styled at an expensive salon. She had their suitcases out and packed and repacked them days before the trip. Penny couldn't blame her mother. Sheila's 3 sons were like baboons, thudding through the house, shoving everything that even looked like food into their mouths, making fart jokes, knocking lamps and tables over while wrestling one another. Their father was a big, muscular man. He was the athletic coach at the high school, and well aware of the rampant energy his sons carried, never mind the rampaging hormones. He kept his 3 sons involved in sports, running extra laps, lifting weights, and racing one another in swimming contests, so that when they were confined to the house, they were exhausted and their monkey energy muted. Penny knew her mother loved her sons, even though sometimes when Brody broke a window playing baseball in the house, or when Patrick knocked over the pot of stew while he was ladling some into his mouth, Sheila sat down and cried. For a while then, the boys would be contrite. They'd slump into the family room and murder one another on video games. But now, here on Nantucket, sipping coffee at a long table with the others, Penny watched as her mother and Ariel talked about all boys' clumsy, muddled, crazy adolescence, and Ariel and Sheila were laughing about it until tears fell down their cheeks. They were trying to explain it to Francine, but Francine almost cringed, looking horrified. Francine was elegant, Penny decided. Ariel was elegant too. But Penny's mother? She was pretty, but never elegant. Penny slumped at the table. Of course, Jason and Jade Marie were already, so soon, crushing on each other. Jade Marie, what a stupid name. A movement caught Penny's eye. Swiveling in her chair, she watched as Liam Miller strode to the counter, asking a question which made the desk clerk smile. Liam turned, saw Penny in the bistro, and waved as he approached the table. Penny gave a little wave back. Was he waving at her, or all of them? He pulled out a chair and swiveled it around so that he could sit next to Penny.
May I join you?
Sure, Penny said, her heart jumping madly inside. Penny smiled at Liam. He smiled at her. For a moment, no one else was in the room. Then Jade Marie leaned forward. Hey everyone, I'd like you to meet Liam Miller. He's the guy who took us sailing last night. Dad, I think you know his dad from the yacht club?
Of course,
Nick said.
Hi, Liam. Welcome.
Sheila leaned forward with a smile.
Do you live here, Liam?
I wish. No, I work for a company based in Florida, and I travel a lot. But my parents have a summer home here, and I come as often as possible.
Would you like some coffee? Jade Marie asked. Or a cinnamon roll? Help yourself. Penny wished she'd thought to offer him coffee.
Thanks, Liam said. I'm good.
He turned to Penny.
Do you all have a plan for today?
Oh, Penny said. Didn't you suggest showing us the island today? I mean, last night.
Yes, I'd love to if you're up for it,
Liam said. Jason asked.
You're not sailing today?
Liam shook his head.
It's dead calm out there and supposed to be all day.
Good, Jade Marie said. Here's what we'll do. We can use the hotel bikes and pick up some lunch somewhere and bike out to Surfside and swim and... Nick interrupted.
It might be too cold to swim.
We'll see. Jade Marie rose. I'm going to get ready. Meet you back here in 10 minutes. Penny thought that this was one of those perfect days a person gets only 3 or 4 times in their lives. The 4 of them sped along on the bike paths, sometimes single file, sometimes 2 by 2. The day was bright with sun, but not too hot, and there was not enough wind to push or pull them in any direction. She'd been nervous for the first few minutes, knowing she could ride a bike, but unable to remember when she last had actually been on one. Going over the cobblestones on Main Street was a challenge, and she knew any biker would look ridiculous being wobbled around. But once back on a street or a bike path, she relaxed. It felt good to move, to be in charge of her bike. The island streamed past, now forest, now open moorland, now a flash of blue water, now hedges of arborvitae and picket fences smothered in clematis. She wore her most daring bikini with a long t-shirt over it. She felt like she was in a movie of herself. Their first stop was Surfside. They parked their bikes and ran down the dune to the beach where the ocean lazily waltzed against the shore. It was early in the season and the beach wasn't crowded. They all went into the water, screaming, laughing, daring one another to swim farther out. But the water still held on to its winter cold, and they didn't stay in for long.
Your lips are blue,
Liam said, and wrapped his towel around her and pulled her to him, skin to skin, rubbing her back to warm her up. Penny thought she might faint with joy. The 4 sat on the beach, enjoying the slow sweep of the waves, letting the sun dry them enough that they felt warm. Then they trudged back up the dune. The sand was so deep it was impossible to do anything but trudge. They got back on their bikes and followed Liam to the bike path to Sconset, the small village at the eastern side of the island. They bought sandwiches from Claudette's and sat on the wooden deck eating them, sharing insignificant information with one another. Jade Marie didn't like pickles. Penny didn't care for onions in her sandwich. Jason had once eaten a potato chip sandwich. Liam would eat anything. Afterward, they strolled along a lane lined with small, ancient, rose-smothered fishing cottages. They went single file along the bluff path leading between millionaires' mansions and the wild greenery overlooking the steep cliff falling down to the ocean. They returned to town, bought ice cream cones in the small Sconset market, and trailed down the steep road to the beach. Here, on the east end of the island, the waves splashed against the shore. The sun shone down on the sprays of water, turning the drops into prisms and crystals. Farther down the beach, a man threw a frisbee for his yellow Labrador. Small children wielded toy spades and buckets as they built sand castles, and an older couple walked hand in hand at the water's edge. No one was swimming. They sat in the warm sand, and the sun fell on their shoulders, and the rainbows in the spray mesmerized them. Overhead, gulls flew and dipped and called. Far down the beach, tiny sandpipers raced around on their long, thin legs, pecking at the sand in frantic movements. "They look like me when I can't find my car keys," Penny said, and they all laughed.
"Want to swim?"
Jason asked.
"Maybe not. The currents here are strong,"
Liam told them.
"A person can get carried out to sea."
Penny stood up.
"I'm going to search for seashells."
"I'll join you,"
Liam said.
"I want to walk around this funny little village,"
Jade Marie said.
"It's called Codfish Park. Guess why?"
"It's where the codfish come for recreational purposes,"
Jason said. "Oh, really bad joke. Just for that, you have to walk with me." Jade Marie reached out her hand to Jason's. The two couples waved and went their separate ways. Penny and Liam walked west along the lonely stretch of shore speckled with angels' wings, moon shells, slipper shells, and spiraling whelk shells, each shell striped or spotted differently.
"It's like snowflakes,"
Penny murmured.
"Right,"
Liam agreed.
"An infinity of patterns."
Penny smiled at him. He was tall and walking on the upper side of the slightly slanting beach, so he seemed even taller. He was an unusual sort of person, at least to her. She'd never thought that a man who owned such a beautiful sailboat might walk and talk with her, might say something so, well, poetic. Liam stopped to bend down and pick up a smooth shard of pale lavender sea glass. He handed it to Penny.
"For you."
They stopped walking as she took the glass and tilted it this way and that, so that it became pale or dark with the light and shadows. This was a moment she would always remember, Penny thought. This pause on the sand with the waves dancing at their feet, like the frilled skirts of ballerinas, and the sun circling the two of them as if they were enclosed in a spotlight, and this tall man's large hand touching hers as he gave her the glass that had been shaped by the sea.
"It's beautiful,"
Penny said.
"You're beautiful,"
Liam said. Penny was breathless and slightly on guard. How easily he'd given her the compliment, as if he did it all the time. Still, her heart sped up and desire sparked in her blood.
"I'm going to kiss you,"
Liam said, and he did. His kiss was tentative and tender, a greeting. Penny stood on her toes and put her hands on his chest, because he was so tall, and even with him leaning down, they were apart. She wanted him to know she wanted this kiss. Beneath her hands, his chest was hard and warm from the sun. Liam put his hands on her shoulders to steady her when the kiss ended. "Hello," he said. "Hello." Penny smiled up at him and didn't want to look away. Liam held hands with Penny as they walked back toward their friends. "Nice walk?" Jade Marie asked. "Very nice," Penny told her. Together the four sat lazily watching the waves. Jade Marie sighed. "I don't want to go back to the hotel, or to the Associated Society of Parental Jolliness."
"Come to my place,"
Liam said.
"Mom and Dad might be there, but all we'll have to do is say hello. I've got a flat-screen TV and lots of snacks, and if you feel restless, we've got a volleyball set up in the backyard."
"The question is, Liam," Jade Marie said, "do you have air conditioning?"
"We do,"
Liam said.
"What are we waiting for?"
Jason asked, jumping up from the sand. They had to bike back to town, only a matter of 10 miles or so, but the afternoon sun was strong, and while no wind pushed at their bikes, neither did the wind send cool breezes across their sunburned skin. Liam's house was in the middle of town, on Orange Street, built in 1840 and added on to here and there in the following decades. The English basement had its own door off the street, which led to an open space big enough to have a ping-pong table at the far end and a small galley kitchen at the other end. The television was enormous, and the curve-around sofas were plump with down-filled pillows, all upholstered in some sort of miracle cloth that felt like silk and retained no stains. The air was cool and dry.
"Make yourself comfortable," Liam said. "I'm going to run up and tell Mom we're here."
He quickly returned.
"All good."
The group decided to watch Jaws, the classic shark movie. They'd all seen it before, and they yelled out to the woman on her surfboard, warning her to go back to shore. Jason fell asleep, snoring slightly, and Penny was still too hopeful, confused, and elated to feel hungry. But Jade Marie and Liam ate a bowl of popcorn and a tub of cut-up watermelon. This house, Penny thought, as the Hollywood version of a New England fishing village gathered to solve the shark problem, was perfect. It was simply a big, old, white, clapboard house, tall and narrow, with no ostentatious displays of wealth. Instead, a sense of deep comfort and hominess. It gave her an insight to the parents who'd raised Liam, and she realized she was eager to meet them. Then she scolded herself for even thinking that. This wasn't a date. It was just friends hanging out. During the movie, Jade Marie's phone pinged loudly, waking Jason up. "Sorry," Jade Marie said. "That's from the parents. Must take." Liam paused the movie, and they all listened to Jade Marie say where they were, and that the three of them would be home soon. "They're going to Dune for dinner and wanted to know if we want to join them," Jade Marie told the others. "No, thank you," Penny and Jason said at the same time.
"I'll be glad when we don't have to check in with them," Jason said. "We are technically adults, and in the past 4 years we've already done some stuff we wouldn't want them to know about."
"I don't think I have,"
Penny objected. Liam chuckled.
"Well then, Penny, I think it's high time you do."
Someone clicked the remote and they returned to Jaws. When the movie finished, Jade Marie said, "I have to go home and take a shower. I still have sand between my toes and in my hair."
"You look sunburned," Jason told her.
"So do you." Jade Marie stood up and stretched, yawning at the same time. "We biked miles and miles today." Reluctantly, Penny joined her. "I'm tired too. The thought of getting on that bike one more time makes my thighs ache."
"I've got bike racks on my Jeep," Liam said. "I'll drive you home." "That's not necessary," Jason said.
"Actually," Penny said, feeling brave as if she were standing naked in the room, declaring she wanted to spend more time with Liam, even one more minute. "I'd love to be driven back to the hotel." Jade Marie and Jason pedaled away from the house as Liam lifted Penny's bike onto the rack. Penny climbed into the Jeep and pulled her door shut, and suddenly it seemed as if she and Liam were closed in their very own small, dark room, with no one to see them or hear them. "Liam?" she said, her voice almost a whisper. Liam pulled her toward him and kissed her, a sweet, gentle kiss.
"I need to take you home. I want to do more than kiss you, but not in a Jeep in my parents' driveway. I want to take things slow with you. I think it's right between us, and I want to keep it that way."
"I'm here for only a week," Penny told him.
"We'll make it a week that matters,"
he said, and started the engine. He drove to the hotel with his hand on Penny's thigh. 7. That summer. Sheila almost canceled her drink date with Frank Johnson, but that would mean calling the Rose Hotel and asking Mrs. Reardon to let her speak with him. And Mrs. Reardon would demand to know why Sheila wanted to speak to one of their guests, and she'd remind Sheila that the maids weren't allowed to fraternize with the hotel's guests, and maybe Sheila would end up being fired before she ever spoke to Frank again. She knew Frank Johnson was older and much more sophisticated. She felt a little frightened, a little excited, as if she were preparing to dive off one of those high cliffs in Mexico. But it wasn't as if she would be betraying Hank. She would only be having a drink with someone. And how different was that from chatting with a guy at a party? Still, she almost didn't go. She didn't have anything appropriate to wear. The 2 dresses she'd brought from home were hopelessly sweet, and the one she'd bought at the mall in Hyannis was too Jimmy Buffett. One of her dresses had a pattern of butterflies, the other was a pale green cotton shift. That, at least, didn't look totally bargain basement. It was a complete blessing that none of the other Sand Palace residents were around when she showered and dressed. Ariel would insist on doing something with her hair or using some of her eyeshadow, but Sheila's coloring was totally different from Ariel's. Sheila's red hair and pale skin made any makeup look like she'd decided to become a clown. Should she wear high heels? She'd brought 1 pair, a neutral pump, the kind of thing she could wear to church. But no, this was summer on Nantucket. Everyone was casual and carefree. Sheila slipped on her sandals, and they were pretty, with beads on the straps that crisscrossed over her arches. "It's only a drink," Sheila reminded herself as she walked from the Sand Palace to the Brant Point Grill. But her heart was fluttering inside her like a hummingbird's wings. She entered the bar. Immediately she saw him, sitting at one of the tables by the window. He stood up as she approached. "Hello, I'm so glad you came." She managed a nervous smile. "I can't stay long." Why did she say that? She wondered. She could stay all night if she wanted. A waiter approached. "I'm having a martini," Frank told Sheila. "What would you like, Sheila?" She pretended to consider the question.
Cosmopolitan, please."
She'd had one before, in college. Actually, she'd had quite a few in college, and she knew she could handle 1 or 2 before making a fool of herself. "I'm glad to see you," Frank said. "You look beautiful tonight. How do you like working at the Rose?" She almost said, "I've had worse jobs, believe me." But she shrugged her shoulders and said,
"I like it. Mrs. Reardon is a doll, and it's easy work, and I get to meet such interesting people."
She smiled coyly. Dear Lord, Sheila thought. Am I flirting? I'm flirting. Frank laughed. "I'm glad you're meeting interesting people. In my line of work, I'm supposed to be the interesting one, and sometimes that's exhausting."
"Why don't you do something else then?"
she asked, as if she thought people could easily change their careers. "It runs in the family, I guess," Frank said, and his face soured just a little, and he slugged back his drink. She'd finished her own drink, and a soft, rosy halo surrounded her. Or did it come from her? She asked for another Cosmo.
"Advertising runs in the family?"
Sheila was genuinely surprised. She could understand being a doctor or a lawyer running in a family, but advertising? "Oh, you'd be surprised," Frank signaled the waiter. "I'm talking at least 100 years ago. For example, salesmen in my family went to county fairs to hawk medicines. They advertised a soothing potion for a teething baby. It contained morphine." He laughed and shook his head. "Can you imagine that? Or creams for obesity, or cocaine for asthma?"
"Wow,"
Sheila said.
"That's crazy."
She sipped her second Cosmo and sighed as she relaxed. How sophisticated she was. talking about cocaine.
My grandparents used to buy Carter's Little Liver Pills. Have you even heard of those? They contain bisacodyl, a kind of laxative. Even back then, advertising was important.
Of course,
Sheila said. It seemed the right thing to say.
You've probably never heard of iron poor blood and geritol,
Frank said. Iron poor blood made Sheila think of having periods, and even as relaxed as she was feeling, she wasn't going to talk about that. Frank nattered on some more. Sheila put her elbow on the table and leaned her chin in her hand, listening to him. His words swept by her in waves. The cosmos were stronger than what she was used to.
Tell me, what do you want to do after the summer?
Frank asked. He had to ask her twice before she understood the question.
I'm not sure,
Sheila said, lying easily, because the drink made her believe that anything was possible.
I have a degree in education from Cleveland State University, and my fallback job would be teaching. But now that I'm here on this funny little island few people have heard of unless they've read Moby Dick.
She grinned and was delighted to hear Frank chuckle. She was not only sophisticated, she was witty.
I think I'd like to travel more. Could I have another Cosmo, please?
Of course.
Frank signaled the waiter, and in only minutes Sheila had a new one in her hands.
You were saying?
Frank was so handsome. Her cocktail was so intoxicating. Sheila felt she could do anything, be anyone.
I'll tell you a secret. I've never told anyone before. I want to be a photographer. I took courses in college and the teacher said I was good.
You should be a photographer's model. You're so beautiful,
Frank said. Sheila realized she was leaning over the table toward him. She'd been whispering to him, as if anyone else in the room was interested in her future.
I think I may be drunk,
Sheila told Frank. He smiled.
I think you may be too. Let's get you some food and water.
Sheila lounged in her chair, letting her thoughts drift. Did she really want to be a photographer? Maybe. After all, she'd brought a camera with her and taken some pictures. But she had to go find a way to make a living first. The waiter put a plate of cheese, crackers, olives, and peanuts on the table. He set a glass in front of Sheila and poured it full of water. When Frank nodded, the waiter put the pitcher on the table. Sheila drank the entire glass of water and poured herself another one. After a moment, she said,
"Well, this is embarrassing."
The drinks here are maybe stronger than what you're accustomed to,
Frank said.
"Tell me about your job,"
Sheila said, drinking the water and pulling herself together.
"Do you like it?"
I do, actually. It's creative, and I like traveling. Some clients are more pleasant to be with than others.
Sheila ate the olives, cheese, and crackers as Frank talked. Gradually, the rosy glow around her faded. She didn't feel bad or good. She needed to sleep. She interrupted Frank.
"I have to go home."
Are you okay?
Frank asked.
Are you going to be sick?
No, I'm so sorry, but I think I need a little nap.
Frank signaled the waiter and paid the bill.
I'll walk you home.
But you don't know where I live,
Sheila protested.
True, but I'm sure you do,
Frank said. Sheila thought that was hilarious. When she finished laughing, she said,
"It's only about a block away. The old hotel being renovated. We call it the Sand Palace."
Frank took her arm and steadied her as they walked. With every step, she became a little less drunk, a little more stable, and by the time they were at the hotel, she was almost sober.
"Don't come in,"
she told Frank.
"It's only a hall and 4 rooms."
That's fine,
Frank said.
Keep drinking water.
Sheila looked up at the tall, handsome man standing before her.
"Do you know something?"
She put her hands on his shoulders.
"You're a remarkable man. You could have taken advantage of me, as drunk as I was. We could have gotten a room at the White Elephant. Instead, you got me water and food. You're a true gentleman."
Frank inhaled sharply.
Well, thank you. but believe me, I hope I have a chance to take advantage of you this summer.
I hope so too,
Sheila told him, her heart racing. Frank smiled. Let me take you to dinner at the club car Saturday. I promise I'll be a gentleman.
I'll see you then,
Sheila said, and kissed his cheek and went inside to her room. It was Ariel who initiated the hump night dinners. One of the real estate agents presented her with a pound of scallops. She stored them in the office's refrigerator along with her lunch yogurt. She called Sheila, who had told her Mrs. Reardon would allow her 2 calls a day on the Rose Hotel phone. Sheila agreed to buy rice and a lemon and tomatoes. Mrs. Reardon overheard and advised Sheila to buy some chorizo to chop and sauté with the scallops to add to the rice.
Scallops are sweet, but like eating thin air. Believe me, they won't satisfy a man's appetite, Mrs. Reardon said. Buy a Chardonnay to pair with the meal.
Thank you, Mrs. Reardon,
Sheila said, wondering why in the world her boss thought Sheila could afford wine. Later, as Sheila was leaving, Mrs. Reardon came to the back hall.
Here,
the hotel owner said, handing Sheila a bottle of pale gold wine.
This will be perfect. Add just the smallest drop to the scallops and chorizo.
Thank you, Mrs. Reardon,
Sheila practically curtsied. That night, on their 2-burner hot plate, Sheila cooked the rice while Ariel sautéed the scallops and chorizo, and when Nick and Wyatt came in, they were astonished. The girls had set a table up on the first floor in the small vacant office next to Sharon Waters, and found 4 old metal folding chairs. Ariel had put a hydrangea from a bush in the hotel's unkempt garden in a small jar in the middle of the table. They had wisely cooked a lot of rice, and Ariel had picked up vanilla ice cream and fresh blueberries, so it was a memorable feast. They relaxed during the delicious meal, and instead of rushing off to get a beer or collapsing in bed and reading books or walking down to the water, they stayed at the table and talked about their jobs or bosses or former bosses and laughed as their cheeks grew rosy. It was that simple. Sharing a home-cooked meal together made them a kind of family. They knew one another better, in ways that seemed insignificant, but were the invisible threads of life.
We should do this each week,
Nick declared as they rose to carry their plates and glasses down to the small kitchen sink.
We?
Ariel asked sweetly.
Okay,
Nick said.
I get what you're saying. Wyatt, are you up for cooking a decent dinner next week?
Sure, Wyatt said.
Not pork and beans or hamburgers or hot dogs,
Ariel said.
And there must be a fresh vegetable,
Sheila added, secretly amazed that she could tell these 2 guys what to do. Sometimes when the night was rainy, Ariel and Sheila had makeup and hairstyle sessions. Ariel had changed the starkness of her plywood bedroom walls by putting up pictures she'd found at the thrift shop. Sheila, not wanting to copy Ariel, had taken home magazines left behind in the Rose Hotel, cut out photos she liked, and taped really clever collages to the walls. Ariel had screamed when she saw them.
You're so talented,
Ariel told Sheila.
You're an artist.
Not really,
Sheila protested, but she was pleased. Some nights the guys went off to the Atlantic Cafe to drink beer and watch baseball. Those nights, Sheila and Ariel turned into their own spa nights, soaking in perfumed bubble bath, washing each other's hair, getting into their robes, and painting each other's nails. Ariel showed Sheila how to wear eyeliner and blush. Sheila French braided Ariel's long blonde hair. Ariel had a bottle of Bailey's Irish cream she'd been given at some party. One night they talked about guys.
I've met a man,
Sheila confessed. She was lying on her bed while Ariel painted her toenails.
Ooh, a man? Tell me everything.
Well, it doesn't mean anything. I mean, I am engaged to Hank, but this man is so fascinating and handsome and nice too.
What's his name? Where did you meet him? Have you kissed him? Details, please.
When Sheila didn't answer immediately, Ariel tugged her toes. Sheila said,
Stop. Okay. His name is Frank Johnson. He's an advertising man. He's staying at the Rose Hotel. I met him for a drink, and he was a perfect gentleman. No, I haven't kissed him. I want to, though.
Ariel put the brush back in the small bottle of coral nail polish.
Frank Johnson. That's kind of a phony name, don't you think?
What? No, it's a perfectly normal name.
How old is he?
Are you my mother? I don't know. Maybe early or middle 30s? Ariel, he's really nice.
Why is he staying at the Rose Hotel? That seems kind of off.
He said it's the only place he could find a room. He's staying for several weeks. Don't be so suspicious. I know what I'm doing. I like him.
You have been with a man before, right?
Of course.
Sheila sat up, insulted. She swung her legs over the side of the bed and studied her toes.
This looks so pretty. Thanks.
Sheila took a deep breath.
Okay, listen. I've only slept with one guy, but it was Hank, and I love him and he loves me. We both went to Cleveland State University, and I think at first Hank and I latched onto each other because we knew each other from high school. We were goldfish in an ocean of whales and sea turtles. So, well, we liked each other, and the more I saw him, the more I liked him. We made love. He asked me to marry him before I left for Nantucket. I said yes. I guess I never experienced the supreme rapture the books talk about, but it's nice.
Maybe the books exaggerate, Ariel said.
What about you?
Ariel shrugged.
I haven't been with many men. To be exact, 2. I was in love with a guy my sophomore year and we got serious, but he broke up with me my junior year, so I slept with his best friend in revenge. Not that it was even pleasant, and forget rapture.
Ariel shivered.
I'm absolutely not looking for a serious relationship this summer.
Ariel paused, thinking of Wyatt and how her heart bloomed when he was near. But she was worried about her friend.
Sheila, you should be careful. You don't want this Frank Johnson to break your heart. Or worse.
I'll be careful.
Impulsively, Sheila leaned over and hugged Ariel.
We're on Nantucket, and it's summer, and we're only serious about having fun.
You're right.
Ariel stood up.
We should get some sleep. Work tomorrow.
Right.
Sheila checked her watch.
The guys aren't back yet.
We're not their mothers, Ariel grinned.
And thank heavens for that.
It was Wednesday night a couple of weeks later. The women had cooked. The 4 sat down to enjoy chicken parmesan that Sheila had inventively made in the skillet on the 2-burner hot plate. It was a hot day, and even though they had small windows in their rooms to let in fresh air, the basement was beginning to smell of mildew and mold. Sheila and Ariel burned scented candles when they were in their rooms. Wyatt was much more sensible. He bought small circular fans for everyone, and they were a great help. The 4 Sand Palace occupants had been living there for over a month, and they'd become increasingly comfortable with one another. Both Ariel and Sheila wore tank tops, shorts, and flip-flops at the dinner table. They carelessly pulled their long hair up into ponytails or buns on top of their heads. The men wore shorts and tees, and Wyatt smelled of oil from the boat shop, and Nick smelled of a heady men's cologne from Fanshaw's. The men had brought beer, which they slugged down immediately. Ariel and Sheila chose ice water. For the first few minutes, everyone ate as if starving. Nick broke the silence.
So, children, how was school today?
Exhausting, Sheila grumbled. Mrs. Reardon's hotel is full, and some people treat their rooms like a giant wastebasket, dropping stuff all over.
I'm good, Wyatt said. Mr. Cabot is a great guy. Seems to know everything and everyone on the island.
I like where I work too, Ariel told them. Although I'll admit my face hurts from smiling. Tonight I'm going to curl up with a book. Plus I've got a date with the washing machine. Sheila, if you want to give me your laundry, I'll throw it in with mine.
Thanks, Ariel. I haven't had time to...
Nick interrupted.
Doesn't anyone want to know what I'm doing?
Nick, Ariel and Sheila chanted together teasingly. Please tell us, what are you doing? Wyatt snorted.
One of Mr. Fanshaw's customers asked me to help tend bar at a party on the Moorcomb's yacht tomorrow night. The big one in the harbor. Check it out. Her name is Moore. I've noticed that yacht. It's enormous,
Wyatt said.
Fanshaw's giving me one of his white shirts so I'll be appropriately dressed. I'll serve drinks and cocktails. I'll make a week's worth of pay in one night.
Maybe you'll meet a woman, Ariel suggested.
Maybe I will,
Nick agreed. The next evening, as Nick showered, shaved, and dressed, his hands shook. This was why he'd chosen Nantucket. He wanted to meet people with money, big money. He'd work for them, he'd marry them, whatever it took. He was determined to change his life. His older brother was a physicist at MIT working on dark matter. He lived with a pretty woman named Ursula, also a physicist. When the two were talking about their work, Nick had no idea what they were saying. His sister Anya had married a banker. They had a huge house in Ipswich and 4 children whom his mother worshipped. The only way Nick, the youngest child, could excel would be to make a lot of money while making an obvious and substantial difference in the real world. Nick was determined to do just that. He'd worked for Brooks Brothers in Boston, and here on Nantucket at Fanshaw's, he assisted the kind of men he wanted to emulate. They carried themselves with ease and importance, and they were always automatically polite to Nick. They didn't have to act powerful. They were power. Nick walked down Strait Wharf to the end of the pier where a longer pier extended for the big yachts. Moore was the first of 5 super yachts at anchor. Every window glowed gold. Nick went past the first boarding ramp, which was meant for guests, and down to the last boarding ramp, meant for crew. He was met by a tall, tanned man wearing the yacht's uniform of navy blue and light blue.
Name?
The man asked, looking down at a clipboard. Nick gave his name.
Lower deck, midships,
the man said.
Give me a break,
Nick said. The man pointed to a door.
Take the stairs down 2 flights.
Nick went through the door and down the narrow, steep stairs to a long, narrow room where guys dressed like he was were opening bottles of wine, filling buckets of ice from an ice machine, and polishing trays. A man with a name tag that read Joe stepped in front of Nick.
Well, aren't you a pretty boy?
Joe said.
Lucky for you, you can take drinks around. Philip has a tray. Champagne, Mortlack 18, that's scotch, pretty boy. Sparkling water, go on, they're starting to arrive.
Nick had worked for caterers before, during his college days, and he'd learned how to balance a tray. He knew how to place the heavier drinks in the middle of the tray, the lighter ones on the outside, how to hold it with his fingertips, his wrist angled slightly while keeping his shoulders straight, how to hold it below shoulder level. He was tall, strong, and young. As he stepped onto the foredeck, he was reminded that he was also handsome, by the way the women's heads turned, by the way they smiled.
Darling, thank heavens you're here,
an older woman said, slinking toward him.
We're parched.
He walked around the deck, making eye contact, smiling, nodding, saying nothing but, "You're welcome." He knew better than to flirt with the guests. An hour later, the deck was crowded and loud with talk and laughter, and they still accepted more drinks from Nick's tray. Impressive, he thought, how much these people could drink. At Joe's request, Nick opened the doors to the lounge with its soft leather sofas and fine paintings on the wall. Immediately, several of the older women swept in, dropping around the long coffee table with cries of pleasure. Nick waited by the door to see if they wanted more drinks. They ignored him.
God, I couldn't have stood up for another minute,
a glamorous woman said, putting her feet on the short table.
My Louboutins are killing me.
But they're so gorgeous, another woman countered.
The things we do for our husbands, a red-haired lady dripping with emeralds chimed in. They get to wear deck shoes. We have to torture ourselves for beauty. Nick surveyed the room. All the guests held full glasses. He quietly left and headed back to the serving galley. At the top of the stairs, sitting on the stairs leaning against an inner wall, her long legs stretched out across a step with a cigarette in one hand and a paperback book in the other, was a beautiful woman with long blonde hair and a very short dress. Nick gave himself a moment to compose himself. She was much younger than the other guests. Must be someone's daughter, he decided. "Excuse me," he said. She looked up at him. "Mon Dieu," she said. "Aren't they the most boring people on the planet?" She was exquisitely beautiful, her frame delicate and slender, as if she were a ballerina lost on the ship. She did not move her legs. Nick sensed the spark between them, and that gave him the courage to say, "But aren't you one of the guests?" That made her toss back her head and laugh. "You are correct. I am here with my father. My mother is with the angels, so I have to be his accessory. But I fulfilled my duty, so I'm escaping." "The stairs don't seem like a comfortable place to sit," Nick said. "Again, you are correct." The blonde smoothly twisted her legs down to the next step and rose. "I am Francine Bruel." "Nick Volkov." "Do you live on the island?" "For the summer." Loud baritone laughter exploded from the front deck. "Take me somewhere else." She moved close to Nick, gazing up at him with crystal blue eyes. There were only inches between them. "I wish I could," Nick said, "but I'm working here tonight." Francine made a sweeping gesture with her hand. "Who cares? Let's go into town." Nick shook his head. "I'm afraid I care. I'm working because I need to. But I would like nothing more than to take you someplace." "Lash," Francine said, glaring at him. "I'm not a coward," Nick told her, and was rewarded with her eyes widening when she realized he understood French. Score one for me, Nick thought. His education had been helpful after all. He wasn't fluent in French, but he did have a working ability. Working, he thought. He said sternly, "I am here working, and you are here playing." He stepped closer to her, towering over her so that she had to tilt her head back to look at him. "And I am not a toy." Before he could control himself, he hurried down the steps to the next deck and the next. The galley was wild now that the party was almost over. The waiters drank champagne from half-empty glasses, ate the slightly burned hors d'oeuvres that hadn't been served, and did mincing imitations of some of the more colorful guests. Nick gave himself a moment to stand outside and catch his breath. He was trembling, and he knew his cheeks were burning. The last thing he'd expected tonight was to experience such intense emotion. Francine had stepped out of his wildest fantasies. And Francine was sophisticated and filthy rich, he reminded himself. Any man would want her, and she would consider Nick entire tears beneath her. For a long moment, Nick was swept with shame. He was handsome. He could probably take her to bed, but she would never consider him her equal. And what he had felt for her in those few moments had not been love, but infatuation, sexual attraction, lust, and a powerful exhilaration that such a beauty would even speak to him. Yet hopelessly, he knew he would hold the sight of her long blonde hair falling back past her shoulders and her blue eyes daring him like a treasure in his heart. He hit his fist into his hand. "Fool," he whispered to himself angrily.
Nick pushed his way into the galley and joined the other caterers, who were laughing as they washed trays, loaded the dishwasher, and tossed out lipstick-blotted napkins. This was where he belonged now, but this was not where he would stay. 8. This summer. Tuesday morning, they all gathered in the bistro for coffee and croissants. Nick rose, clapping his hands to draw everyone's attention to him.
I hope you've all had a good breakfast. Now, I've made plans for us today. Don't worry, I won't schedule your everyday here, but I want you kids to see what your parents saw when we were your age.
Penny leaned forward.
If you don't mind, I'd like to stay here. I'm, expecting a phone call.
Oh, come with us, Jade Marie said. It won't be as much fun without you. Sheila said,
You're coming with us, Penny. You had all day yesterday to be with Jason and Jade Marie.
All right, Mom. She turned to Nick.
Thank you very much, Mr. Volkov. It will be wonderful to see the island.
Someone kicked Penny's leg softly. She looked across the table at Jade Marie. Like we didn't see it yesterday, Jade Marie whispered, rolling her eyes. Penny's smile was genuine, conspiratorial. Ariel leaned on the window, gazing out at the passing scenery. Nick was driving the Jeep, and Sheila had been given the passenger seat. Wyatt had the other window in the back seat, and Francine, so slender she could easily fit between them, had the middle seat. Behind them, Jade Marie drove the other Jeep, with Penny next to her and Jason in the back. They were headed out to Madaket on the west end of the island.
I'm amazed at all the houses that have been built,
Wyatt said.
It wasn't this crowded when we were here. It's been 25 years,
Nick told him.
Nantucket has become the playground of the super rich. Which explains why you've built a hotel here,
Wyatt said. Well, of course, Francine said. My husband would hardly build a hotel in an ugly location. Ariel zapped a look at her husband. Ariel believed Nick deeply loved Francine, and she was certain that now, this week, he would like for them to be, if not friends with her, at least friendly. Nick might be an ambitious man, but he had a deep heart. Ariel ran her eyes over the back of Nick's beautifully shaped head. His hair had the crisp glossiness of a professional cut, and it was as black as it had been when she first met him. Only a few silver hairs glittered here and there, probably, knowing Nick's vanity, a hairdresser's magic touch to give Nick gravitas. He hadn't put on weight in the past 25 years, and his muscles seemed to be honed from work at the gym. Even though Wyatt had grown a slight paunch, Ariel still loved her husband's body, loved her husband. That was why she had learned to be happy stuck in a small town in the middle of the country, when she'd once dreamed of living in a loft in New York, writing novels, or typing chapters at a desk in her compartment on the Orient Express. Wyatt knew she loved him. He never doubted it. She understood that his real passion was science, but he did love her and their son, and that was an abundance to her. Also, she met with a small group of other struggling writers twice a month, and their advice, frustrations, and laughter were invaluable to her. She wanted to start an online writers' club, but needed money to set up a website. She'd mentioned this to Wyatt, but he didn't take her seriously. All he'd said was, "You'll figure it out." When she returned to Missouri, she'd take a job, any job, until she'd compiled a few $1,000s to have someone build an enticing website. They arrived at the end of the road, at the end of the island. A large sand dune rose in front of them, but they could hear the sea. Jade Marie was driving the other Jeep, and now she pulled up next to them. Penny, Jade Marie, and Jason tumbled out.
I'm giving you the grand tour, Nick told them. We'll see the far west end of the island, and then I'll take you to the east end for lunch.
You would be wise to take off your shoes, Francine advised. The group did as she suggested, and they climbed up the high dune in their bare feet, huffing and puffing and laughing at themselves, until finally they reached the ridge at the top, and the Atlantic Ocean in all its sparkling blue beauty came into view. "It goes on forever," Jade Marie said.
"It goes on until it hits Portugal,"
Wyatt said.
"We've got sharks showing up here now,"
Nick said.
"Great whites."
Really? Why?
Penny asked.
"Warming seas have brought the seals, and great whites love seals,"
Nick explained.
"The town has built higher stands for the lifeguards, so they can search the water for fins. It's the same out at Sconset. And fishing at Great Point can get dramatic. Sometimes sharks will fight to get the fish a guy has on his line."
Francine put her hand on Nick's arm. "Darling, let's simply enjoy the view, please." Jade Marie spoke up.
Mother and I often spend time in Saint-Tropez or Nice. The beaches are beautiful there, and we know there are sharks in the Mediterranean, but so far they haven't been spotted near shore. It must be beautiful, Penny said. I'd love to go there someday.
"I'll go with you,"
Jason joked.
"Those are the beaches where women go topless, right?"
Everyone laughed, and Jade Marie was both grateful to Jason for bringing some humor into the moment, and hurt that he said he'd go anywhere with Penny. Although, Jade thought ruefully, Penny without her top would be a sight to see. Nick clapped his hands.
"Okay, group, back to the car. We're going to drive all the way to the other end of the island."
They drove along the Madakit Road, turned onto Prospect Street so they could see the old mill where settlers had ground their corn, zigzagged through the busy shopping areas, and flew along Milestone Road, past the vast plains of the moors, to the small village of Sconset. They saw mansions and one-room fishing shacks. They walked on the beach as the ocean sprayed them with each wave. They oohed and ahed over the fishermen's cottages, and were properly impressed as they walked along the bluff path by the extravagant summer mansions facing the Atlantic. Finally, they got back in their cars and drove down Pulpis Road and over the Wawinit Road until they came to the inn and restaurant. A brick path bordered by a lavish display of hydrangea and roses wound up to the front door. The building was shingled, in keeping with the island's architectural choice, and the trim on the windows and porch was glossy white.
"If we go any further,"
Nick told them,
"we'll be on sand roads. We have four-wheel drive, and if we wanted to, we could drive all the way out to Great Point."
"I'd much rather sit in the shade with a cool drink," Francine told her husband. Then, surprising the others, she smiled at them and asked, "Don't you all agree?" Wyatt immediately said, "Absolutely." Ariel put her hands to her heart. "It looks like heaven." Nick smiled, pleased at her reaction.
"The restaurant here is called Toppers. It has a view of the end of the Pulpis Harbor. We can eat on the porch, or if you'd prefer, in the dining room."
"Porch, please,"
Sheila said. The group followed Nick into the lobby, elegant in its simplicity. Immediately, the manager appeared to greet Nick and meet his guests and chat as charmingly as if they were the highlight of his day. They were shown to their tables on the back porch, a long stretch overlooking a velvet lawn leading to the bright blue harbor and a private beach with kayaks, canoes, and sunfish waiting.
"I want to live here," Sheila said. "Right here."
A waiter appeared.
"Would you like one long table or several smaller ones?" "The long table, please,"
Nick said. The group mingled around, finding their seats. Nick, Wyatt, and Jason became almost courtly when they said they'd sit facing the hotel so the women could have the water view. They studied their menus, and for a while the group was quiet.
"What's Wagyu beef?"
Wyatt asked.
"It's from Japan,"
Nick began. Jade Marie interrupted, laughing. "It's beef that has been massaged. I mean, the cows have been massaged. Therefore, the beef is supposed to be especially tender."
"I become very tender when I'm massaged,"
Jason joked, looking at Jade Marie.
$27 for a hamburger.
Wyatt shook his head.
"It's my treat, mate,"
Nick said.
"Go crazy and order the fries, too." I remember a time when you couldn't afford an expensive meal, Wyatt told Nick. Ramen noodles, dude, Nick said, laughing. Sheila, intent on her menu, asked, "What is Batarga?" "It's a kind of roe, darling." Francine lifted one eyebrow and smiled slightly when she saw that Sheila didn't understand. "Like caviar? Roe are fish eggs. Botarga are similar. Very salty."
"Thanks,"
Sheila said, her smile genuine. "What are crudités?" Jason asked. "And why would we want to eat them?" Francine laughed, a musical sound of pleasure. "I agree completely, Jason. Quelle horreur, but it only means raw vegetables. They're served with dips or sauces." "I'm having the hamburger," Wyatt said stubbornly. Ariel reached across the table to touch her husband's hand. "Maybe seafood? You can have a hamburger anywhere, and you've got to think of your cholesterol." The waiter arrived to take their orders.
"Should we have wine at lunch?" Sheila wondered. "It doesn't seem right."
"Oh la la, such a fuss," Francine said. "A glass or two of wine for lunch is ordinary for me." "Stop it," Jade Marie thought, her eyes flashing a warning at her mother. Jade Marie hated it when her mother went into her "I am French and therefore better than all of you" mode. "I'll have a soda," Jade Marie said. "I never drink at lunch. You're right, Sheila. Liquor at lunch can make a person drowsy." "No wine for us, thank you," Ariel said. Jason studied his mother and father. His mother had never seemed dissatisfied with her life, married to an absent-minded scientific professor. But he had always understood how much it meant to her to take her solitary trips back east, to visit her parents, or more often to writers' talks in Kansas City or St. Louis or Chicago. He wished she could do more. She always came back so happy after a writers' conference, so enthusiastic. Email and Zoom provided some conversation for her, but it wasn't the same as being with other writers in real life. He knew his father didn't make the kind of money that would fund more trips. That was the thing about scientific research. Professors weren't paid much, and if they were awarded grants, most of the money went to equipment or lab assistants. Jason knew his father wanted him to follow in his footsteps. He knew his mother appreciated his presence and humor, and he worried about what would happen when he left. Because he would leave. He was young, and he wanted to be his own man. It was even possible that he would never return, not for good. He wanted to find a world where he fit, where he felt at home. Nick cleared his throat and began a brief history lecture. "This area of the island was settled by the Wampanoag tribes in the 7th century. They lived on berries and fish, and the men even hunted whales in canoes made out of trees. The name Wampanoag means Easterners, or people of the dawn." "How poetic," Ariel said. "People of the dawn." "The land on the other side of the harbor is called Koskata Kotu. It's a barrier beach and a wildlife refuge owned by the trustees of reservations. We can drive there or walk there later. Spectacular views." Wyatt said, "Nick, you're a walking encyclopedia." Nick shot back, "And you're the next Einstein." A kind of tension shivered between the two men for just a moment, and then Nick continued with his history lecture, stopping only when the waiter arrived with their meals. After a moment, Ariel said, "This is sublime, but I don't think anything will ever taste better than that pizza we shared that first night on Easy Street." Wyatt agreed. "I remember it too, but we were young and literally hungry back then."
"And before that, our first time on the beach?" Sheila reminisced. "Nick got us some chips and beer. He convinced a couple of girls to drive him into town and bring him all the way back."
"Why didn't you drive into town, Dad?" Jade Marie asked.
"It was our first night on the island. We only had bikes." Before Nick could continue, Ariel said, laughing,
While you were gone, Sheila and I covered Wyatt up to the neck in sand.
No way, Jason said. I can't believe my father would allow that.
Oh, Wyatt wasn't as important as he is now, Ariel told her son, reaching over to squeeze Wyatt's shoulder. Wyatt grinned, accepting the teasing.
At least I didn't try to save us all from a serial killer with a golf club.
Penny gasped.
A serial killer with a golf club was in your building?
The 4 Sand Palace inhabitants roared with laughter.
No,
Sheila told her daughter.
Nick had the golf club. There was a room above us, and we were in that grotty basement late at night when we heard this creepy shrieking noise.
We were almost asleep and we all came out of our rooms.
You should have seen us, Nick said. We were huddled together like a clump of teenagers from a Freddy Krueger movie, scared out of our wits. We figured out the sound came from upstairs, but remember, most of the building was demolished. We had a light in the corridor, but no light on the stairs, and we had to pass through a kind of nightmare passageway to get to Sharon Waters' office and the light switch. We were brave, Wyatt added. Nick and I went first, protecting the women.
It was like someone screaming from the grave, Ariel whispered. I get goosebumps thinking of it. Nantucket has always had houses with ghosts, and I thought maybe an old grave had been opened when the hotel was destroyed. What was it? Jade Marie asked, terrified. The Sand Palace 4 grinned at one another.
A cracked window,
Wyatt answered.
Nothing but a cracked window with the wind blowing through. I found some tape in Sharon's desk and fixed it.
Nick laughed.
I went through all of Sharon's desk drawers trying to find a bottle of scotch or bourbon. I was about to have a heart attack.
But she didn't have any liquor, so we laughed at ourselves and went downstairs,
Sheila said. Ariel said dreamily, and Wyatt and I fell in love.
What?
Jason looked embarrassed. We stood on the top step and talked, Ariel said. We kissed. It was so...
All right, Jason said. I don't need to hear the details.
Wyatt and Ariel shared a private smile. The waiter came by with dessert menus.
I shouldn't,
said Sheila. You absolutely should, Ariel told her. When will you have this chance again?
Okay, if you insist,
Sheila quickly agreed. They all leaned back in their chairs, reading the menu, feeling the warmth of the sun, hearing the gentle sigh of waves on the shore. How fortunate we are, Ariel said. This is lovely, Nick. Thank you.
Yes,
Jade Marie echoed, gazing at Jason. How lucky we are. After a moment, Jason asked if he and Jade Marie could walk back to town on the beach.
Sorry, no,
Nick said.
The beach gives way to marsh and swampy areas. It's not quite quicksand, but it's composed of dead sea creatures. Makes wonderful fertilizer, but it's hard to move through and the smell is repulsive.
Let's walk back on the road then, Jade Marie suggested. Penny, want to go with us? Say no, Jade Marie silently begged. Say no.
No, thanks,
Penny said.
I want to go back in case Liam stops by.
After the others had driven off toward town, Jade Marie and Jason strolled away from Wawinit. Down a narrow road bordered with pines and tupelo and an occasional house, they turned right onto the Pulpus Road, also 2-lane and narrow. On the south side was a bike path. They crossed over and walked toward town. For a while they didn't talk. It was enough to be near each other, alone. That's a cranberry bog, Jade Marie said, pointing. It doesn't look like much now, but in the fall, all the cranberries turn bright red.
You know a lot about the island, Jason observed.
I do. I think it's my favorite place in the world.
Why?
Jade Marie took his hand and pulled him up a rutted dirt road. When they'd reached the crest in the small hill, she waved her arm. Look at all that. It's called the Moors, like Scotland's moors. Heather grows there, and all sorts of wildflowers, and there are several beautiful clear ponds, and deer live here, and rabbits, and probably voles, and lots of birds nest in the trees." She laughed at herself. "I sound like a third-grade teacher."
"I like hearing this. Tell me more."
"Well, the moors are about 4,000 acres, most of it owned by the Nantucket Conservation Foundation, some by Mass Audubon, some single-lane dirt roads for people driving, lots and lots of paths for walkers, and no houses allowed. It's wild. It's not taken over by corporations. It's its real self."
"I guess you're a nature lover,"
Jason said. "Guilty as charged. You're not?"
"I like the ocean. I like being on a boat or swimming or simply staring at the horizon."
"I could live here," Jade Marie said. She ambled back toward the road and the bike path. Jason followed.
"You know, I think I could too."
Jade Marie glanced over her shoulder at him. "I assumed you had joined your father in his scientific research." Jason nodded, looking sad.
"My father assumes that too, and my famous grandfather. They'd like a scientific dynasty. I've been working at the university since I graduated."
"That is kind of cool," Jade Marie said hesitantly.
"It would be, if I liked science,"
Jason told her. They walked quietly for a while.
"Actually,"
Jason said,
"it's not the science that I dislike. It's the repetitive research and documentation. But really, I don't want to be like my father and grandfather. Their entire lives are science. They're always living in their heads. No other profession in the world matters to them. They are certain that they're superior to everyone else. My father's entire connection to nature is through chemical analysis, and he expects everyone to cater to him. He's not mean to my mom. He doesn't hit her, but he treats her like a servant. He looks down his nose at her writing. He ridicules her for having her head in the clouds. She's had fiction published, and he's never read one word she's written. And if I don't make A's in science, he's furious. And the worst thing is, he's always competing with his father, and he knows he can never win, but there's the entire world around him, and he doesn't even see it."
Jason drew a deep breath.
"Sorry."
Jade Marie held his hand and leaned against his arm. "Why don't you tell me what you really think?"
"You must think I'm an asshole. I mean, you and your father have a perfect relationship."
"Not perfect at all," Jade Marie said. "I don't think any two people have a perfect relationship. I mean, look at my parents. My father's a classic extrovert, plus he always needs more. My mother is an introvert. She does some charity work in Paris, and sometimes Dad will show up for one of her occasions, and sometimes she'll show up for the opening of a new hotel, but mostly they just let the other get on with it."
"You seem to want to follow in your father's footsteps, though,"
Jason pointed out. "I kind of do. I like the idea of running a hotel, but I also want a husband and children, and I don't want to travel the way my parents do. I really want to be settled."
"Is that okay with your parents?"
Jade Marie laughed. "If I wanted to drive a dog sled, they'd be fine with it. I'll bet your mother would be fine with you doing what you want."
"I'm not so sure. A few months ago, I told Mom I wasn't sure I wanted to be a scientist. She told me that I've got science in my blood, that I'm going to continue my father's research, that I'll feel better in a few more years."
Jade Marie shook her head. What could she possibly say?
"I realized then that my mother would always be on my father's side, that she loved me, kept me safe and healthy, but she wouldn't protect me from my father's wishes, that she couldn't even see how I might yearn for a different life, just as she wouldn't stand up for her own worth as a writer."
"I'm sorry," Jade Marie said. "Really." They'd come into town as they talked, and had to walk single file along the busy 2-lane road to the airport. They came to Marine Home Center. Suddenly, Jason took Jade Marie's hand and stopped.
"I apologize for dumping all that on you," Jason said. "I'm not always such bad company."
"I liked talking with you," Jade Marie said. Why don't we go out to Cisco Brewers tonight? That will be an entirely different world, and I know you'll enjoy it.
Yeah, I'd like that. I think maybe I'll walk down to the beach.
She could tell he needed some space. Of course, I'm going to call Penny and see if she wants to go shopping.
Good idea,
Jason said. He hesitated, then said all in a rush,
I don't blather on like this to just anyone. In fact, you're the first person I've talked to so honestly.
I like that, Jade Marie said. I'd like to be your first person in a lot of things. She quickly kissed his cheek and walked away, her face blushing red, her heart beating fast. 9. That summer. Wednesday was the first true hot day of the summer. At least, people on Nantucket complained that it was hot. They had no idea, Wyatt thought. They hadn't experienced the breath-stopping humid heat of Missouri, where the air plastered itself against a person's face like damp gauze. It was in the caves of the Ozarks where Wyatt's father had discovered a rock streaked with a mineral that would earn him fame and admiration, and a raise in salary. Wyatt was 10 when that extraordinary event took place. Suddenly, his father, who Wyatt considered boring and way too strict, was being interviewed on television and visited by scientists from around the world. Wyatt flew with his famous father to visit the NASA headquarters in Washington, D.C., to meet important people, some in military uniform covered with ribbon and medals. Wyatt was taken on a special tour of the National Air and Space Museum and spent the evening in the Hay Adams Hotel, eating room service and watching television, while his father went to a dinner given in his honor. It was on that trip that Wyatt realized he was doomed. In all the photos taken of his father, Wyatt was invited, forced, to stand at his father's side. His father joked with a serious undertone that his son was his assistant. Wyatt would carry on that exciting scientific work that began with Dr. Benjamin Smith's discovery of a rare mineral that would help NASA send men to the moon and Mars. That was what his father announced to the world, and Wyatt watched his fate laid out for him, without one word about what he thought of the plan. Wyatt majored in science at the University of Missouri, where his father taught. He lived with his parents. Why spend money for dorms when his mother's food was so good? By the time he entered his final year, he was depressed and angry. He was restless. His mother understood. She suggested that he take a summer job back east, before spending the rest of his life in the same town where he'd grown up. So he'd talked with friends who'd traveled, and here he was, in a landscape like nothing he'd ever known. He was beginning to feel what happiness was. He liked his job at Cabot's. Wyatt was good at fixing mechanical things. Not so good at personal relationships, but at work Don Cabot talked almost incessantly, and his stories were entertaining. And there was Ariel. Wyatt knew from the moment he set eyes on her that he was in love with Ariel. Ariel had grown up just outside Boston. She'd been to Paris. She was head-turningly beautiful. She was friendly with everyone, and her laughter was magical. Why anyone so lovely would be interested in him was a mystery. Wyatt was smart enough to know that he was a good-looking guy. He'd had plenty of girlfriends in his life, and any one of them would have married him in an instant. Ariel, for all her sophistication, always brightened when she set eyes on Wyatt, and sometimes, when they were walking and their arms brushed, her face would flush pink. For all her beauty, she was not a snob. As the days passed, Wyatt realized Ariel was not interested in the party scene, in rich people, fabulous venues, expensive jewelry. Ariel read a lot, She seemed like someone who would be content in a university town. So Wyatt thought he might have a chance. It was hard to get personal when they were all together, either during hump night dinners or beach picnics or parties. He wanted to spend some time alone with her, getting to know her, letting her get to know him. He knew better than to ask her out on a date. Nick and Sheila would tease them mercilessly. He had an idea, a spur-of-the-moment kind of thing, and he told Don Cabot he was leaving for his lunch hour, but he'd be right back. Ariel usually spent her lunch hour at her desk at the Amos Longenecker Real Estate Agency. This made all the realtors happy, because she was there in case someone dropped in or called. Also, Ariel was frugal, wanting to save her money. She brought a perfectly satisfactory peanut butter, lettuce, and mayonnaise sandwich from her basement kitchen. Serious heat arrived on the island. The sidewalk bustled with people in shorts and scallopers caps, or short tank tops and flip-flops. Ariel always wore a pretty dress and sandals to work. She wanted to look professional. She changed the moment she got home, usually into one of her bathing suits and a t-shirt. It was just after noon when the agency door opened and Wyatt walked in. Her heart jumped.
Wyatt, why aren't you at work?
Wyatt smiled.
I'm on lunch hour. I walked into town to get a sandwich and I thought I'd stop by to see if you wanted to go kayaking with me after work.
For a moment, Ariel was speechless.
Kayaking?
It's easy. Mr. Cabot at the boat shop said we could use one of theirs for free. They have 2-seaters, also life vests.
I've never kayaked, Ariel said weakly.
It will take 30 seconds to show you. Basically, you sit and paddle. We could go around the inner harbor, and the cool thing is, it's so quiet. No motor, no sails.
It sounds wonderful. I'd love to do it.
Great. You know where I work, right? Down on North Washington, across from the Senior Citizen Center?
I'll be there, as soon after 5 as I can get there.
I will run, Ariel thought. I will shoot myself out of a cannon. I will fly.
Don't go to the Sand Palace and change. I mean, because Nick or Sheila might be there, and we only have the one kayak.
Wyatt's ears went pink as he talked. He wants to be alone with me, Ariel realized. He wants to be alone with me.
I mean, your dress might get wet, but not soaked. We won't capsize or anything. You can leave your purse or whatever in Cabot's office.
Wyatt is babbling, Ariel realized. She grinned at him.
Good, that's all good.
So, well, I'll see you there.
Yes, see you there right after 5.
Their gaze was a lifeline, tying them together.
Okay,
Wyatt said, smiling.
I'm leaving now.
Okay,
Ariel said.
Drive safely.
I walked. The jeep's at the Sand Palace.
Ariel thought they could be speaking in Mandarin as long as they could stay connected like this.
Right,
she said.
Walk safely.
I will. And you, work safely.
Wyatt's eyes were twinkling now, his cheeks as pink as his ears. We are stinkin' adorable, Ariel thought. We can't leave each other. Wyatt stepped outside and shut the door. As he walked past the agency, he waved. Ariel waved back and then didn't move. She sat, smiling, afraid to break the spell. Suddenly, Wyatt was back at the wide window. He held up his hand, pointed to his 5 fingers, and mouthed, 5. Ariel nearly lifted off her chair with joy.
5,
she called. The agency phone rang. She had to pick it up. When she did, it took her a moment to remember what to say.
Amos Longenecker Real Estate Agency, Ariel speaking.
She waved again at Wyatt, who waved back at her and disappeared. What does this mean? Ariel wondered. It was a question that floated like a banner through her thoughts as she spent the afternoon answering the phone and sorting files. She left the office at 5. and walked through the town down to the street leading to the end of the harbor, the town pier, and Cabot's Marine. She swung her purse as she walked and hummed a tune about flowers from Alice's Adventures in Wonderland. People smiled at her. Little children smiled at her. She felt like Julie Andrews in The Sound of Music. Except, did Maria ever have sex? Did Julie Andrews? Ariel let her thoughts bounce around like silly rubber balls. The boat shop was on the end of the harbor beach. It looked like an old barn with weathered shingles and a sailboat weather vane atop the slanted roof. Wyatt was leaning against the door, waiting. He pulled Ariel into the shadowy coolness of the boat shop and led her past shelves of rope and strange metal things over to the counter.
"Done?"
Wyatt called.
"We're going out in the kayak now."
From somewhere in the depths of the shop came a sound that was very much like the voice of God.
"Fine.
I'll put these behind the counter," Wyatt said, reaching for her purse and her sandals. Their hands touched when she handed them to him. Wyatt seemed so calm and matter-of-fact about it all that Ariel began to worry that his invitation didn't mean anything, really. Maybe he'd already asked Sheila and Nick, and they were too busy working or had other plans.
"Here."
Wyatt gave her a yellow life vest.
I don't need that, Wyatt. You know I can swim.
The voice of God roared.
"Put the vest on."
She put the life vest on. Wyatt took her hand and led her toward the water. The town pier had boats tied to every available floating dock. In the harbor, sailboats and motorboats bobbed next to their large white buoys. The yellow kayak was waiting on the beach. It had 2 seats and 4 double-ended paddles.
Which one should I take?
Ariel asked.
"The front. Great view. Here, wear this."
Wyatt handed her a scalloper's cap with a long bill.
I have sunglasses,
Ariel told him, tapping her frames.
"You'll want as much protection from the sun as you can get,"
Wyatt told her.
Oh, thanks.
Now that they were so close to each other, they were awkward. Gathering the skirt of her frilly summer dress around her knees, Ariel stepped barefoot into the boat, lowered herself onto the yellow vinyl seat, and slid her legs into the enclosed deck. Wyatt handed her a double-ended paddle. The kayak rocked as Wyatt shoved it into the water and jumped into his seat behind her.
"Don't paddle,"
he told her.
"I'm going to steer us between all these boats. Don't worry, we won't hit any of them."
The water made gentle rippling sounds as Wyatt paddled. They went around a wooden sailboat and between 2 motorboats, all tied to buoys.
"You can paddle now,"
Wyatt said.
"See if you can get into my rhythm."
After a few attempts, Ariel's paddle was in sync with his. All around them the water was clear and blue and cool.
I feel like a duck,
Ariel told Wyatt, laughing.
I mean, we're almost in the water. This is really sea level.
"I'm going to steer us between the gap and into Pulpus Harbor. The ferries don't go there, and neither do the big stink pots."
Ariel concentrated on paddling. The sensation of sliding through the water without engine or sail was a kind of freedom, a kind of opening up. In the wide blue waters of Pulpus Harbor, only a slight breeze blew, cooling Ariel, wrinkling the surface of the water, transforming the colors from indigo to turquoise to deep blue. Nothing was pressing on her. No phone was ringing, no customer or agent needed her attention. The ducks and geese they slid past didn't even fuss at them. She could hear Wyatt breathing and sense the movement of his body as he paddled. It was intimate. She couldn't stop smiling. They bumped up against someone's wooden dock. The house was obviously empty, so they felt no sense of trespassing.
"Let's take a swim and cool off,"
Wyatt suggested.
"Be careful, don't dive here. The water's shallow."
It was impossible to be graceful, getting out of the kayak and into the water, but once there, Ariel floated with her eyes closed, her dress sopping wet all around her, her hair hanging down into the water. and the only sounds she heard were of Wyatt moving. It was a very quiet adventure. She was completely happy.
"Your nose will be burned,"
Wyatt said, treading water next to her. "Don't bother me," Ariel told him. "I'm having a moment of bliss."
"I'll give you a moment of bliss."
Reaching around her shoulders, he pulled her face up from the water and kissed her. Ariel didn't take her lips away from his as she kicked herself gently into a standing position so she could put her arms around him and pull him close to her. After a long time, Wyatt pulled back, keeping his hands on her arms.
"I can't stop thinking about you,"
he said. "I know," Ariel replied. "Me too."
"Let's head over to Kotu."
Wyatt hoisted himself up on the old weathered dock and held the kayak steady while Ariel climbed in. They were silent as they paddled across the blue water to the long stretch of beach covered with wild roses and poison ivy. They slid out of the kayak, pulled it up onto the sand, and collapsed on the beach. It was quiet. No houses, no cars. The town itself seemed far away, another place. They heard only the lapping of the waves against the shore and the occasional cry of a bird. Ariel expected Wyatt to put his arms around her and kiss her again. Instead, he sat up, drew his knees to his chest, wrapped his arms around his legs, and said in that serene way he had, "I want to know everything about you." Ariel was surprised. "Oh, well, I mean, you know a lot about me already."
"Not the real stuff. The deep stuff. Like, which do you prefer, the city or the country?"
Ariel lay back, taking a moment to enjoy the sensation of the hot sand against her cool back. "I don't think anyone's asked me that before. I'd have to give it some thought. I mean, I've seen a lot of cities, London, Paris, and so on, and I have dreams of living in a loft in New York, and..." After a moment, Wyatt prompted her.
"And what?"
Ariel sat up. Softly, she admitted, "I'm trying to write a novel." Her voice was so low, Wyatt could barely hear her. "Cool." Ariel turned to him, holding his arm. "Don't tell any of the others, please. I tell people I want to be a writer, generically, but I have an idea for a novel. I write with a pencil in a spiral notebook. When I'm around people, like at college or when we're all in the sand palace, I can't seem to write. I'm inhibited, I guess, by the fear that someone will barge into my room and catch me and want to read what I've written, and they'll pull my notebook away from me and read a few lines and then laugh at me."
"That is one very specific fear,"
Wyatt said, keeping his tone serious.
"Ariel, I won't tell anyone. Trust me."
"I do trust you." Ariel flushed, removed her hand, looked down at the sand. "The thing is, I have this kind of daydream that I go somewhere quiet, where I can concentrate, where no one will interrupt me, where I can walk. Walking helps me think, without stopping to say hello to people or hearing other voices. When I'm writing, well, I'm already hearing other voices. And I know that sounds moony, but it's true. When I'm writing, I'm with that world, in that world. I want everything else to be far away for a while. Just a while."
"I get that,"
Wyatt said. Ariel shrugged. "It's silly. I know some writers who can write while they're sitting in coffee shops, and I know I'm crazy to think I could ever get a book published, but I did take a creative writing course, and the instructor told me I showed promise as a writer." Ariel suddenly stood up. "Want to walk? Let's walk." They strolled down the beach, wandering in and out of the water onto the warm sand, stopping to pick up an interesting shell or sea glass. Wyatt didn't speak. He was full of the honor Ariel had paid him, telling him her secret desire to write, and he thought maybe he was stretching it. but he thought that just maybe this would mean that Ariel wouldn't mind living in the middle of nowhere. After all, it was a university town. Ariel broke the silence.
What do you want, Wyatt? I know you're all into science.
He didn't want to scare her off. I guess. I mean, I'm an assistant to my father, who's a really big deal. I've been given an assistant professorship at the University of Missouri. I start in September. I'll be a lecturer and a researcher.
That sounds wonderful, Wyatt. How lucky you are to know what you want to do and to already have a job.
I'll never be as important as my father, Wyatt replied.
You don't have to be. You're you.
Columbia, Missouri is a nice town to live in. Probably lots of writers around, because of the university and the journalism school.
It sounds nice.
Ariel gazed at Wyatt. Maybe you'd like to see it, Wyatt suggested.
Maybe I would.
Ariel put her hand to her forehead.
The sun's getting low.
Yeah, we should be getting back. They swam for a while in the cool water and maneuvered themselves back into the kayak. Wyatt and Ariel paddled. They didn't speak. They were so low to the water and there was no wind, so when the sun flashed lights all around them, the water reflected the colors. It was like a dream. Back at the boathouse, they returned the life vests and chatted with the owner. Wyatt walked his bike as he and Ariel headed back to the Sand Palace. They talked about movies they liked and television shows and music, and let the dream go, for now. Nick was helping a customer, a portly gentleman who enjoyed wearing suits with vests, when Francine Bruel walked into Fanshaw's. Before Nick could excuse himself, Steve, the other assistant, came from around the counter to greet her. Francine shot a sideways glance at Nick before speaking with Steve. Nick finished helping his customer, taking his time to chat with the man, who was actually extremely interesting and jovial. All the time he was piercingly aware of Francine's presence. Had she come in specially to see him? But how would she know where he worked? And why would she even care? "That silver cigarette case is very nice," Francine said to Steve. "Of course, my sister shouldn't smoke, but if she's going to, she might as well be elegant about it." By the time Nick reached the counter, Francine's transaction was done. The silver case was wrapped in black paper and placed in Fanshaw's signature black and gold bag. Francine was wearing a white dress that clung to her body. Thin straps went over her shoulders from the very low bodice. She was extremely tan. Her blue eyes flashed. "Hello, Nick," she said, smiling. Next to him, Steve gulped in unabashed surprise that Nick knew Francine. "Hi, Francine. It's nice to see you again." He stood casually, smiling down at her. Inside, he was trembling. "My father knows Mr. Fanshawe," Francine said. "Why does that not surprise me?" Nick told her, letting his tone verge on the sarcastic. She liked that. She stepped closer. "I wonder, would you buy me a drink?" Nick checked his watch. "My shift is over and—" "Don't worry, Nick," Steve said. "I'll manage. It's only an hour. We're not that busy." "Thank you." Francine threw Steve a sparkling smile. "It's so kind of you." "Thanks, Steve," Nick said. As he followed Francine out the door, he looked back at Steve with a big smile and raised eyebrows. They stood on the sidewalk for a moment. "Where would you like to go?" Nick asked. Francine shrugged. "Someplace dark and gloomy where we can huddle together and whisper secrets." "It's early," Nick said. "Let's see if we can get a booth at the Brotherhood." Without thinking, he put his hand on the small of her back and gently turned toward Broad Street. It was only 5 o'clock when they entered the historic brick building. Few customers had arrived yet, so they were allowed to occupy the booth at the far back, sheltered and private. The lights were low. A small candle in a glass flickered from the middle of the table between them. Francine ordered a martini, dry with an olive.
Like James Bond,
Nick observed. He preferred 3 olives, Francine said. Hand shaken, not stirred. At the same time, Nick said,
shaken, not stirred.
And they smiled at each other with delight, as if they'd done something remarkable.
And for you, sir?
The waiter asked. His usual tipple was beer, but today he said,
the same.
Francine leaned back in her booth, raised her arms high, stretched and yawned.
Hard day?
Nick asked. She dropped her arms. Her breasts moved beneath the silky white of her dress. 4 slender gold bangles circled her arms. She wore a heavy gold ring embossed with what had to be a family crest on her little finger. Her fingernails were cut very short, no polish. Francine noticed him observe her hands. Long nails are a bother, she said. Plus, they catch on things.
I want to know all about you,
Nick said. Francine laughed. What else could you possibly want to know? You've seen me on the yacht, you know. I'm the carefree, and some would say, worthless daughter of a wealthy man. I do what I want, when I want.
Where did you go to school?
She laughed again, sarcasm in her tone. School? Where did I go to school? Will you grade me according to where I went to college? If I say the Sorbonne, will you like me more than if I told you I didn't attend college? Ah, now I've confused you. Did I go to the Sorbonne or not?
You like to play games,
Nick said sharply. Francine's eyelashes lowered, and her smile became knowing. Yes, I like to play games. She reached over and lightly touched the tip of her fingers to the back of Nick's hand as it lay in a loose fist on the tabletop. She swirled her fingers on his wrist. Nick sat entranced. He couldn't swallow. He wasn't sure he could breathe. He wasn't certain it was even a cerebral thought that forced him to suddenly turn his hand over and catch her small, smooth one in his grip. He said,
do you want to have sex with me? Because I can certainly willingly and you'll find extremely skillfully have sex with you. But more than that, I want to have a relationship with you that is not only sexual.
Her eyes dropped. She pulled her hand away. The waiter delivered their martinis, making more of a fuss about it than necessary. Francine waited until the waiter went away before lifting her head to face Nick. Sweet boy, you don't want to have a relationship with me. I'm crap at relationships. Francine lifted her martini glass toward Nick. Santé, she toasted.
Santé,
Nick responded. He drank in silence. The martini was perfect, ice cold. So cold and clear he could scarcely taste it, and a moment later he felt his chest warm. Ice to heat, Nick thought, and gazed at Francine. Ice to heat. And you? Francine said. Tell me about you. Nick took another sip before he spoke. The gin worked immediately, loosening his control, causing his fear to vanish.
I'm the son of Russian aristocrats who have no inheritance to speak of. I attended Harvard. I'm smart, but not wealthy. Well, obviously I'm not wealthy if I'm catering on your friend's yacht.
He took another sip. It was amazing to him how such a small amount of clear liquid could loosen him up.
Although actually I do live in a palace. We call it the Sand Palace.
Nick wanted to please her. From the moment they met, he wanted to please her. And so he told her about his 3 housemates, their jobs, the half-demolished hotel, the owner's fancy plans. "And what do you want to do?" Francine asked. "I want to make money," Nick told her, all his inhibitions gone. "Not just work to have an ordinary life. I want to make a lot of money. I want to own a chain of hotels. I want to travel to cities because I own real estate there. I want to have so many employees I can't possibly know all their names. And I want to hold an annual party where my employees drink champagne and cheer because they've received a Christmas bonus." Suddenly it seemed to him that Francine was looking at him indulgently, like a mother watching her baby take its first step, or a schoolboy reciting a poem. "Why are you humoring me?" Nick asked. "Why did you come to Fanshaw's? To see me, or was it a spur-of-the-moment decision to play with me because you were bored?" Francine set her half-drunk martini to one side. She crossed her arms on the table and leaned toward him. She said, "I attended the Sorbonne. I have a degree in art history. I am embarrassed to prefer the Impressionists. I have no skills. I can ski well, I can swim. I think I was born to play, like a little dolphin in the ocean." "Not a dolphin," Nick said. "A mermaid." Francine blushed at his words. "For you, Nick, I will be a mermaid." Sunday morning, Nick and Wyatt slept late. Ariel and Sheila spread newspapers on the floor around a chair facing the mirror in Ariel's room and took turns trimming each other's hair. They were both in bathing suits and flip-flops. Even with the fan, it was hot and muggy in the basement. Sheila's red hair had a slight but determined curl to it. Ariel kept dipping the comb into a bowl of water on her desk.
"So,"
Ariel said,
"tell me about your date last night."
"It was lovely,"
Sheila said, and could not hold back a smile. Ariel paused, holding the scissors above Sheila's head.
"Get out."
"Did you go to bed with him?"
"Of course not."
Sheila was indignant. The evening had passed with the swiftness of a dream, and Frank had not pressed her to have sex with him.
"Frank took me to dinner at the club car. We had a crisp Chardonnay and broiled sea bass with lemon. It was so delicious I wanted to lick the plate." "A crisp Chardonnay?"
Ariel echoed.
"Since when have you been able to judge a Chardonnay?"
Sheila turned red.
"Oh, God."
She buried her face in her hands.
"I am the most unsophisticated woman in the entire world." "I'm not sure that's true,"
Ariel said, adding with a smile,
"But please stop moving your head like that. I almost cut off your ear."
Sheila sat straight, still blushing.
"Don't make fun of me, Ariel. I know I'm naive, but with Frank I feel more grown up. Last night we spoke about books and music. He wants to take me to one of the musical arts concerts, but they're always on Tuesday nights, and I'm always tired after working. But anyway, he told me he's reading Couples by John Updike. I'm going to get it from the library and read it too."
Ariel whistled. "I doubt they have a copy at the library."
"I know it's got a lot of sex in it,"
Sheila declared.
"Frank isn't going to corrupt me."
Ariel said, "Stop moving your head. I never said he was. But you admit he's older and he told you he's divorced, so it's only natural he'd be a little more experienced than you."
"He's a nice guy,"
Sheila said firmly.
"He walked me back here and he only kissed me goodnight. He didn't suggest, well, going to his room or anything like that."
"Of course he didn't, you dope. If Mrs. Reardon saw him take you into his room, she'd throw him out and fire you."
"Couldn't you try to be nice about this?"
Sheila asked.
"I'm not sure."
Ariel snipped the split ends on the back.
"Why don't you ask Hank what he thinks? I mean, I thought you were going to marry him." "Yeah, ask Hank about Frank."
Ariel sing-songed the words, chiming the names.
And have you told Frank about Hank? You're obnoxious, Sheila said. It's a good thing I've already trimmed your hair.
Sheila took the last load of sheets from the dryer, plopped them on the laundry table, and began folding them. Her workday was almost over. She could leave when the sheets were done. She was moving slowly, lingering, hoping Frank would come bounding in and up the stairs to his room and she could catch him to say hello, to see if he was still interested in her, or if he'd decided she was too young and silly to spend time with. In her pocket, she had a letter from Hank. She'd picked it up from her box in the post office this morning on her way to work, and she hadn't bothered to read it yet. She knew what it would say. He missed her. It was hot. He had some potential winners on the high school team he was coaching all summer in preparation for the fall. Sheila owed him a letter, but she'd gotten so dreamy since her dinner with Frank, as if she'd fallen off a rock ledge and landed in a flower garden. So what if the flowers were poppies, like in The Wizard of Oz, and the garden would evaporate the moment she left the island? She still wanted something from Frank, with Frank, even if it turned out not to be real. She went up the stairs from the basement, through the hall and up to the linen cupboard on the second floor. She laid the fresh sheets on the shelf and took the lavender sachet that Mrs. Reardon kept in her closets, so that the delicate fragrance would, for a moment, float free. Really, she might as well be living in her grandmother's house. In the kitchen at the back of the house, she looked at the wall clock and wrote the time on Mrs. Reardon's schedule. She stepped into the downstairs half bath and changed into her shorts and tank top, putting her uniform in a tote. She did not want to walk down the streets in her maid's uniform. If she went out the front door, she might have a chance of running into Frank, but by now she was frustrated and slightly hurt that she hadn't seen him, so she headed to the kitchen.
Sheila?
The front door slammed and a man called her name. She turned. Frank walked toward her. He was carrying his briefcase in one hand and his suit jacket in the other. He looked tired and unbearably handsome.
Hi, Frank.
She couldn't hold back her smile. She knew she glowed with delight to see him. Frank scanned the area for a sighting of Mrs. Reardon.
She's at a Chamber of Commerce meeting,
Sheila said.
I'm sorry I haven't spoken with you, but I've been working, and it's damned hard trying to get you on that business phone. I don't think that Mrs. Waters likes being your secretary.
It's understandable. She takes dozens of work phone calls every day. Probably doesn't want to have to run down to the basement to leave messages, but it's the only phone in the building.
Sheila ran her eyes over his handsome face.
You look hot.
It's the humidity that gets me.
Frank took out a handkerchief and mopped his forehead.
Listen, I know we can't talk here. Will you let me take you out to dinner Saturday night?
I would love that.
It's a date then. I'll pick you up at 7.
I'll be ready.
Sheila was spellbound by the look in Frank's black eyes.
I'll sit on the bench outside.
I'll take you to Sconset,
Frank said.
I'm taking you as far away from this town as we can get, without leaving the island.
Good.
She quickly kissed him on his mouth and smiled, and hurried out the front door. 10. This summer. When they arrived back at the hotel after their lunch at Topper's, they went their separate ways. Nick had to check his email, Wyatt had to check his email, Sheila, Ariel, and Francine went off to take naps, and Penny went to her room alone. Liam had not stopped by or left a message or texted. She decided to tour some of the island's museums, and was opening the door of her room when her phone buzzed. It wasn't Liam, but it was Jade Marie, so that was cool. Hey, Penny, listen. Jason stopped to check out Cabot's Marine, and I'm about 5 minutes from town. Want to go shopping?
God, yes,
Penny cried. I'll meet you by the library. See ya. It was the glimmer of sun-struck blue that caught his eyes. Jason walked through the parking lot and behind Marine Home Center to an expanse of marshland, as Nantucket Harbor ended in small fingers of water curving through seagrass. He had to step carefully or get sucked into the swamp, but quickly he was on the long sandy beach heading to the heart of the town. It was early in the summer, but sailboats were already tied to moorings, bobbing in the gentle waves beneath a beaming sun. It felt good to walk in the open air, to stretch his long legs, to take deep breaths of the salty air. Birds flew overhead, calling to one another, and he stopped to watch them, these common gulls who could fly in their own universe of light and wind, who could be close enough almost to touch heaven. A tall white heron stood on one leg, as still as a statue. He had to step onto pavement to go around the Great Harbor Yacht Club, but a few strides later he was back on the beach, passing a stand where you could rent a kayak. In the water, a man rowed out to his boat, slowly dipping and lifting the oars. In the distance, two mothers watched their toddlers carefully fill their buckets with sand. And why, Jason thought, could he not have had this? He was spoiled. He was crazy. He wished he could talk to someone who would understand. His parents certainly wouldn't. Jason arrived at the town pier. The harbor master's headquarters were here in a building facing the water. On the other side of the pier was a boat shop, Cabot's Marine. Cabot's Marine. He knew his father had worked here the summer he lived on the island. The sight of it tugged at him. God, he was 24. He should be able to choose his own life. Suddenly, he was slammed with exhaustion. Turning away from the boat shop, Jason walked on toward the town and past the busiest streets and found the lighthouse. He was glad he saw no one he knew in the lobby. He went to his room, fell on his bed, and was instantly asleep. Penny and Jade Marie strolled up Main Street while convertibles and SUVs rumbled along on the cobblestones near them. It was a warm, sunny afternoon, and most people were at the beach, but the shops were still busy. The island has a population of around 15,000 in the winter, Jade Marie said. In the summer, 80,000.
Wow, all tourists?
Some come for the day. Many are summer people who own houses here or rent for a month every summer. Some are seasonal workers, bartenders, waitresses, house cleaners, event planners. We had 60 weddings here last August.
How do you know all this?
I came here last year with my father when he was in the process of buying the hotel. Mom knew some people who were having galas. We met lots of people, and our family spent Christmas here last year. It's a small town with big money. They paused in front of a real estate agency across from the modest brick post office building.
Wow, houses are expensive here, Penny said. I could never afford to live here.
No, Jade Marie said bluntly. I couldn't if I didn't work at the hotel.
Do you have, like, a suite?
Jade Marie rolled her eyes. I have, like, a room. I eat breakfast at the bistro and bring takeout to my room when I'm done for the day.
Will you live there this winter?
Probably. I mean, I don't need a kitchen to cook meals in. I don't want a kitchen to cook meals in. Don't look so wide-eyed, Penny. Jade Marie linked her arm through Penny's and talked as they continued walking. You and I grew up in such different ways. You had a backyard where your father barbecued hamburgers, right?
That's not a bad thing,
Penny said. I didn't say it was, but my family has never lived like that. We've lived the longest in our apartment in the city.
The city? Oh, I guess there's only one city in the world?
Jade Marie rolled her eyes. New York, you knew what I meant. Penny pouted sweetly.
Why, no, I didn't. I'm only a country girl.
Jade Marie snorted. Enough with the act, be yourself.
I'm not sure I know who myself is,
Penny confessed.
I'm not being coy either. How did I turn out so differently from my family? I swear it's all about football in our house, and there I am wanting to escape.
Where do you want to go? Jade Marie asked.
The saddest thing? I don't even know. I want an adventure. I want people back home to think I'm glamorous. I want to think I'm glamorous. I want to find out who I can be, and I don't want my mother to tell me what to do and where to go and how to make the lasagna the way my brothers like it.
Jade Marie laughed. I get that. I kind of wish the opposite. I mean, I want to stay in one place. My parents fly to Paris or Miami or Denver without a thought. I want to be in a place where I know people, where I have a home.
Well, at least I made it to Nantucket,
Penny said wistfully.
Yes, and we're going shopping.
Jade Marie stopped in front of windows displaying flamboyant dresses.
Look at this place. It's new this year. Let's check it out.
Penny followed Jade Marie into the store. It smelled like cinnamon. The dresses were summery, cute and irresistible. They tried on several, asking each other for an opinion. In the end, they both liked the sundress with silver discs dangling in odd places.
We'd be so cute in these,
Jade Marie said.
Have you even looked at the price tag?
Penny asked in a whisper.
Don't be such a baby. I'll buy both. We can wear them when we go out tonight. You can't buy me a dress,
Penny protested.
Why not?
Jade Marie shot back.
Don't you dare. I can't repay you,
Penny snapped.
We'll figure it out,
Jade Marie said. Then she took Penny by the wrist.
Shoes, we have to go to Murray's Toggery.
They cruised through the shop, full of iconic Nantucket red shirts, and headed to the second floor. Jade Marie stopped at the Jack Rogers silver espadrilles.
Let's get these. You'll thank me, I promise.
These brick sidewalks and cobblestone streets are killer if you're wearing stilettos. I've seen women break their ankles.
I think you may be the devil,
Penny said as she slipped into the marvelously comfortable and still kind of sexy shoes.
I want these. And Jade Marie, I'm totally paying you back.
I know that. Now, what else? They window shopped up and down Main Street before buying ice cream cones at the Nantucket Pharmacy. Outside, they sat on a bench under a towering elm tree, and for a while they were quiet, watching people stroll past.
I like it here, Penny said. It's a small town, but so fabulous.
I like it here too. That's why I'm staying here through the winter, to run the hotel. Penny licked a curl of raspberry chocolate ice cream off her cone.
Will anyone come in the winter?
Absolutely. We have a brilliant Christmas season. The stroll and New Year's Eve, and in the winter, lots of events, bird watching and library programs.
So you got the job because of your dad?
Penny asked. Stop it, Jade sniffed. I studied hospitality management in college. I've worked in hotels all my life, and I like it. Plus, Nantucket is where I feel at home. And frankly, I want to stay in one place. My father is so restless, we've moved more times than I can name.
But he's rich, right?
Penny asked. So what? I'm an adult. I intend to make my own fortune. What are you going to do? Penny said proudly.
I want to travel, live all over the world. Since I'm a star at IT, I can take a job with a big company on either coast. The truth, I want to make my own fortune too. I need to get away from my family.
God, I hear you. Ma mère wants to go back to Paris. She's tired of my father moving us wherever his newest passion takes him, and hates being alone in the New York apartment. I think she stayed with him only until I graduated from college. Jade Marie leaned back in her chair. They're so different. I can't imagine why they married in the first place.
My parents will always be together,
Penny said. I'm the one who hates that my mom is like a servant to my father and the boys. She's smart. She could get all kinds of jobs. But no, she has to be home, cooking for 4 huge males, doing their stinky laundry, cleaning up after they track mud all over the house. I was so happy when I was away from them at college. Good for you, Jade Marie said emphatically. You're an adult. You have your own life to lead, your own path to follow, your own choices to make. With your degree, you can go anywhere. Penny nodded eagerly. I want to go everywhere. I want to be adventurous, maybe even wild. I've been a good little girl all my life. Let's start your adventure tonight, Jade Marie suggested. Someone was knocking on his door. Groggy, Jason sat up, ran his hand through his hair, checked the time. It was almost 7 o'clock.
Jason Smith, get up!
Jason yawned, shuffled to the door, and opened it. Sweetie, Ariel said. Nick told us we're on our own for the evening. I thought we might walk around town and have dinner at Crew, the restaurant down on Straight Wharf. Want to join us?
No thanks, Mom. I think I'm going out to Cisco Brewers with Jade Marie and Penny.
I've heard that place is fun, Ariel said. Maybe your father and I should go there too.
No, Mom.
Jason shot his mother a look. Ariel's mouth quirked up sideways. Gotcha, she said. We wouldn't dream of going there. She kissed his cheek and left. Jason headed into the shower. When he was drying himself off, he noticed he was developing a healthy tan. He pulled on some board shorts and a rugby shirt.
Jason! Jason Smith!
More pounding on the door. What are you doing? Jade Marie had changed clothes since he'd seen her earlier. Now she wore a silver dress, which was, in Jason's opinion, unnervingly tight.
I fell asleep.
Wake up, Jade Marie ordered. Slap some cold water on your face and meet us downstairs. We're going out to Cisco Brewers. Jason nodded.
5 minutes.
He used the John, brushed his teeth, and couldn't be bothered to do more. He was hungry. He met Jade Marie and Penny in the lobby. Now he noticed Penny. She wore the same silver dress, but on Penny it looked different. Jade Marie looked sleek. Penny looked... He tried to find the right word. Voluptuous. Or bulgy, but he wasn't sure that was a word. Her breasts were only partially contained in the low-cut top, and when Penny made the slightest move, the entire dress shifted alarmingly. Wow. That was all he could say. A bus goes out to Cisco, Jade Marie said, but it's quicker if I drive the Jeep. The two women sat in front, Jason rode in back, watching the lush green fields roll by. Jade Marie turned on the radio and a Taylor Swift song came on. She rolled down the windows of the Jeep instead of putting on the air conditioner, and Jason liked that. In front of him, the two women sang and shimmied and laughed. They rode away from town toward a rural area with, in the distance, the Atlantic Ocean crashing. Here, the air was different. Dozens of cars were there already. Jade Marie parked in a field next to other cars. They could have found the brewery with their eyes closed, purely by the sound of people laughing and music from a live band. The place was packed. Couples with children, families with dogs, a gaggle of girls, a clump of guys. All, except the children and dogs, drinking beer or cocktails. They got in line for the bar, bought Whale's Tail Pale Ale to start with, and Jason wandered off to one of the food trucks, knowing if he didn't get something to eat, drinking alcohol might put him right back to sleep. He bought a bowl of curry from the Big Hug Dumplings truck and ate it leaning against one of the walls, just watching. The party was out on the patio, open to the stars. The gypsy band Coq au Vin was playing wild, romantic music, exotic mixed with popular, and the crowd was dancing out in the open air. The picnic tables were full of people, and dogs sniffed the cobblestone floor looking for any food that had been dropped. The sun was low in the sky, the air smelled of the sea, and right at this moment, happiness was everywhere. Jason checked out the guys tending bar. They were cool, easy, relaxed, joking, listening. At the far end of the yard where the cobblestones ended, a couple was kissing passionately, carelessly. Probably they were drunk. but it would be easy to get drunk out here, with the wild Atlantic winds so near and the rest of the world so far away. He wondered if he could be a bartender here. He ate another bowl of curry and drank another beer. Jason wandered through the crowd looking for the girls. Suddenly, Jade Marie was right in front of him. The way the lights rippled across her dress, shimmering the silver discs, made her look magic. He'd never seen a more beautiful woman. "Wanna dance?" she asked. Her voice was teasing, but her eyes were serious.
I'm a terrible dancer.
His heart was flipping out. "I doubt that." She began to sway with the music, which had gotten slow and easy. She put her arms around his neck and moved against him. Jason put his hands on her waist. Jade Marie let her head fall back so she could gaze up into his eyes. Her dark, wavy hair tumbled down her back. She pressed herself against him. She fit easily, perfectly in his arms. She rose on her toes, her breath moving against his neck. She kissed him gently, slowly, on his throat. She pressed her lips against his. For just one moment, Jason closed his eyes and sank into the sensation. For just one moment, he was in a place, a world he'd never known. Jade Marie brought her hands up along his neck, his jaw, and curled her fingers in his hair. "God, you're handsome." He pulled her tighter and whispered, "You're beautiful." Jade Marie smiled. He could feel her lips against his neck. She moved slowly, driving Jason mad. They continued to sway to the same steady rhythm, a beat of their own, no matter what music the band played. All around them, people laughed, sang, danced with the gypsy band's music coming on louder, wilder, bewitching them all. Jason took Jade Marie's cheek in his hand and gently moved her lips toward his. He kissed her for a long time, and it was sexual, but it was deeper than that. In the distance, the ocean crashed. 11. That summer. Tuesday morning, Sheila woke to the sound of an argument. Wyatt and Nick were in the hall, yelling. A light knock came on her door. Sheila opened it to find Ariel there.
"They're fighting. Come help me. Maybe we can sort it out."
Ariel was in a pretty nightgown. Sheila wore a t-shirt that hung almost to her knees. She stepped out into the dim corridor with Ariel.
"Come on, man,"
Nick was saying. He was wearing a striped seersucker robe and flip-flops.
"You know how important this is to me. It might be the night that changes my entire life. I swear to God, I'll pay you back."
Wyatt crossed his arms over his chest and leaned back against the wall.
"I don't trust you."
Wyatt was dressed in shorts and a wrinkled shirt.
"Well, Wyatt, you're just sad."
Ariel stepped close to the men.
"What's the problem, guys?"
Nick snorted and waved his arm at Wyatt.
"I asked him to loan me $300 for tonight. I want to take Francine to dinner, and I know she's got expensive tastes. My money is in the bank because I trust banks, but today I have to work during my lunch hour, and Wyatt won't loan me the money."
"That's a lot of money," Ariel said quietly.
"Well, this is an important night for me. I like Francine a lot."
Nick paced up and down the hall as he spoke.
"Plus, her father is Jean-Paul Bruel. He's an important hotelier. I'd give my left kidney to work for him. If Francine mentions to her father that she's met me, that she likes me—"
"How romantic," Ariel said dryly. Nick turned on Ariel, fists clenched.
"Maybe it is romantic. I like Francine. She likes me enough to search me out at Fanshaw's. That means something. When I saw her on the yacht, we clicked. I wanted to ask her out, but I was only the caterer, and she's the daughter of a millionaire. But I think we really did."
He searched for the word.
"Connect." "If you're right,"
Wyatt said,
She won't care if you don't have money. That's true, Nick agreed. But her father will. He won't want her spending time with me. Nick, man, Wyatt said in a friendly tone. You're a great guy, but I don't know you well enough to hand over $300.
$300? Sheila said. Where are you taking her? Paris?
With obvious patience, Nick said, I want to take her to the Chanticleer. I want to buy good wine and leave a big tip. I want to impress her, all right? This is my chance to show her who I am. With someone else's money, Wyatt muttered. I told you I'd pay it back. I don't believe you, Wyatt said. With a face like stone, he turned away and went into his room, shutting the door softly. In her room, Ariel slowly dressed, pulling on a high-necked sundress. She twisted her long blonde hair up into a knot at the back of her head. It was cool in her basement room and the fan helped immensely, but the humidity was pervasive. Quietly, she walked down the corridor to Nick's room. She knocked lightly. When he opened the door, she put her finger to her lips in a shh sign. She handed him an envelope. When he tried to embrace her, she shook her head and hurried back to her room. After a while, she heard Nick leave. She heard Sheila go into the bathroom and run the shower. Ariel went to Wyatt's room, knocked on the door, and entered. Wyatt was lying on his bed, reading a John le Carré book. When he saw Ariel, he closed his book. Let's talk, Ariel said, sitting at the foot of the bed. Wyatt sat next to her. I knew when I came here that Nantucket was a playground for the wealthy, but I didn't think someone my age would be so obsessed with money. Nick would have repaid you, Ariel said softly. Wyatt didn't answer right away. If you believe that, if you can afford to lose $300, you and I come from different worlds. Someone like you would never want to be with someone like me.
Someone like me? Someone like you? What does that even mean, Wyatt? I'm working on the island too, but I don't have ambitions like Nick has. I want to be in love with the man I marry and know that he loves me. And I want to have children, at least one, and I want to write. I want to create a space for me to write. That is who someone like me is. As she spoke, she sensed Wyatt closing down. Ah, Ariel said. I've said the marriage word and freaked you out. Wyatt faced her. The thought of marriage does freak me out. I'll never have a lot of money. I'll probably make full professor and get tenure, but I'll never be able to give you everything you want. But I thought... Tears came to Ariel's eyes. You mean that whatever we have between us now is only, in your mind, a summer affair?
No, that's not what I mean. Wyatt ran his hands through his hair. Ariel, I want to be with you. I think of you all the time. I think about you. Seriously. But I want it to be right.
I think it already is right, Ariel told him. Let's talk later. I have to get to work.
Yes, Wyatt said. He kissed her mouth softly. Later. Nick and Francine sat at a table in the Chanticleer near the window, sipping their martinis. They'd given their orders, mussels and salmon for Francine, salad and steak for Nick, and an expensive bottle of cold white wine, because that was what Francine preferred. Still, Nick thought, he might make it out of here for less than $300. Their drink at the Brotherhood after she came to Fanshaw's had not lasted long. She'd had a dinner engagement, but she had searched him out, Nick thought, and that was important. She'd said that for him she would be a mermaid, and then a group of her friends approached her, chattering away excitedly, and their private conversation ended. But Nick remembered thinking, ice to heat, and he could sense the electricity between them. The maitre d' knows you by name, Nick said.
They ought to, Francine said. I drop enough money here.
Money is important to you,
Nick said, smiling. Is that wrong? Francine spoke as if she were so exhausted it used her last breath to speak, as if the conversation was already boring her.
Not at all.
Nick sipped his wine.
I like this woman,
he thought.
I think I can be honest with her. Money's important to me also. I just don't have as much as I want, but I intend to get it.
Francine lifted one perfect eyebrow. Really? Before you said you wanted to own a chain of hotels. How will you make that happen?
I'm willing to work hard and kiss ass to get it.
His last few words brought a genuine laugh to Francine. She leaned back in her chair and applauded. Bravo! I like this, that you are a practical man.
Are you a practical woman?
He asked. God, no, Francine said, making her eyes big as if he'd shocked her. That's why I need to be with a practical man.
You could get any man you wanted,
Nick told her. Maybe, probably. But the trouble is there are so few men I find attractive. The waiter set their first courses in front of them. Now Nick wished he hadn't ordered a salad. Lettuce was difficult to eat elegantly. He watched Francine use the two-pronged mussel fork to lift the small meat from its shell and slide it between her barely open lips. She delicately deposited the shell in the small bowl set beside her. She was elegance itself. Francine met her eyes. You want to meet my father, do you not? Nick felt his face redden.
Of course I want to meet your father. I read about him long before I met you. I know he's an international hotelier. But I didn't ask you to dinner in order to charm you into introducing me to your father. Don't insult me. Don't insult yourself.
I love how you blush when you're angry, Francine said, lowering her eyelashes. I apologize for insulting you. I promise not to introduce you to him.
That's fine with me, Francine. I mean it. You and I...
Nick put down his salad fork and laid his hands on the table, making himself calm down, calming his swirling thoughts. Francine continued to enjoy her mussels, moaning lightly with each one. Nick finally said,
Francine, forget your father. I think there's something, I don't know, I hate using the word special.
Interesting? Francine suggested.
Yes, fine, interesting between us. It's not just lust, although it is partly lust. You have a drop of wine on your lip, and it makes me want to sweep away the plates and throw you on the table and ravish you.
Oh, please do, Francine laughed. I would enjoy that immensely.
I know you would, but I've said it before. I want more than sex with you. I want...
Nick hesitated. More than once in his life, his impulses had driven him into trouble.
I want you to know that I had to borrow money to bring you here tonight. I want you to come to the total crash pad where I'm living for the summer and have dinner with me and my friends tomorrow, on hump night. And don't dress like you are now, all chic and diamonds. Try to dress like a normal person. I didn't choose the people I live with for the summer, but I like them and they are real. And it seems to me you could use a little reality.
Francine stared at Nick, and she seemed to be on the verge of crying. She looked like porcelain, as if she could shatter. Then, before he could speak, her face changed. Her shield was up. That Mona Lisa half-smile was back in place. I would love to meet your friends, Francine said. I am honored by the invitation. But tell me, what do you mean by hump night?
It means that Wednesday is the hump day of the week. Like a camel's back. meaning it's sort of the mountain we have to trudge up and then it's smooth sliding downhill to the weekend.
Ah, clever. Francine was concentrating on her muscles.
Sheila and Ariel started it. We're all working so hard that our nutritional decisions are usually potato chips and ice cream, with some V8 juice to give us some vitamins. On Wednesday, hump day, we set the table nicely. It's not in the basement, it's on the first floor in an air-conditioned, civilized area. Well, not really civilized, given that the hotel is mostly a wreck. The builders are waiting on permission from the powers that be. Still, it's nice. We have wine with our meal, and we actually have conversations.
It sounds darling, Francine said. She reached across the table and touched Nick's face lightly. I can't wait to come. 12. This summer. Nick had given the Sand Palace 4 a day-long tour of the island, including an extravagant lunch at the famous Chanticleer restaurant in Sconset. They had strolled the idyllic lanes of the eastern end of the island, remarking on the changes in shoreline and residences the past 25 years had brought. They'd sat at the Sconset beach, watching the tides roll in and out, talking idly about this and that, until they were sun-dazed and so relaxed they were almost limp. When they returned to the hotel in the late afternoon, Nick told the others everyone was free to do whatever they wanted. Ariel and Wyatt went off to their room for a nap, promising Sheila they'd get in touch later about evening plans. Sheila took a long soaking bath and creamed lotion on her skin, which was already freckled from the sun in spite of her sunblock. She pulled on her robe and lay down on her bed, the bed a maid had made up with fresh linens, leaving a chocolate in gold foil on her pillow. She swirled the chocolate slowly in her mouth, loving its rich silkiness. This room, the luxury, the silence, the views, made her feel as if she were in a posh spa. Thank heaven there had been availability for Penny to have her own room. Penny was, after all, an adult, but it was hard for Sheila not to worry about her. Sheila didn't want her daughter to feel like the outsider Sheila had been 25 years ago, and that caused her to think about Francine. If anyone was an outsider this week, it was Nick's wife. Francine was snobbish and aloof, but maybe that was the way she dealt with being around the Sand Palace 4. It would be nice, Sheila thought, to get to know Francine better. If Francine had lived with Nick all these years, she would have some interesting tales to tell. On the spur of the moment, Sheila called Ariel.
Ariel, I've had an idea. Let's invite Francine to go out to dinner for a girls' night out. I don't want her to feel ignored.
That's so sweet, Ariel said. Hang on, let me ask Wyatt what he thinks. After a few mumbling noises, Ariel said, Wyatt wants to watch the Red Sox. Let's do it.
Great, I'll call her right now.
Francine accepted their invitation, and Sheila made a reservation for 3 at the Languedoc, which she assumed Francine would prefer because the restaurant's name was French. They met in the hotel lobby at 7:30. Ariel wore a blue silk sheath with a violet shrug that set off her blue eyes. Sheila wore a white piqué sundress with a pink paisley shawl, a rather exotic and daring accessory for her, and an expensive one, too. Francine met them in the hotel lobby wearing cream-colored slacks, a matching cream long-sleeved t-shirt, and around her neck an Hermes scarf in cream printed with gold buckles and black riding crops.
Why doesn't she just wear a sign that says, I'm French?
Sheila whispered to Ariel. Because she doesn't have to, Ariel responded. The restaurant was only a few blocks away, but the sidewalks were crowded with tourists, mothers pushing double baby strollers, small children skipping along oblivious to anyone else, and gaggles of girls window shopping. They were delighted to be shown into the upstairs back room, a chamber of quiet and elegance. The moment they settled into their chairs, a handsome man appeared in front of Francine.
Darling, they didn't tell me you were coming, he said, bending to kiss Francine's cheek.
I would have called you myself, but it was all spur of the moment. Francine turned her head toward the others. Ariel, Sheila, this is my very close friend, Jimmy Jackson.
Delighted to meet you,
Jimmy said.
Of course, Francine would have beautiful friends.
Before anyone else could speak, Jimmy said,
Francine, I'm bringing you a bottle of Louis Roederer Cristal for the table.
You're too kind, Francine cooed. Jimmy went away. Francine said, This man knows everything about food and wine. If the lighthouse had a restaurant, I would make Nick steal Jimmy away. He is the most charming man in the universe.
He must be French,
Sheila said. Francine laughed. No, he's an American. But yes, he seems French, doesn't he? Jimmy brought the champagne to the table, uncorked it with a flourish, and poured it into beautiful crystal glasses.
Enjoy,
he said, and hurried away. Cheers, the three women said, and sipped the champagne. At first, they were formal and terribly polite, but as the champagne worked its magic and their appetizers appeared, the three women became more comfortable with one another. Francine said, You two seem so close. Do you keep in touch? Letters, emails, photos? Ariel and Sheila exchanged tense glances. Yes, in a way. Christmas letters, Ariel said, laughing a little. Life was so complicated that fall. Actually, the moment we stepped off the ferry into the real world, Wyatt and I had a quick wedding in Boston with only our families attending, no friends. And we moved to Missouri right away because Wyatt started work at the university. I got pregnant immediately, probably on our wedding night. We had to find a house. We had a baby. Wyatt was devoted to his work. It was a crazy time.
Hank was waiting for me when I got off the boat in Hyannis.
Sheila was relaxed and happy in her reminiscence.
It was very romantic. We got married in October. Hank had a job coaching the high school football team, and he was all about football. I had a premature baby at the beginning of April, little Penny. She was perfectly healthy, only small. Hank was disappointed when the baby was a girl, but a few years later I gave birth to a boy. And if that wasn't enough, I had 2 more sons. This week is the most blissfully quiet time I've had in 25 years.
What about you, Francine? Ariel asked. Did you want more children? Oh, no. Francine looked askance. I'm not really a lover of babies. Also, I'm involved with my family's hotels. She glanced up. Oh, look, our dinner. Bon appetit. The waiter set oysters and pan-roasted lobster before them. Francine took a bite, then put down her fork. I was not strictly truthful. Ariel and Sheila stared at her, fascinated. Nick wanted to have more children. He wanted very much to have a son, but I dreaded the thought of another pregnancy and childbirth. So I stayed on the pill.
He didn't know?
Sheila asked. No, someday I'll tell him. Or not. Remember, Nick was ambitious. Is ambitious. He was always working, traveling, giving orders, solving problems. He spent very little time with Jade Marie when she was small. Now, of course, he adores her. She is his mini-me. Francine turned to Ariel. What about you? You have only one child. Ariel toyed with her food for a moment. She put down her fork. I wanted more children, but I couldn't have them. I had a hysterectomy for health reasons. Don't be alarmed, it was not serious. But yes, Francine, we have only the one child.
You could have adopted,
Sheila said. Ariel laughed ruefully. Wyatt wanted only children who carried his brilliant DNA. His father is such a huge deal, and Wyatt is still trying to catch up with his father's accomplishments. Sadly, that might be impossible. Maybe Jason will carry on the tradition? Francine suggested. Maybe. Ariel sipped her wine. I don't think he wants to. I sense a rebellion on its way.
And what about your own accomplishments?
Sheila asked. My accomplishments? Ariel looked puzzled.
Yes, tell us about the short stories you've had published.
Tears filled Ariel's eyes. Do you know, no one has asked me that before?
Wyatt must have,
Francine said. Ariel shook her head.
Wyatt hasn't read my work. He thinks fiction is useless. I have a small group of friends at home who write. I'd like to take a course in creative writing at the university, but Wyatt is dead set against that. He's afraid I'll write something that will embarrass him.
That's terrible, Sheila cried. He's not your boss.
He is the breadwinner, Ariel admitted. He says that once I start making money with my writing, he'll take me seriously. Completely deadpan, Francine asked, "Would you like me to kill him now or later?" Ariel laughed. "Thanks for your support, Francine. Actually, after this trip, I'm determined to take more time to write. I've started a novel. I'd like to attend one of the writers' retreats. I could write all day, and at night I'd have a meal in a lodge with other writers. We could discuss our work and how technology is changing the writer's world." Ariel caught herself. "Maybe someday."
"Why not now?"
Sheila asked. "Writers' retreats are expensive. Getting to them is expensive. Don't worry, I'll get there." In the moment of silence, the waiter discreetly opened another bottle of champagne and set fresh glasses before them. "I truly hope so," Francine said. She gently touched Ariel's hand, then lifted the conversation away from Ariel. "Tell me, Sheila, have you ever worked? I mean, other than when you were a chambermaid on the island?" Sheila flushed but held back her anger.
"I think anyone who manages to feed, clothe, and keep 4 children relatively healthy could be classified as a worker."
Francine nodded. "That was your vision growing up? To have a large family?"
"Yes,"
Sheila said stoutly.
"It absolutely was. I come from a large Irish family, and I wanted the same for my children. I complain about being overwhelmed, and I am. Anyone with 3 hulking teenage boys would be. But I love being a mother. Hank and I have known each other since high school. We were college sweethearts, and we are still in love."
"After all these years?" Francine asked, laughing. Sheila squared her shoulders indignantly.
"Why is that so funny to you, Francine? Yes, I did marry him because I loved him so very much. I still do."
"I'm not laughing at you, dear Sheila. I'm delighted you are so happy." Ariel leaned forward. "Did you ever tell him about—"
"Heavens, no!"
Sheila went pale. "Oh, this sounds very interesting," Francine said.
"I don't want to talk about it. I can't talk about it,"
Sheila insisted. "It sounds like a romantic liaison," Francine cooed. "It was." Ariel quickly rescued Sheila. "She slept with another man when she was engaged to Hank." Francine performed a delicate shrug. "Oh, we've all done that." Reaching into her small, jeweled evening bag, she pulled out a credit card. "This is on me." "Francine," Ariel objected. "We really meant for this to be our treat." "Ah, but it has been my treat to get to know you two. Nick has talked about the Sand Palace clique so often." The waiter returned with the bill, and Jimmy Jackson came over to thank them for coming, and after many compliments, the 3 women walked out onto Broad Street. Darkness had fallen, but the shops were brightly lit, and the air was full of laughter. "You can step out of your real life when you're on Nantucket," Francine said. "Sometimes you can begin your real life here," Ariel told her. Francine linked arms with both women. "Darlings, you are teaching me so much."
"Really?"
Sheila asked. "Of course. For example, that you can be elegant without wearing high heels, and completely inelegant if you wear high heels on these cobblestones." At that moment, a young woman in front of them almost fell when her heel was stuck between two cobblestones. She had to squat down and pry her shoe loose. She was fine, not hurt. She slid the shoe back on and walked carefully to the brick sidewalk. Francine, Sheila, and Ariel laughed together, feeling just for the moment part of a club. It was almost 1 a.m. when the three walked from the brewery through the field to the Jeep.
"Are you all right to drive?"
Jason asked. "I'm good." Jade Marie slid behind the steering wheel. Jason crawled into the back seat, his long legs pressing against the back of Jade Marie's seat. Penny collapsed in the passenger seat. "This won't work." She couldn't get her seatbelt to catch. Jade Marie reached over and fastened it. "You guys were dancing so slow," Penny yelled. Jade Marie changed the subject. "Who was that guy you were dancing with?" "Wasn't he cute? He was so cute." "Penny, if you're going to throw up, roll down the window. No barfing in this car." "His name was Jade Marie," Penny said. "Penny, that is my name." Penny laughed so hard she couldn't speak for a few minutes. "I meant Jamie. Or was it Jacob? Or Jason?" "Penny, you're drunk." "No, you're drunk!" Penny yelled. "I'm not drunk. I drank 2 beers, that's all. I've had my share of hangovers, and I never want another one." Jade Marie steered the car carefully into the line of traffic leaving the brewery and heading back to town. Penny began to cry. "I'm going to have a hideous hangover, and I'll never see Liam again, and I liked him so much. I told you I want to work on the island this summer. Have you found out if a job's available?" "Penny, working on the island isn't glamorous. It's not like sailing and partying all the time. I did check, and I'll tell you, not that you'll remember any of this tomorrow, but the hotel is fully staffed. But if you looked for a job at one of the shops in town, I'm sure you'd find something." "That would be fabulous, Jade Marie. I like clothes. I'd be a great saleswoman." Penny tried to hug Jade Marie, but her seatbelt prevented that. "You are my very best friend." "I sincerely hope that isn't true." "Well, that's mean." Penny skulked for a few minutes. "I'm not as drunk as you think, and I see things. Like you and Jason dancing." Jade Marie sighed. "Penny, Jason is right here in the back seat." "Hi, Jason."
"Hi, Penny,"
Jason replied. Penny's hair flew as she turned to Jade Marie. "If I get a summer job here, can I live in the hotel?" "What? No, of course not." "But you have a room there." "Penny, my father owns the hotel and I work there. I'm in charge of the front desk 5 days a week. Dad gave me this week off because you all are here." Penny leaned as close as she could to Jade Marie and spoke in a sweet voice. "Then let me share your room. I'm sure it's big enough for 2. Just think, we'll be like my mother and Ariel." "My room is small, 1 queen bed. It's for employees." Penny huffed, making certain Jade Marie knew she felt rejected. "All right, I'll find my own room." "Good luck. Get a job first, and the owner might help you find a place. Penny, summer here isn't all beach parties. Not for those of us who work here." "I know that. Mom told me what it was like being a chambermaid. But honestly, this place is amazing. I'm serious about wanting a job here in the summer." "Fine," Jade Marie grumbled. She turned into the hotel parking lot and pulled the Jeep into a place marked staff. "I'll see what I can find about possible jobs." She looked at the back seat. "Jason, we're here." Jason waited while the women got out. Penny leaned against the car, her head sagging.
"Hey, Penny,"
Jason said.
"let me help you into the hotel."
He put his arm around her. Jade Marie slipped her arm around Penny's other side. Together, Jade Marie and Jason kept Penny upright as they walked and carried her to the hotel. At the entrance, Penny rolled her head toward Jade Marie.
"You're like my sister."
"I'm like exhausted," Jade Marie said. "I've got to check with the front desk to see how everything's going. You should drink 4 glasses of water with 2 aspirin and go right to bed."
"All right, sis,"
Penny said, wandering off to find the elevator to her floor. "Good night, Jade Marie," Jason said. He hesitated. Jade Marie nodded toward the elevator. "Perhaps be sure she gets to her room." "It's not her I care about," Jason answered. "I know, but it's late. She's your friend." Jade Marie kissed his cheek. "See you tomorrow." She walked over to the check-in counter, pretending to check a computer while she calmed her racing heart. What was she thinking? She couldn't fall in love with Jason for so many reasons. There was her career, which she was excited about and committed to, and Jason lived in Missouri. He had to carry on his father's and grandfather's scientific work. Jade Marie liked Ariel a lot, but she thought Jason's father was arrogant in that quiet, cerebral way, where the very tilt of his head indicated he couldn't be bothered to listen to you. Ick. Wyatt Smith would be the worst father-in-law in the world. That she was even imagining this made her want to bang her forehead into the wall. But when she finally rode the elevator to her floor and entered her room and got ready for bed, when she lay down with her head on her pillow, all she could think of was that long kiss with Jason while they danced. 13. That summer. Ariel and Sheila were in the basement, cooking feverishly.
"Nick should have asked us first,"
Sheila grumbled.
"It's fine,"
Ariel said soothingly. "Look, Sheila, it's all done. Beef bourguignon, rice, salad. Nick promised to bring wine."
"You were crazy to make a French dish. You know she'll be critical."
"She's not a monster, Sheila."
Ariel was sweating through her clothes in the humid basement cupboard where the hot plate was.
"We're doing this for Nick, remember? He likes her. Let's carry it upstairs."
"If she's late, the food will be cold."
"Too bad,"
Ariel said.
"Don't worry so much."
But Sheila did worry. It was bad enough to be the least chic of the Sand Palace group, and now she had to spend what was usually a fun evening with a Meg Ryan clone with a French accent. Then she thought of Frank, and her mood improved. Today after work, she'd met Ariel at the thrift shop. They'd bought 2 slightly yellowed tablecloths and linen napkins, 5 wine glasses. Ariel had bought a white porcelain soup tureen that she said she'd keep for herself, for whenever she got married. The thrift shop did have quality antiques. They'd picked some roses from a yard overflowing with flowers where no one seemed to be occupying the house. Sheila said they were wrong to do it, but Ariel said it was a crime to have those roses and not be there to enjoy them. They heard noises from upstairs. Wyatt and Nick had brought wine, and Nick had gone into Sharon Waters' office to unlock her door. It was better, the 4 decided, to have Francine enter from a workspace than the humid basement corridor. As Ariel and Sheila carried the food upstairs, they heard noises, a door opening and closing, the rumble of Nick's voice, a musical laugh that had to be Francine's. Then they were all 5 in the room, smiling, greeting, hugging. Francine kissed everyone on both cheeks, of course. Sheila rolled her eyes at Ariel. Nick beamed. Everyone was extremely cordial. Nick gave them each a glass of wine, and for a while they stood in a loose circle, as if they were at a cocktail party. Francine wore jeans and a white t-shirt, no jewelry. Ariel and Sheila wore sundresses because it was so hot cooking in the basement, but Ariel had worn only small gold studs in her ears, and Sheila had put on her best dangling silver earrings, a silver chain with a single pearl on it, which she considered very elegant, and a silver bangle bracelet. Now Sheila hated herself for being so wrong. wearing jewelry. She hated Francine for being so beautiful and so slender. Francine was a celery stick. Sheila was a watermelon.
"We should eat," Ariel said. "We don't want it to get cold. Francine, Sheila, and I have prepared a French dish in your honor."
"Oh, merci beaucoup," Francine exclaimed, sounding surprised and genuine, and Sheila liked her a little better for that. The five sat at the table, and Sheila spooned the rice onto the plate, and Ariel ladled the beef stew on top of the rice, and Ariel said, "Bon appetit," and Sheila rolled her eyes again. Delicious food and good wine can work wonders. Everyone complimented Ariel and Sheila, and Ariel didn't point out that she was the one who had made the stew. As they ate, they spoke about normal things, weather, movies, music. Sheila and Ariel noticed the way Francine and Nick looked at each other, almost dreamily in love. Sheila noticed the way Ariel looked at Wyatt, and she felt like the loner, the outsider at the table, the one without a lover near her. Then Sheila thought of Frank. She had a date with him this Saturday, and she really was kind of in love with him, and now she didn't feel so bad. "Sheila," Francine said, "you wear such a beautiful pearl. There must be a romantic story behind it. Can you tell me?" Sheila went paralyzed for a moment, simply from having Francine's crystal gaze focused on her. Her grandmother had given it to her, but that would sound kind of pitiful.
"Oh, thank you," Sheila said. "My boyfriend, well, he's almost my fiancé, but he couldn't afford a ring, and he gave me this when we talked about what would happen after college."
"His taste is sublime," Francine cooed. "Tell me about this boyfriend. What is his name?"
"It's Frank,"
Sheila said, then gasped at her own mistake and giggled.
"I mean Hank. Hank, a nickname for Henry. He was christened Henry, but his father is also named Henry, so they call Hank Hank."
"And what does your Hank do?"
"He's a football coach at our high school. I mean, the one we went to. When he was there, he was captain of our football team, and he was amazing. He was written up in all the papers, even the Cleveland Plain Dealer."
"Is he very handsome?" Francine seemed truly interested.
"Oh, he is."
Immediately, Sheila wished she hadn't been so enthusiastic. She glanced around the table to see if anyone was smirking at her, but the guys were eating and Ariel was smiling.
"But he's also very intelligent and a wonderful leader."
"Football," Francine said. "He must be muscular." She winked suggestively. "Come on, ladies," Nick interrupted jokingly. "Wyatt and I can't sit here while you all drool over this Hank fellow. The two of us have good qualities too, you know." Sheila let the conversation roll on. She tried to hold on to the warm happiness spreading through her from her conversation with Francine. Well, Sheila thought, Francine was really a nice person. The name Francine made her think of the name Frank. She hadn't done anything with him, really, and even though she was going to dinner with him Saturday, she vowed to herself that she wouldn't even kiss him. When dinner was over, Ariel said,
"For dessert, ladies and gentlemen, we are going out to forage for ice cream cones."
"I don't think I could eat another thing," Wyatt said.
"We'll walk by the water on the way,"
Ariel told him.
"I'm sure you can work up an appetite."
The group, including Francine, carried the dishes down to the small makeshift kitchen. The guys had to wash them because the women had done the cooking. So Ariel, Sheila, and Francine freshened up in the bathroom, reapplying lipstick, brushing their hair, and it wasn't until they walked out the basement door of the Sand Palace that Ariel realized the classy Francine had seen their summer quarters. The three women waited in the unkempt garden outside the partly destroyed hotel.
"Francine," Ariel said, "I'm sure our basement pied-à-terre isn't what you're used to. But the four of us are trying to make money here this summer, and this place was the best and most inexpensive option."
"Ah, I see," Francine nodded. "And the four of you met here?"
We did, Ariel answered. Surprisingly, so far we've all gotten along just fine.
Sheila, not wanting to be left out, added,
We call it the Sand Palace.
Francine looked surprised. The Sand Palace? Ariel and Sheila explained the history of the hotel and its summer name. Wyatt and Nick came out and they all headed toward town. Summer songs drifted through the air from passing cars, and the closer they came to town, the more people they saw, holding hands, laughing, enjoying ice cream cones. The summer night was perfect, warm, calm, and bright from the moonlight. A long line of customers stretched from the popular juice bar, and the five joined the end of the line. Nick and Francine stood together, talking softly, and Ariel linked her arm through Sheila's so she wouldn't feel left out. Sheila wanted very much to prove to Francine that their little group was special. She said the first thing that came to her mind.
Francine, did you know that Wyatt's father has an element named after him?
Francine smiled. I did not know that. Are you a scientist too, Wyatt? Wyatt seemed both pleased and irritated to have the spotlight on him.
Yes, but I'm hardly in my father's category. This fall I'll be teaching freshmen about methods of field investigation for geological engineering studies, how to collect data, geological mapping, soil formation, soil chemistry, and ion exchange, and so on.
Francine wrinkled her nose. I'm so glad I asked. Ariel came to his rescue.
Francine, it's all really interesting when you think about it. I mean, we can use a telescope to see the stars, but how do we find out what is going on right beneath our feet?
Sheila did a quick shuffle, lifting her feet up from the sidewalk.
I don't think I want to know.
To their surprise, Francine remarked, Sheila, but you know in France we have the most famous cave drawings, done thousands of years ago, proving how even in the Stone Age, humans kept records and made art from their lives. Le Comborel is my favorite. It has ancient drawings of bison, reindeer, bears, lions. So beautiful and so precious.
I've always wanted to see Lascaux,
Wyatt said. Suddenly, they were first in line to order. It was an achievement to buy a juice bar cone on a crowded summer night. They strolled off with their ice creams, feeling oddly triumphant.
I think,
Nick said when they settled on benches by the water,
that Francine should be considered an honorary member of the Sand Palace group.
She did use the bathroom,
Ariel said, laughing.
So she's certainly had her initiation.
All in favor?
Nick asked with fake pompousness. Everyone raised his or her cone.
Aye.
It's unanimous,
Nick said. He shook Francine's hand.
Welcome to the most specialized club in America.
I'm honored, Francine said. They laughed together, and that night they felt together. People at the beginning of an adventure, beautiful people who drew envious looks, happy people sharing this romantic moment in time. When the town clock at the Unitarian Church struck 10, Nick said,
I should go home. I have to be up and out the door by 8 tomorrow morning.
So do I, Ariel said. Walk me home, Francine said softly to Nick. It's nearby, on the upper Main Street.
Sure.
Nick took Francine's hand and everyone said goodbye. And Sheila knew that Ariel and Wyatt would want some time to walk and talk and kiss without her trailing behind.
You two go ahead,
Sheila said.
I'd like to sit here a while longer.
After the others left, Sheila did sit alone on a bench by the water, but she didn't feel sad. Really, she was still riding high from Francine's attention, from the sense of friendship they all shared that evening. She'd not had much of that in her life. Oh, she'd always had a best friend, but Sheila had never been a cheerleader or part of a choral group or band. She'd never been to a sleepaway camp because her parents couldn't afford it. She worked all during high school and college, mostly at the Cleveland Renaissance. She was friendly with the other housekeeping staff, but they never saw each other outside of work. She'd gone to parties. She was pretty, she knew that, and she was always invited to lots of parties, and she'd had fun, but she'd never been part of a group. Tonight, sitting with her friends on an island, Sheila was warm and happy, and more hopeful than she'd ever been. When Ariel and Wyatt arrived at the Sand Palace, Ariel said,
"It seems a shame to have to go to bed so early."
They sat together on the bench in the forgotten garden where flowers grew among the weeds. Wyatt put his arm around Ariel and drew her close. "When I was young," Wyatt said, "I'd lie in our yard in the dark and look up at the stars."
"You are a sweet romantic," Ariel murmured.
"More romantic than a scientist should be," Wyatt said. "If you meet my father, you'd know what a true scientist is like."
"The important thing to me is that I met you, Wyatt," Ariel said softly.
Wyatt shifted uncomfortably. He felt like a traitor if his father was criticized in any way. "My father is a great man," Wyatt said. Ariel yawned.
"I'm sure he is. And now I need to go to bed. I've got work tomorrow."
She rose and walked away. Over her shoulder, she said,
"Good night."
Nick's shift at Fanshaw's ended at 5, and Steve Stapleton took over for the evening. In August, the men's clothing store stayed open until 11. Nick had done the evening shifts a few times and was impressed by the amount of business done then. People came from dinners all rosy-cheeked and convivial, just looking, they said. And they'd buy shirts and golf shorts and butter-soft wallets and navy blazers, running up $5,000 bills without blinking an eye. He was behind the counter of watches and wallets when Jean-Paul Bruel walked in. He had been in before, when Nick didn't know who he was. Bruel was always impeccably dressed in a 3-piece suit, no matter how hot the weather was, and no one wore a 3-piece suit on Nantucket unless they were going to court. "I think you are Nick," Mr. Bruel exclaimed, coming up to the counter. "You are the man my daughter told me about?" Nick's heart raced. The man standing before him was everything Nick wanted to be. A wealthy, cosmopolitan hotelier who was at home anywhere in the world. Nick extended his hand. "I hope I am that man, Mr. Bruel. I certainly am Nick." "In that case, please join me for a drink," Mr. Bruel said. "I would like to talk with you. Perhaps make a proposition, a job offer." Nick hesitated. During college, he'd worked nights at the Ritz Boston. After the summer, he was to work there again, starting off as a clerk, with the position of hotel manager eventually assured. Still, Jean-Paul Bruel was here in real life, offering a drink and a proposition. Nick checked his watch. "I'm off work at 5. Is that too early for a drink?" Mr. Bruel laughed. "It is never too early for a drink." Steve Stapleton entered from the back. He had obviously just showered. His hair showed comb tracks and his face was strawberry red. "Day at the beach?" Nick asked. Steve groaned. "I fell asleep in the sun." Nick laughed. "Are you okay to take over?" "I'm fine," Steve said. Nick often stayed to chat with Steve about the store, their customers, beach parties they'd heard were on for that night, and women. But this evening, Nick said, "Steve, I've got to leave now. See you tomorrow." Outside the shop, Mr. Bruel said, "It is nice to drink in the open air, as we do in Europe. So we could go to the boarding house, but today is extremely hot. The tap room is a brief walk away, and it is air-conditioned. Much better for concentration." Once seated in the dimly lit, brick-walled room, they ordered their drinks. Mr. Bruel a Pernod, Nick a dry martini. "I will not waste your time," Mr. Bruel began.
I own a line of luxury class hotels. Hotel Rex,
Nick said. He had done his homework. He'd spent hours in the library researching the clients of Fanshawe's.
Indeed. I am in the process of building more hotels, and I need an assistant manager for the hotel in New York. I like the cut of your jib. That is how you put it on Nantucket, yes?
Nick had never heard anyone say that, but he was not going to argue. Mr. Bruel continued.
You went to college in Boston, I believe.
Nick's heart thumped.
Yes, my father was a history professor in Boston. Your father taught history at the Williamstown High School,
Mr. Bruel corrected.
We need to be accurate when talking with each other, no?
Absolutely. Nick had been foolish to think for even one moment that Bruel had not done as much background checking on him as Nick had done on Bruel.
How many languages do you speak?
Mr. Bruel asked.
Only 2, I'm afraid. English and French. No Russian? I could buy a bottle of vodka,
Nick joked.
You Americans, so proud to be so ignorant.
Mr. Bruel held up his hand.
Wait, I apologize. I did not mean to say ignorant. Anyway, let's move on. You have the right personality and intelligence to run a hotel. You have charisma. But you need more specific information. You will need a few months working with my hotel manager in New York. I assume you are free to leave Nantucket on September 1st? Are you offering me a position?
Nick asked.
I am offering you a chance to earn that position. Appearance and charm can go far, but you need knowledge, and I've watched you. You learn quickly.
Nick took a long time to sip his martini. Did he really want to give up his position at the Ritz? But to be on the ladder at Bruel's hotel was an incredible opportunity, leapfrogging several rungs up.
This is very appealing,
Nick said.
Would I be paid for my work with your hotel manager? But of course.
Mr. Bruel made a gesture with his hand as if letting a bird fly free.
You would need to work hard, but I think you are a quick study. I think you might be exactly what I want. Then I'd be delighted to work for you. I also am delighted. I'll be in touch with details. I'll send you a check to cover your transfer to New York and all such pedestrian matters.
Mr. Bruel, sir, I am honored. And he was, Nick thought. He really was. This might be the offer he'd been working toward, dreaming toward. 14. This summer. Penny woke with a dry mouth and a pounding headache, but a long shower and several cups of in-room coffee brought her back to normal. Her phone pinged. Liam had texted.
Good morning, Penny. See you at the dock in 30?
She texted back a thumbs-up emoji. Tapping her weather app, she saw that the day would be hot and sunny with winds at 20 miles per hour. Not perfect, but nice. Her family had never been much for sailing, or any sport that didn't involve a ball. But she'd gone sailing on Lake Erie with friends and drifting on a pontoon boat on the Lake of the Ozarks with Jason and his parents. She slipped on a bikini, a long sweatshirt, short shorts, and deck shoes, pulled her hair back into a ponytail, gathered her ball cap, phone, and room key, and went down to the bistro. It was almost 10 o'clock, and all the bacon and eggs were gone, but Penny found a lovely chocolate croissant and a tall glass of cranberry juice. She knew that the oldies were off touring museums today. After she'd left the hotel, she texted her mother and Jade Marie that she was going sailing with Liam. At the dock, Penny found Liam waiting on the launch. When she boarded, he held out his hand to help her and kissed her cheek.
It's nice to see you,
Liam said. Penny grinned as if they had a secret, and she thought they did, one they shared, one they would show each other.
Nice to see you.
They didn't talk as they were motored out to Liam's boat, and once on the boat, she did what she could to help make the boat ready to sail. Finally, they were driven by a lazy wind from the harbor out into the seemingly endless blue waters of Nantucket Sound. "We're going up to Great Point," Liam told Penny, "where we went the other night."
Isn't that where the seals congregate?
Penny peeled off her sweatshirt and shorts and slathered sunblock on her legs and arms and face. "We won't get that close to the point itself. I have an O-Search shark tracker app on my phone. We're good." The day was glorious. The wind picked up out on the Sound, and they went at a steady clip through the blue water, beneath the cloudless blue sky. Other sailors were out, and they saw in the distance the distinct shape of fishing boats. They didn't talk while they sailed. It was enough to simply be there, hearing the splash of the water against the hull, and the whipping of the sail in the wind, feeling the boat rock and the sun warming her body, smelling the fresh salt air. After a while, Liam dropped the sails and let down the anchor. "Let's swim," he said.
Okay,
Penny answered, hiding her nervousness. She dove into the water, immediately aware of the salt stinging her eyes. Instinctively, she swam back up to the surface and treaded water, gasping from the cold, checking to be certain she was close to the boat. Liam came near and shouted, "Okay?"
Okay,
she answered. "I'll be back," Liam yelled. He struck off in a rhythmic crawl away from the shore. For a while, Penny bobbed in place, admiring him. He was fast and steady, and he made it look so easy. She thought he could swim to Hyannis. She didn't feel so at home in the water. Part of her was still nervous, but she made herself free-stroke away from the boat to prove to herself she was brave, and she wished she could put a marker to show Liam how far she'd gone. Occasionally, the wake from other boats splashed her in the face. For a moment, fear seized her as the water rocked her one way and another, and she realized no one could see her and help her if she yelled. She used the fear to fuel her energy to swim back to the boat. When she had hold of the boat's ladder, she dangled in the water, catching her breath, and for only a moment, she felt exhilarated, ready to go out again. Huffing and puffing, she pulled herself up into the boat, shedding water as she went. She sat on the bench and squeezed the water from her hair, patted her face dry, and put on more sunblock. Exhausted and pleased with herself, she climbed onto the bow, stretched out, and napped. It had taken her years to feel comfortable in a bathing suit around other people. Bikini or Speedo, her body was so revealed. Every freckle, mole, and birthmark right out there for anyone to see. 4 years of long, soul-searching talks with the women she came to know at college had helped her take pride in herself, however she was. She was also toughened by having 3 brothers in the house, overhearing the various ways they talked about girls. Liam was older than her brothers, obviously. He seemed content with himself, at home in his skin. She heard him arrive back in the boat, towel off his hair, and then there he was, water sparkling from his arms and chest, and she thought how very handsome he was. "Want a Coke?" he asked.
Sure.
She sat up and watched him go to the cooler, lift out 2 Cokes, and bring them back. He sat on the bow with her.
Thanks,
she told him. "You're welcome." Liam put his hand on her knee. "I'd like to take you on a longer trip. Up the coast to New Brunswick, and the Bay of Fundy where gems lie among the rocks in the mud when the tide is out, or down the coast to Florida where the manatees live." Penny couldn't breathe. This man and his world were past her imagining. "I'd bring you back here, of course," Liam said teasingly.
I don't know if I'm brave enough for a trip like that,
she managed to say. "Understood. Let's start with a short sail to Boston.
If you'd like, we could make it an overnight stay.
Where would we sleep?
I have a cabin below deck. It's got a nice big bed and a small kitchen, big enough for morning coffee. We could take cheese and bread and champagne.
Champagne?
To celebrate your first adventure. Later, if you enjoyed sailing, we could go down the coast and see new sights, new coastlines. I could catch sea bass and cook them for us. You could see porpoises and whales. At night, we'd lie on the bow and look up at the stars. It makes you believe in magic, seeing all those stars from the ocean. It makes you believe in God.
You make me believe in fate,
Penny told him, and she was privately proud of herself for saying something clever.
How soon would we go?
Today? Tonight? Penny almost choked on her Coke. She cleared her throat.
But I think I want to get a job here,
Penny told Liam.
I've talked to Jade Marie about it, and she said it's a possibility. It's only June. The stores need help.
If there's a job waiting for you, it will still be here in a couple of days, Liam said. This was getting real.
I should check with my mom.
How old are you? Liam asked, smiling to show he wasn't being mean.
Well, I can't just vanish. I'm supposed to be enjoying Nantucket, and we came on this trip together.
Penny huffed and crossed her arms over her chest. It will be a 24-hour trip. We'll have Wi-Fi connection all the way there and back. You'll see the coast of Massachusetts.
And we'll sleep on the boat?
Penny asked. We'll sleep on the boat, Liam told her. Rising easily, he held out his hand. Come with me. I'll show you the cabin. Thursday morning, Jason allowed himself one of his grizzly bear deep, long sleeps. In high school, he would stay in bed until afternoon, coming out of his bedroom with a scratchy beard and body odor his mom said she could smell 3 rooms away. Since graduating from college, Jason spent the days in bed as long as he could, wanting to avoid his father. His dad accused him of being good at avoiding things, and Jason knew that was true. Mostly he wanted to avoid any awareness of his life choices. He should just surrender to his father's wish and slot himself into the science conveyor belt. But that was not what he wanted to do. He could never surpass his father, and he didn't even want to try. He didn't want to see life through test tubes and equations, passing his days and nights inside of textbooks. He'd tried to explain to his parents why he wanted to live somewhere else, at least try living somewhere else. When he spoke about his plans, his father got impatient and angry, and his mother spent all her time soothing his father. Now that he was here, away from the university and coursework and tests and computer graphics, now that he could see how normal life could be lived, he knew he seriously needed to make that break with his parents. Finally, about 2, Jason got up, showered, and dressed. When he got to the lobby, no one except the receptionist was there. The bistro was closed. He had no messages on his phone. A rush of guilt ran through him. Had he forgotten to show up for something? He stepped out into the day. The sky was sunny with a light breeze drifting through the air. He walked down to the strip, bought himself a slice of pizza and a Coke, and sat on a bench on Easy Street, watching the boats come and go in the harbor. He liked the action of all the boats. The hulking car ferry, the trim schooners, the ostentatious yachts, the authentic fishing trawlers. His dad had told him that he'd worked at Cabot's Marine that summer on Nantucket, and Jason had seen it just yesterday on his walk back to the hotel. It was only 5 minutes away. Jason started walking. He crossed Main Street, staying as close to the water as he could. He walked past small clothing shops and the Handlebar Cafe, and was at the town parking lot when he realized that Cabot's Marine was right across the very narrow street. He crossed over, walked up the drive, and looked in. The garage was open, and a small motorboat sat on a trailer inside.
Help you?
A guy said.
He was fiddling with an Evinrude outboard motor. Jason hesitated. The man he was talking to seemed about 60, wearing worn, grease-stained clothes and thick glasses. Jason hated the way he looked in comparison, all shiny in his new board shorts. If he were the boat guy, he'd walk right over to Jason and punch him in the face just because.
My dad used to work here 25 years ago. Wyatt Smith?
The other man's voice lit up.
I remember Wyatt. Man, he was smart. You're Wyatt's boy? Yeah, Jason Smith. Don Cabot.
He stood up and held out his hand.
Come in, have a beer.
Jason didn't often drink beer at 3 in the afternoon, but Don reached into a freezer, pulled out a bud, and tossed it to him.
Thanks, Don.
Jason stepped in and looked around. Don returned to the outboard motor.
People don't pay attention. They could have saved themselves a lot of aggravation and money. Now it's my aggravation and their money.
He laughed. Jason walked around the shop. Along one wall ran a glass display case and counter with a computerized cash register and a credit card scanner. Basic metal shelving held cables, ropes, foul weather gear, chains, mooring buoys, and other navigational tools. At the far end, just outside the building, facing the water, was a fiberglass skiff and an inflatable dinghy. Anchors, pennants, and electronic devices hung from one wall.
You sail?
Don asked.
I can. More jet ski. We go down to the Lake of the Ozarks. How's your dad? Good. He teaches science at the University of Missouri. Nice. He was a smart guy. Yeah.
Jason slugged back his beer. He liked the atmosphere of this place. Both ends of the boathouse were wide open to the harbor and sky. Don said,
Listen, I need some help. See those cardboard boxes? Open them for me. Put the invoices on the counter by the cash register, and you can figure out where the stock goes. Great.
Jason headed over to the pile of boxes.
Utility knife on the top box.
Jason opened the first box easily, slicing the wrapping tape down the middle and folding back the 4 cardboard flaps.
Flashlights?
He called out.
Next to the display case.
Don yelled.
Flatten the box when you're done.
Jason focused. It was an easy enough task, but the shop was crammed with objects. He dealt with the task, flattened the box, opened another.
Garmin GPS?
He yelled.
Display case, right? Right.
He unpacked first aid boxes, map tech charts, muck boots, boat trailer winches, tongue jacks and dollies, metal tools he had no name for. It felt good to be moving with a purpose. His mind respected the equipment that made boating possible. When a phone rang, Don ignored it, and mostly he didn't talk. An old radio sat on a shelf playing soft rock. The sun streamed in the wide garage door. Jason carried the flattened boxes around to the side of the shop, where the wooden dumpsters sat, and returned to Don.
Anything else I can do?
He asked.
Want a summer job?
Don replied. He stood up to face Jason. His face was weathered and lined, but his body was lean and looked fit.
A summer job,
Jason repeated, as if his mind couldn't translate the words into meaning.
I'd use you into the fall,
Don replied.
It's the 3 summer months that are killing me. I need more help. I'm not a mechanic,
Jason said.
You could take care of the other stuff. I need 3 full-time workers. Bobby's off island today. He's the mechanic.
Jason squinted, staring down at his feet. He could be here, instead of in a cubicle with a computer, under his father's supervision.
I'd have to find a place to stay. You could rent the apartment over the shop.
Jason tried not to act like a total dope.
Your apartment over the shop?
This shop, sitting right practically in the harbor?
It's small, 1 room, galley kitchen, and head. And in all honesty, it's a dump. I've got to say that when there's a gale, the windows rattle and the bed shakes. Go up and check it out. The door's in the back.
Jason went around back, opened a door, and went up the steep, narrow stairs that led directly into a room. Dawn was right. It was a pit. Old, unstained, splintery wooden floors and walls, a twin bed against the back wall, hooks on the wall instead of a closet, a small tilting chest, and a bathroom with a shower, toilet, and sink, all rust-stained. The bathroom floor smelled of mildew. Next to the bathroom door was an old metal cabinet with a chipped porcelain sink. A 2-burner hot plate sat on a metal filing cabinet. But 2 windows faced the harbor, and from where he stood, Jason could almost jump into the blue water, glistening under the sun. The town pier extended out into the harbor next to Cabot's Marine. A long, sandy beach ran along both sides of the pier. Fishing boats, sailboats, Boston whalers, dinghies, and inflatables rocked neatly in their slips. Beyond the pier, Jason could see the opposite shore with its beaches and private docks, and farther out, a long sandbar extending out of sight. He couldn't tell exactly where the water turned to sky. He took a deep breath, the first deep breath he'd had in a year. This was freedom. This was the world. As he watched, a sunfish with a bright red sail zipped between boats tied to their moorings. A gull dipped, dropped a shell on the wooden pier, and dove down, screaming to extract the meat. Flags fluttered from boats tied to buoys and from houses across the water. He could stand here forever, and the scene would never be exactly the same. His heart opened. Tension evaporated from his shoulders. He didn't have to be the mini-me his father wanted. He could be far away from academia. He could be on an island. He held back a gigantic whoop. He didn't want to seem totally childish. He ran back down the stairs and into the boathouse.
"After I paid rent, would I make any money?"
he asked.
"I always give my guys a deal,"
Don said.
"You'll make money."
He held out his hand.
"I think you'd like it here, and I could sure use you. Tell your dad I said hello."
"I'll take the job," Jason said.
"Good. Can you start tomorrow?"
"I'd like to wait until Saturday. I'm here with my parents for a reunion with old friends. It's kind of a big deal for my parents. They leave on Saturday."
"Fine,"
Don said.
"Be here at 7 Saturday morning. Boat people start early. I'm here at 5. We'll do paperwork tomorrow morning. Bring coffee. My machine's broken. You can pick some up at the Handlebar Cafe on your way here."
Jason caught himself whistling as he walked back to the hotel. His father would be furious, but Jason didn't care. He had found his own job and his own place to live. He sensed that his real life was beginning. Jade Marie went to the back office where Sharon Waters was at her desk, working on her computer. Jade Marie threw herself into a chair, reached over to Sharon's bookshelf, and took a double-sized Butterfinger for herself. "Lunch," she said to Sharon.
"I made coffee,"
Sharon said without taking her eyes off her screen. Sharon was in her early 60s, trim, attractive, and calm. She'd been with the hotel 25 years ago when it was caught in the turbulent process of renovation. She had worked then with jackhammers, electric drills, and hanging electric cords in the old hotel space. And she worked just as efficiently now in her sharp, modern office with all its zippy technology. "What are you doing?" Jade Marie asked.
"Tax stuff, numbers, my happy place."
Jade Marie laughed. "Are you going to come out and meet the old gang?" Sharon answered without removing her fingers from the keyboard.
"I don't think so. I didn't really know them. Hardly ever saw them. They were so young."
"You weren't much older."
"True, but I was obsessed with order."
"And probably order wasn't the highest priority for the Sand Palace group."
"That's for sure. I remember that they did have Wednesday night dinners here, in the room that's now used for storage. They set up a card table and used paper towels for napkins and paper plates and cooked fancy meals and drank wine. And they cleaned up after themselves.
Sharon stopped typing and swiveled in her padded, high-backed executive chair to face Jade Marie.
They were all so beautiful and hopeful.
Happy? Jade Marie asked.
No one is ever happy all the time.
Sharon leaned back in her chair, closing her eyes. Did they fight?
Not fight, no. In August, there was a week when everything seemed topsy-turvy.
Why?
Jade Marie, I don't know. I did my best not to intrude. As long as they didn't damage their rooms, I stayed out of their way.
I have a crush on Jason, Jade Marie confessed.
Jason,
Sharon said, nodding.
Wyatt's son. Is the crush mutual?
We danced out at Cisco last night, and the chemistry was off the charts. But he'll be here only for a week. Plus, the son of my parents' friends? Weird. Jade Marie could see Sharon's eyes darting back to her computer screen. She knew Sharon could deal with only a small shot of gossip. I'll let you get back to work. Thanks for the candy bar. Sharon had swiveled back to the computer before Jade Marie was at the office door. She went down the hall and into the foyer. Rosa, a pretty middle-aged woman, was behind the reception desk. How's it going, Rosa? Rosa shrugged.
Okay, your father had the what to do on the island brochures printed up. Everyone's checked out on time and the girls are making up the rooms. Nothing exciting.
Right. Jade Marie knew that Rosa had 5 children at home, 4 of them teenagers. Rosa was probably glad for the lack of excitement.
Jade Marie!
Both women turned to look at the main entrance door. Penny was almost flying through it.
Penny, are you okay? I'm wonderful, Penny said. I'm going sailing with Liam tonight. Overnight. We'll sail up the coast to Boston and back tomorrow.
You are? Why?
Because I want to. Jade Marie, this is probably the most exciting thing I've ever done in my life.
The chances of getting a job go down every day you're not on the island, Jade Marie reminded Penny. Lots of people want to work here for the summer.
I don't care. I'm in love with Liam and I want this adventure.
Jade Marie took Penny's hand. Penny, I don't know you well. I've only just met you. But aren't you behaving kind of recklessly?
You're right. I am being reckless. For the first time in my pathetic life. My brothers get away with everything, so I'm the good child who never gives them trouble, but I'm not a child anymore. I'm going with Liam.
What about your mother?
I have to pack. If I don't see her before I go, I'll leave her a note, and we can always phone.
Penny stood up again, and this time she hurried to the elevator, leaving Jade Marie confused, worried, and happy for her new friend. Ariel was only slightly surprised when the caller ID indicated that it was Sheila.
Hi, Ariel.
Sheila's voice held a slight note of tension.
I was wondering if you'd like to go on a bike ride with me. Now, it wouldn't be a long ride.
Ariel understood at once. She'd been waiting for something like this. Of course, let me put on my sneakers. They met at the front desk and checked out 2 bikes.
We need to wear helmets, too,
Sheila said. Ariel said, Seriously? You know they've built bike paths since we were here last.
We need to wear helmets,
Sheila said stubbornly. All right, we'll wear bike helmets. Sheila led with Ariel right behind her as they cautiously steered their bikes through the parts of town that had no bike paths, and only a few inches from the side marked for biking. At the Rotary, they walked their bikes, turning west. A proper bike path had been built going out to Sconset, but they had biked only a half-mile when Sheila stopped.
It was here,
she said, nodding her head at the turnoff to Pulpus Road. The 2 women waited until the traffic cleared, then walked their bikes across the street and down the bike path to Pulpus.
Look,
Sheila said.
There wasn't a bike path there 25 years ago.
They must have added this left turn lane, Ariel suggested. Tears came to Sheila's eyes.
Maybe there were too many accidents at this intersection.
Ariel gave Sheila a few moments, then said,
There's still a woods here. Want to walk in it?
Yes, Sheila said.
Good idea.
Behind Island Liquors lay several aisles of wild land, part of it a dump site for building machines, much of it thick forest bordering the Milestone Road. The trees and tall weeds were very green. No walking paths existed. The area was thick with scruffy bushes fighting other bushes for air and light. It was all innocent and natural, untouched by man.
It's just as I remember,
Sheila said.
Do you regret it?
Ariel asked.
Oh, I do regret the accident. I'd give anything to undo that. But the truth is, Ariel, there have been days in my life when I was stuck at home in a blizzard with sick children and wiping up vomit and rocking crying babies. Then I remember my few hours spent with Frank Johnson on the island, and I don't regret it at all. Really, the memory sustains me somehow.
Have you ever talked to him again? Googled him?
Oh, no, I'd never do that. He was like a dream I had.
Sheila looked around and held out her hands.
I thought I might feel something here. Because what happened here was so huge in my life, it seemed something might be etched here forever. But no, this place doesn't remember me.
That's a good thing, Sheila. Ariel wrapped her arms around her friend and held her as she cried. Let's bike into town and get ice cream. Sheila sniffed back her tears.
Yes, let's.